I guess I should unmute if I want to actually talk to anyone, huh? That's it. It's a mark. I know, right? Crazy how that happens. Might try the hair up thing again. It's a ghost mark? What? 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 In what way? What is ghost mark? What does this mean? Oh. This bustin' makes me feel good. Ah, what a good song. I guess I can turn the music down a little bit now, right? Bring it into the background. Why are you such a dork? Did you fly in on a stork? And why do you smell of pork? I was at a barbecue, and no, storks aren't big enough to carry me, obviously. Come on, Ashley. Think, alright? Think about these things. Okay. How are y'all doing? Good to see you. Have you ever thought of giant storks? You know, I had not considered that. That's some new tech. Also, I'm in a skirt today, so I have to remember that I can't do certain things with my legs that I normally do, or I'll like flash my safety shorts at the camera. What's up? What have y'all been up to since the last time I saw you? Like, you know, 12 hours ago? However long it was. I guess it's maybe a little more than that. Maybe a little more than that. That one. Bring this up over here. Okay. What'd you say? Dad? What do you mean already? It's 3:11, babe. Who are you talking to? Tap and Ashley say hi. She says hi, but like tired. Oh. I might try putting my hair up again, like I did yesterday with the strands hanging down, but because it's nice. I washed my hair last night, so it's like flowy instead of all tangled and greasy like it was yesterday. Good luck sheep napping Faith, Ashley. She's too tiny for ethics. You'll end up in a terrible, scary pit. OMG, pretty trans girl. Hi. OMG, squirrel. Hi. Your hair does look very pretty. Oh, thank you. Feeling it today. Oh. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to wear this sweater, because it's insanely hot in here, and if the AC turns off for even a moment, I think I'll just combust. But I'm gonna rock the fit for as long as I can. This is my sleepy Saturday afternoon outfit. Also, good afternoon, lesbians and non-lesbians. Let's see. Have I got anything crazy to catch up on or catch up with? I don't think so. I don't think I've really done anything. I kind of just like crashed yesterday. Played some Baldur's Gate, like took a shower, went to bed, got up, started it all over again. Affirm this chatter, Squirrel. I am so proud of you for achieving so many of your major transition objectives lately. It's been like Really, really inspirational seeing your updates over the last couple months, and I'm really proud of you. You're doing great. It can't be easy. Hey, Captain. Hi, Jillian. How are you? What's up? What you doing? 3 surgeries in 17 weeks. I'm so grateful, but so tired. Yeah, I can only imagine. I had to get 1 root canal done like 2 months ago, and it made me want to cry. Actually, wait, how long ago was that? It was probably longer. Maybe not. No, it might have been. Was it June? No, it was earlier. Wow, it's been a while. Yeah, I'm still scarred from that. Are squirrels absolutely doing the thing? 100% doing the thing. Doing all the things. Really feel my soul reconnecting to my body. That's good. I'm so glad. Jeez Louise, that's a lot on the body. Hope you finally get to rest. Yeah, no kidding. I can only imagine. You must be exhausted all the time. It's so wild. Looking at like the how's Mark today? I'm doing pretty alright. You know, it's pretty early. I slept like absolute dog water last night. I woke up like 6 times. I was restless the entire night. I didn't even like. I don't think I even like did anything particularly like taxing that would have led me to be that way. It was just like rough night, I guess. I don't know. Apparently my body is super good at recovering from surgeries, at least. Hey, that's a win. That's an upside. That's a cool power to have. Existing is extremely taxing. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'll keep it down tonight. What? Why? What? Ah, where'd that come from, Ashley? Wearing the slutty peasant shirt? No, no, this slutty peasant shirt's back over there. This is my slutty like relaxation sweater. It's supposed to be worn like if I was were I a woman of sound morals and respectable countenance, it would be worn more like this, you know? But I am neither of those things. So we pull that shit all the way off one shoulder, you know? Drove 7 hours to visit family? Holy shit. I wouldn't drive 7 minutes to visit my family. Morals, yeah, exactly. Fuck that. Because I kept you awake last night? That was you? How could you? My roommate calls it Diana Healing Factor. I was going to call it Healing Factor. I was gonna make a Wolverine joke, but you know, wasn't sure. Wasn't sure how that would go over. Hi Misty, what's up? It's good to see you. I'm having quite a day. Yeah, what's going? Oh right, the drove 7 hours. Yeah, fuck your family. That's fair. I'm one of the girl Wolverine clones. Yeah, let's go. I wish I was a girl Wolverine clone. Also, Grackle, I saw you boop at the beginning of chat. Hi. Good to see you.
What's that one?
Sheep. What? It's alright. Here. To grabby. Why do you conflate those things? You're a woman with very strong morals. Your choice of clothing does not define you in that sense. It's a joke about conservative Protestant morality. Mostly. I know that I am actually, you know, if I want to glaze myself, I put a lot of effort into being as moral and ethical as I can be about pretty much everything that I do. But joking that I am an unhinged, Satan-worshipping degenerate bound for hell is funny to me because of the religious trauma, you see. Gonna go back to family, have a good stream. Goodbye, Jill. We'll catch you later. I needs to talking to you, please. Oh, what about? I'm very sorry I didn't pick that up. No, that happens. That's fair. I'm kind of a sarcasm nightmare where I just like I will full deadpan like deliver just some truly outrageous things that are meant to be taken as a joke, even though I absolutely know. Oh, you need to talk to Jill, please. Oh. I am talking to you for most of the stream. Fair. Reasonable. Let's see. Something else? No, I didn't. Also, big Diana news. I've entered my short shorts and button-up shirts era. Oh, iconic. I'm still afraid to wear button-up shirts. They pretty much anything that I'm getting a little bit better at it. Even like this sweater is like I love this sweater. It's great. I think it looks really good, but it also triggers my like anxiety real bad. I have to have the shoulder off, or else I think that I'm like giving off amorphous like losing my like I don't know like the baggy clothes like they make me think that I'm looking bad. I like your amorphous things. It's hard to articulate the anxiety because it's like it's not like rational or logical. Then again, anxiety and emotions rarely are. So like making that clarification doesn't help that much. But it's like I'll wear like this sweater with this skirt and be like, I don't know. I think it looks good, but other people are probably gonna think I look like garbage. I need to show off more midriff. If you can't see my shoulders, I mean, am I really even hot? Who knows? Morpheus, Dorpheus, lining up to walruses. I think everything I wear looks bad. I feel that. I feel that, actually. It's all in your head. I'm lurking, but hey, hi, Zarina. Thank you for the lurk. I have a hard time with clothes. Yeah, I mean, my natural state is unclothed, but apparently that's a crime. So here we are. My favorite kinds of clothes are no clothes at all, or clothes that make you seem less clothed. You know, like you know the kind of thing I'm talking about, right? Like where you're technically covered up if you just have like a bolt of cloth hanging over your shoulders covering your titties, but that makes you seem more naked than if you were just naked. I can't even do unclothed because that makes me feel bad too. See, the brain worms will get you. Absolutely. It takes conditioning. You gotta condition yourself. Because again, it happens to me too. It does. It's uncomfortable. It's uncouth. You gotta tell your brain that it's being a bit of a jackass. You know, as if it were that easy. As if I'm not saying that I have that same issue even when I have a whole bunch of people like telling me like things to the exact contrary. Isn't it too hot to be wearing that shirt? Yes, it is. But I want to, and it's the only thing I have clean right now, I think, that goes with this skirt. And I wanted to wear either a skirt or a dress, but the dress that I was going to wear, I didn't really feel like putting together the outfit for it, because I could only find one of my thigh-high socks, and then the thigh-highs would also be too warm. So everything's too warm. Cycle back into the... I'd rather just not wear clothes. But I'll probably change it at some point. I'm not glazing you at all here. You're a beautiful person regardless of what you seem to wear. If you choose to expand your wardrobe, I think you'll see that more. I know chat will be anywhere from proud to jealous to oh so down bad regardless of what you're wearing. Is the truth not a compliment? I fall in the jealous camp. Hold on, thank you, Misty. And like, I know that. Like, it's that, like, intellectually, consciously, I can recognize that, you know? But the brain worms, they're real good at gnawing at the fringes, you know? And I guess that's kind of what I mean when I bring that up is like I'm not trying to be like tee hee, like yeah, just don't be sad forehead. Yeah. I'm not trying to do that. But um I guess what I mean is no matter what you look like to yourself or to other people, ultimately, like your brain's gonna be way meaner to you than you deserve. Um Regardless. So you should fight against it, you know, as hard as you can with that knowledge. You know, that's why I reinforce it. Thank you, Mr. Mark, you helped me so much in my early out era. You'll always have a place in my heart. Aw, thank you. I'm so glad. That's oh man, that feels good. I was just thinking about how like wild it is. How like both you, because like you've been there since I had like, you know, since I first started posting on TikTok and I had like, you know, a couple hundred followers at best or whatever it was, maybe like a couple thousand, like like 700 followers. Yeah, right. It was wild. Looking at where we both are after like since that point, like what was it, like 3 years ago now almost. Not 3, probably like 2.5 years ago. It was a long time. It's wild. It's been a fucking journey. I didn't even know I was autistic back then. I thought I was neurotypical aside from the ADHD. Hello. Hey, Squinty. What's up? Also, if I'm nice to you and treat you well and lift you up and support you, then you might be less likely to kill me when I offer up things like suggestions for penalty game streams. I actually tend to like those. You've brought a lot of really good suggestions to the stream, and I genuinely really appreciate that because I'm not. I feel like I've kind of got like an outsider artist thing going on when it comes to Twitch. Like I strolled in from a totally different platform with totally different like understandings of like how to like entertain and engage with people, and sort of like stumbled into being a presence on Twitch without that having been where I planned to start from. Like I didn't spend a lot of time on Twitch before I started streaming. So like I keep bumping into other communities or like ways that people do things, and I'm like, oh wow, that's really interesting. I never thought of that. And you're like, you never thought of doing a subathon? And I'm like, no, what is that? Explain. It's just like, I feel like a lost puppy, like wandering around, just getting picked up by like different communities and people. I knew, and I have the screenshots. Yeah, I remember. Oh man, that was so funny. It's so cool finding another autistic trans girl to talk to. What? Like, it's been so lovely to watch you grow too. Aw, thank you. Oh, what, Zoo Guy? What's up? I hate to burst your bubble, Merc, but if you already knew about ADHD, you were no longer neurotypical. Right, right. But sorry, I shouldn't have said neurotypical. I should have said allistic. I've been on Twitch since 2012. Hell yeah. I gotta see you gotta go see you in the future, Merc. I'm working on it. I'm not planning on going anywhere, you know. You are in communities that I don't think you realize exist, which is crazy to me. I only found you because you were already part of the family. Yeah, apparently. Like, no, like for real. Like I'll have people. It happens a lot in stream. Like people will show up and just like start talking about other like streamers or like prominent members of communities and stuff, and I'll be like, Am I supposed to know who this is? And they're like, what do you mean? You know, like everybody else from this group? And I'm like, I don't know. It's so wild to me. Also, did you see my post in chat about work today? I don't know if I did. Maybe. I might have glazed over it. I've been working pretty hard to be kind of on time lately, so I haven't been spending as much time procrastinating on things before stream. Where was it? Was it in general? You can just tell me about it. I don't remember. On the communities I didn't know exist thing, I think one of the funnier ones that has I don't know, like crystallized more in the last couple months is I didn't realize that I had like raided into and interacted with and like been raided by a whole bunch of members of the Firekeepers until like it finally clicked that I don't know, they were all talking about like an event or something or a Firekeepers raid or something happened, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess that is kind of like a group, isn't it? I should probably like pay attention to that. And it was like 5 or 6 people that I already knew. We're all involved in it. And I was like, oh, I see. But like, how dare you not know about the famous streamer Jeffrey Jeffington III? The shark? Firewaters? The Firekeepers. It's like who the Keepies. They're who Ellie and Galaxy and Sophie Waste are all a part of. It's a stream network for like Souls games people. I think it all starts with Finn, but her chat got close and we started frequenting other streamers, and those streamers got close with chat and each other, and it all grew, and they became mods for multiple streamers, and there's an entire chart drawn up. It's crazy. And then you have overlap with at least 2 other communities. Yeah, it's really wild. It's super cool seeing how like the branches of the community spread out. It kind of feels like there's gonna be kind of like a kind of an ass pull, but the way you're describing that is like, have you ever seen the chart of this is I'm such an animation nerd. There is a like flow chart of the like genealogy of a whole bunch of really popular animated series and how all of their like the creative staff and teams from them all kind of filter back up to having worked on Adventure Time, where it's like Adventure Time, like the people who worked on Adventure Time way back ended up all like going out and doing all these other different like cool let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Is Bloodborne technically a Souls game? Bloodborne is so technically a Souls game that the genre went from Souls-like to Soulsborns in the like Souls communities, because Bloodborne is so explicitly not a Souls game technically, but is a Souls game like thematically and vibes wise. Bloodborne isn't just a Souls game, it's made from the creators of Souls games. Yeah, it's a FromSoft. The genre often gets called Soulsborne for a reason. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Now I know. And knowing is half the battle. The other half is violence. What was I going to look up? Right, the, Adventure Time Creator, Is this what I'm looking for? Ah, yes, the Adventure Time family tree. Okay, hold on. Nope. This is not what I was looking for. Here we go. Okay, here. This is it. Okay. So this is even more, God fucking damn it. Okay. This is a more, expanded version of this, but I'm gonna bring this up on screen, because I think it's really cool. I thought the other half was dancing. Well, sometimes. Sometimes. It can sometimes be resolved with dancing. Let's, window capture. Actually, I'm going to leave window capture 1 on that because I'm going to need it eventually. Do modern cartoon. Okay, and then I'm going to move the camera this way. And then I'm going to pop this up. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. This is actually Adventure Time only queues only starts right. Hold on, I guess I should make Adventure Time is right. Can I even? Ah, shit. Adventure Time's over here. So, like, yes. Wait a sec. This is like Pendleton Ward with Adventure Time, and then you've got Steven Universe, OKKO, Victor and Valentino, Craig of the Creek, are all creators that worked on Adventure Time. And like you've also got like going up further, it like people who worked on Flapjack worked on this. Like there's a whole. The other part is clearly styling, obviously, yeah. So this is very neat. Like Over the Garden Wall, people worked on Adventure Time. Bee and Puppy Cat, Adventure Time. Clarence Hilda, like all these like really like well received things. You've also got the other branch of it is the Gravity Falls side, which come from the Flapjack team, which comes up from the Powerpuff Girls team, which comes up all of these other things. Like this shit is fascinating to me. Like the way that the like connections between cool stuff that I like a lot. I don't know. And this is, I like flowcharts. Shocking no one. The two genders are Dexter and Powerpuff Girls. Yeah. And then we've got Teenage Robot and the Mickey Mouse Adventures in the firmly in the unaligned bracket. You know? Yeah, it's really neat. There's so much like I love the connection. I love connections. I love seeing that kind of shit. Anyway, that's all. There's another one that's less fun, which is the web of companies that make our food that all connect to the same like 5 companies. Can you please tell me 2 categories you might feel super strong doing for trivia stream? I don't know if I'd be strong in any trivia category. Like, I'm pretty. Oh man. I don't know. I can be good at like historical, like at historical stuff, but that's such like a wide pool. It's kind of impossible. I would have to like narrow it down. Even like anime, yeah, maybe animation and animation history. Like world history bullshit. Merc, how are you, darling? Hello, Dr. Forbin. How are you? I'm doing great. You know, I was talking about animation bullshit. What do you have the most knowledge in? Not much. I don't know. I think the problem I have is that I have to quote Adventure Time, I have an approximate knowledge of many things. I know just enough about a lot of topics and subjects to make it seem like I know a lot more than I do. I'm not super great at that like specifics and details, so I think most of the fun of a trivia stream would probably be. Oh wait, hold on. What's that clip from Dan Versus? 1 second. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna bring something up on YouTube. I don't like that you belittled yourself there. Did I? Did I belittle myself? I think I'm just being honest. I could be wrong. Shit, that's so loud. Okay. Hold on. This will I think sum it up best. 1 sec. I've got this thing. I'm gonna make it big. And here we go. I think okay, here we are.
Couldn't we just take him to an abandoned abandoned house somewhere and tell him it's Mount Vernon?
Dan has a very strange patchwork of knowledge. It's anybody's guess as to what he knows about any given topic. Watch. Hey, Dan, who sculpted Mount Rushmore?
Gutzon Borglum. Then his son finished it. Why?
And what state is it in?
I don't know. Ecuador or something. What's with all the questions?
So there is a savant half.
That's how I feel when I'm when I'm talking about my trivia skills. It's like I'll know like an insanely niche piece of information about something and then be completely incapable of answering a really simple question about it as a follow-up. Like, I don't know, Ecuador or something. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm like I don't know. I'm not meaning to be like self-deprecating or anything. I genuinely just do have a very patchwork memory of stuff. Like some things will just stick in the crevices of my brain, and I'll be able to like. This is why saying I don't know is acceptable. Yeah. I don't know. I think I say I don't know a lot. But yeah, as far as like trying to pick a category that I think I would be a strong contender for in trivia. I don't know. My best place on a trivia team, is the fill slot. Like, the one who gets the really, like, I will know nothing about, like, 80% of the questions asked, but the ones that I do get right, I can recall immediately and are super niche, weird things that stump everybody else. So I'm like a specialist fill slot, you know? Did we just get a little slice of reaction content from mercenary_girlfriend? Just a taste, just a touch, just as a treat. I'm not doing reaction content. You won't get me to do it, Julia. You can't make me. I don't know. Maybe someday. Not today. Reaction content scares me. It's a dark and winding road that I'm not ready to go down. She did so well, we didn't all just leave on her. How wild. Maybe your two friends are on your team instead of against you, working to avoid punishment. Okay, all right. I could do that. That might be better. I could, if I think a team with like me and like Colin and maybe Blacklight. Or actually, oh man, I don't know. Me and Blacklight and Sam, maybe? I'm not sure. It would be there's a real gateway there, because like Sam would be so good at all of like the sports and movie history stuff and a lot of like world history bullshit. Blacklight could cover our like science, medical, and like musical things. Although Sam's actually also really good at musical stuff. And I could just be the freaky little gremlin in the corner that occasionally shouts out an answer that nobody was expecting. You know? It'll be great. I am History Woman, yeah. Name a more iconic duo than autistic trans girls and history hyperfixations. If you're choosing IRL friends, then maybe I should put together a chat team to compete against you. Oh, we could do a stream crew, actually. Who would we do for a stream crew? Maybe a stream crew would be better. So would you... Sorry, I guess I just defaulted to that when I assume I have severe social confidence issues, so I am very afraid to call anybody that I have met on stream or like through my like stream connections friends. Not because I wouldn't see us that way, but because I am horrified of assigning that and being like, yeah, we're friends. And then having them be like, no, that's not. We're not. I would simply shrivel. I would be reduced to a raisin. Merc having social anxiety and doing so well at social events is wild. Yeah, I have that's like the ultimate, like, just under the surface Merc deep lore is just like I am absolutely like the most like socially anxious bitch possible. Like I'm good at doing socializing, but I'm bad at internalizing or like continuing social things, you know? Like I would never reject any attention you throw this way. Oh, I thank you. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, no, I'm terrified by that shit. It's ooh. All the whole like being good at social stuff is like not natural. It's to me. It is the result of a lot of internal conditioning. Like I've always been like friendly, I've always been affable, I've always been sociable, but like being good at doing socialization, what? Hi, Rye. That didn't start until I decided to reconstruct my personality like halfway through high school. Hey, yeah, we have that's something else I forgot to bring up. We have a new emote. We've got whoa. By censoring the word trans, you made it look bad? Yeah, that's part of the joke. Because I can't put it in my title. Pretty, if you, wait, hold on. It's time. It's good for them. I have to show it. It happened. It got brought up. Ready? If you put pretty and trans, or pretty and transgender, in that combination, like pretty in front of it, in your Twitch title, it gets moderated out. So watch this. Is it? Ah, shit. That's the wrong one. 1 second. It's Pretty Trans Girl Expanded is the one I was looking for. Boop. No. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Here we go. Shit. There. Look at this. See? Look at that. This title may conflict with Twitch's moderation policy. So I had to so now I'm doing it as a protest. You look so relaxed. Thank you. I was going for a relaxed vibe today. Wait, you took out push-up redeem? Oh, that's right. I do have to turn that back on. I turned it off yesterday because I was so sore from the couple streams before and the fact that I've been working out off stream that I would have simply died. So let me go turn that back on. I meant to turn it on at the end of stream yesterday, but I was in too much pain still. See. Okay. I forgot about Blood Feud. I need to play Crusader Kings again. Turn on the Blood Feud redeem. Wanted to make you do push-ups? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that's about to happen. Oh yeah, oh Drifter. I saw the OMG catching 2 Merc streams in a row. I'm so glad that you get to be here. That's awesome. It's a good time. I always like seeing. I love seeing people come back who were like foundational original chatters back when I only pulled like between like 3 and 6 people average per stream. Back when I was streaming out of Blacklight's parents' basement. Oh man. I was typing it in chat and got a notification warning earlier. Now not so much. It's inconsistent. I used it earlier like, hey, oh, what's this then, hey? Also, whomever you choose for your team, I support you. I want you to have as much fun as possible. Oh yeah. I feel you. I just, like, I would have to like do like the I'm you know, like I said, I'm always hesitant to approach other streamers about like ideas for events and stuff because I have such insane like anxiety around it. Like I always think, and I know again, this is one of those things where like I saw one of these a meme about this whole process, but it's like intellectually, consciously, I know that this is not how it's viewed, but I always emotionally perceive myself as being like an annoying like hanger on to all of these other streamers who like definitely don't want to talk to me or hang out with me, when that's clearly not the case. I just have crippling social anxiety. All girls, all women are queens. If she breathes, she's a thought. If you were annoying, they would not invite you. But like, what if they're just being polite, Cat? What if they're just being polite? You know? Imagine. I'm just saying, getting invited to hang out with people and getting asked out as a joke, getting invited to hang out or go to parties as a joke and getting asked out as a joke in high school did permanent damage to my ability to trust people. Nobody's that polite. You never know. You never know. Maybe you can put a 4 where the A should be. I think the asterisk is funnier, though. Like, the asterisk makes it very clear that I'm censoring it because I can't have it, which I think is funny. What if they are just being polite? Streamers are vicious bitches? I mean, definitely some. None of the ones that I've interacted with so far, I hope. I don't think any of the streamers that I've hung out with are vicious bitches, but I've heard horror stories, you know? I've heard some mean shit, especially from my VTuber friends. Good lord. The brain worms, yes. Use data expunged. But then it's too, that is very funny. And I love that. But then people don't know what the word, like, it needs, I like the one asterisk in the middle because it is obvious what I have written there, right? It's obvious what I have written there. It's also obvious that I'm censoring it. And that brings up the conversation of people asking why I'm obviously censoring trans. And then I get to talk about the fact that Twitch censors pretty trans in the Twitch titles, which is like the whole point. The whole point is that it's like awkward and obviously censored and kind of clumsy and causes people to ask about it. Like it's a hook, it's a conversation topic, it's a way to raise awareness about it. Because I think it's stupid. I think it's dumb and it shouldn't be allowed. That Twitch shouldn't be allowed to do it. But here we are. We live in that world. So I'm doing it as a protest, you know? In my own petty little way. Are you still doing the $5 personality swap? Sure, why not? I need to find a way to advertise that without getting in trouble with Twitch. Also, fuck, I didn't integrate. This weekend I've got to do my coffee integration so that I actually get the notifications from it, because I found out how to do it and then I forgot to actually plug it in. We'll get there. I'll get there. I could probably do that while I'm on stream, but I'm not going to. Why would you get in trouble? There is... And I would have to reread the terms of service to double check it. But I remember when I first read it, there was something in there about not being allowed to explicitly exchange services for tips, for cash tips, like money tips. That I don't think is something they do enforce, or if they do, it's probably very selective. But that has made me concerned about openly advertising if you pay $5, I'll do X thing, on my page or whatever this is. You're not serious, are you? Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. This is what I mean. When I talk about Twitch having, like, absolutely inscrutable terms of service and wildly inconsistent enforcement, this is what I mean. Like, things that are done constantly all over the platform regularly have rules against them, but aren't enforced unless they decide to, like, come down on you. Have you seen people paying for writing names on thighs for donos? TikTok 2 now? Yeah, TikTok 2 now. Yeah. No, so that's the thing, Nitz. I know people do it, and I could probably get away with it, but I have been concerned unless they decide to fuck you. Yeah, exactly. I do want to do the tips to have something written on my body. I love that one. That's a favorite of mine. I love doing body writing stuff. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's mostly been something where I just wanted to be cautious about it, but I probably can set it up somewhere. Then I just have to figure out where. I guess I could put like a
your butt.
I could put it in like my I could set up like an about or a what is it? One of those like on the down where like my links and about me and schedule and all of that go on my Twitch page. But yeah, no, Twitch's rules are fucking insane. They are wildly inconsistent. They basically make a whole bunch of standard practice things against the rules so that they can ban you at any time for whatever they want, if they feel like you've caused a problem for the company. There's streamers who operate underage gambling rings, and Twitch threatens minorities over taking tips for funny voices. Oh yeah, well, that's the thing. So I've brought this up before too. If you make Twitch money, it is extremely unlikely that they will moderate you for anything. If you are not yet somebody who actively brings in income for Twitch and is instead somebody who, like, basically, if you don't replace your cost to operate in Twitch's eyes, you're much more likely to get hit with a ban hammer for, like, little things. I want to feel surprised by this, but I'm not. Yeah, sapping the fun out of it for people. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like it's kind of like the bans are more temporary now. I have heard that, which is nice. That's good. I've just, you know, I've seen a lot of people. I've heard a lot of horror stories about like getting banned over really innocuous stuff. And since this is like my primary, I've been in like a state of what I would call probably like a delicate or volatile state of growth. Oh no. I didn't want to do anything that could like harm that. I'm kind of more stable now, so I can start experimenting more, which I've been doing with my content as well. Because I kind of do you want squats or push-ups, right? So like I am at the point where I want to start experimenting and kind of pushing the boundaries of what I was like afraid of doing before. Now that I'm more solid, more stable, I have people who will like, you know, kind of show up regardless of what I'm doing, which is really cool, along with people who show up when I do what they are interested in, which is also fair. It gives me a lot more freedom to operate and play around with the format and try out new styles of doing stuff, and that's been really cool. Because, man, when I was in I'm more comfortable now. When I was in the earlier stages, particularly between the like too small to consider doing this like long term, and big enough that I am now like making, you know, a modest but consistent amount of money from Twitch and like regularly interacting with people and getting to like hang out with other streamers and all this kind of stuff. Now it was real scary back then. It was like I always felt like I was on the edge of a knife, and it's less so now. I'm 1000% a conditional viewer. You start doing horror games and I'm out, but yeah, you know, you're just a single issue voter, you know? As long as I'm not doing horror games, you know, you're good. You were a good girl, now look at you. I know, I'm terrible. Alright, let me do those push-ups. Okay, getting a sugar rush right now. This wedding cake is very rich in frosting. Oh, hell yeah! You're at a wedding? How's that going? Did I miss that earlier? Also, hi. I know you said hello earlier, but I think I was on a tangent. And when I'm on a tangent, I don't stop. I was? Oh, rad. I hope it went well. You can't leave. You have to moderate. Yeah, Misty's like the only chat moderator that I have that is like on a similar sleep schedule to me. So like especially now that King moved out to EST. Do they have anything regarding tattoos or old self-harm scars? I don't think so. Not explicitly. However, the rule that they have about not encouraging self-harm or promoting self-harm, while a good thing, is very, very liberally applied to anything that could be seen as unhealthy if they just get enough reports about it. So that's another thing that I have to be really careful about because I'm a masochist. Every other week I'm around, unfortunately. Yeah, but I like every time that you are here. It was my cousin's. Fortunately, my chat doesn't really need that much moderation most of the time, so it's not like a problem. Like the patchwork like net of mods that we have is enough, which is cool. Maybe we'll change that later on, but so far no issue. Okay, right, push-ups. I'm so sorry. It was my cousin's wedding, and it was good, but it's given me the feels as I need to know when I get to have one. Hey, who knows? Great, she's thinking about it. I'm so getting fired. What? No. Just make me a mod? Yeah, so that you can drop in, do an audio redeem, make me do push-ups, and then refund yourself? No, I think not, Ryan. Okay, I'm back. Sorry if I missed it, but did you see my post in Discord? I said I did see it, but I don't remember what it was, so you'll have to re-summarize it for me. Okay. Here we go. Oh, man. Doing push-ups after having done curls yesterday is rough. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Oh, Misty, you might be the only other person in this chat that will appreciate this, but I was... Oh, fuck. Hold on. Fine. I didn't break anything. Oh. Keeping you fit? Yeah, thank you. What was it? I helped a client feel so comfortable and open with my group social supports today that she cried. Oh, that's so sweet. I'm so proud of myself for running a group so effectively and clearly that it helped her begin to process things she's dealing with. That's awesome, Julia. Goddamn. I'm so happy for you. Happy for you, proud of you, both, all of the above. Oh, that's awesome. Right, Misty, yes. I watched another episode of Rick and Morty last night, and it was the one where, like, they have to turn Rick into a turkey so he can get the presidential turkey pardon. Whatever. Wacky Thanksgiving plot bullshit. But one of the things that got me was the soldiers, I guess soldiers is the wrong term, the military personnel that are sent against the main cast are explicitly mentioned as being Marines. and I immediately clocked that there were no Marines or people who knew Marines in the writer's room, because the one of them said when they were getting psyched up, you know, their like battle cry when they moved out, they said "hua," and instead of "ura," and every Marine I have ever known would flip their shit if somebody said "hua." Yeah, it's friggin' Navy. Yep. Ooh, ah. Yep. Yeah, so that that was a funny one. I was like, oh man, yeah, they do not know any Marines. That's very funny. I killed him. Marines, Navy, same thing. Oof. Oh man. No. We have such strong branch rivalries here. If you tell a Marine that they're anything like a squid, they're gonna lose their mind. And you can tell where my bias comes from, having grown up in a Marine family. The timeout is crazy. Oh, that's so funny. Aloha. Oh god, that's good. Oh, good hearty laugh on that one. So it's obviously Air Force. Just some military kid drama. It's so funny. What happened? Nothing serious. Handsome Chris got timed out for making jokes about the Marines being the Navy, which to the average bystander, not that funny. To somebody who grew up around Marines or who was in the Marines, hilarious. Hate to be that girl, but seeing as my family's background is Navy, are the Marines not just part of the Navy? No, explicitly not. And they'll get very upset if you imply it. Even though the Marines aren't part of the Navy, they just really need their boats, you know? Derogatory, defamatory statements. But they don't have their own medics. They do use Navy corpsmen. That is correct. I don't know. If not Navy, why Navy adjacent? If Navy, why Navy adjacent? Checkmate, liberal. Marines used to guard ships in Prot and break up dock strike. Yeah, but the United States Marines actually have a very explicit history on why they are a distinct branch. They've been used for independent operations basically since their inception. Like they aren't just like ship garrison people. They have like their own command structure and operational like practices and or organizational structure. Like they are a distinct entity. But then a commander had them hold Guantanamo Beach during the Spanish-American. Nah, it goes all the way back to like Tripoli. Are you kidding me? No. The Marines were I'm not getting into Marine history. I could. I wrote an entire research paper on Marine operations overseas. The first time foreign operation, first time an American flag was ever raised over foreign soil in a military operation was an independent Marine mission. The Marines go back to like 1789, basically. It's they go back a long ways. and they will never let you forget about it. I got timed out for telling the truth. This chat is turning into a police state. Yeah, no, marine culture is a whole fucking thing. Like, I don't know if it probably other branches have a similar kind of thing, but like Marines are, and I mean this both affectionately and as an insult, really insufferable about their like the peculiarities of their branch culture. Having grown up being like actually bred to join the Marines as an adult. I can't remember if it's like 1775, the Army and Navy, but it's not at least within a decade of it then. I can't remember. I think it was either the War of 1812 or maybe the original Revolution. I know that they got together. They started in like a fucking tavern. It was just, hold on. God. 1775, yeah. That was what I thought. Yeah, it was during the Revolutionary War. They're basically as old as, actually, they're older than the country's Declaration of Independence, yeah. November 10th, 1775, yeah. They've been here the whole time. Okay, so want to complain about me soul reading? Yes. Once a Marine, always a Marine. Yeah, that one got really exhausting. But also yeah. That's one my dad always hit me with whenever I got annoyed at him for being a little bit too military. Imagine white standing the US Marines. I don't know what that means. What is white standing? What does this mean? White staining? I think everything I've said is just history. I think I've, first, what is soul reading? A soul read is when you, kind of like immediately, it's a comedic combination of white knighting and standing. I'm not white knighting or standing the Marine Corps. I'm very critical of the military in general. I just grew up with it. The irony being that I hated my time in the Corps, that they really messed me up. Yeah, as most people that I know that have been in the Marine Corps. Yeah, this is why, like, when I talk about like, I'm friends with a lot of ex-military people, and ex-military people are either the chillest people I've ever met or the worst people I've ever met, and it usually boils down to how they decided to internalize the way that the military fucked them up. Is that like learning when a person is Christian, Islamic, Wiccan, atheist, etc.? No, so a soul read just means like, it's kind of like, wow, I can't believe you'd call me out like that or something. It's when somebody gets like a really, really deep, like they correctly perceive the way that you view something or feel about a thing. It's like usually in like a tongue-in-cheek kind of almost like sardonic way, like a friendly half roasting understanding of the way somebody is. There is no middle ground, unfortunately. Yeah. No. There aren't. What's your favorite color of crayon? Red, obviously, yeah. I'm trying to think of like an example of that I can give for what a soul read would be. Like somebody coming up to me after I made some sort of comment and being like, yeah, all right, you seem like someone who would bark and wear a collar if somebody asked you just asked you particularly nice or asked in a nice tone of voice or something, or like without knowing other things about me, like just from the ways that I've acted. It's like, oh yeah, I feel like if somebody talked to you in a particularly stern tone of voice, you'd just drop to your knees and start barking. Like that would be a soul read. Like if they didn't have the previous like information, knowing what all of you know about what I do and talk about on Twitch, like that would be a soul read. If they just pieced it together from context clues from like an interaction out in the real world, Afternoon, Rick. Afternoon, chat. Hope everybody is having a nice weekend. Yeah, I am. How are you doing? I just find it funny how all the American armed forces insist upon themselves that they're the best of the best. Really not. You may spend one of the most of any armed forces, but China's armed forces is the biggest. You may have the most planes and ships, but even your special forces aren't the best. That accolade goes to the British SAS. Some other special forces at the top of yours. Of course. Well, obviously, your special forces are the best special forces. And certainly not another country that would say that they have the best special forces. Everybody, this is not unique to the Americans, okay? Every military on the planet thinks that they're the best. Or at least has the best. Like, ours are the original. I mean, look, I love the one, being the first doesn't mean you're the best. And two, I'm as autistically interested in the formation of special operations and the SAS and the OSS as the next autistic history girl. But again, that doesn't necessarily mean you're the best. We are the best, duh. Obviously, yeah, clearly. I am known for gassing up the military. That's my whole deal. Wait a second, I gotta play the clip. One sec. I have a clip for this. Where does it? We're content. Clips. Where is the military industrial complex one? Frick. Oh, you know what? I have it. I think I have it saved in Twitch clips. Did I rename it? Maybe not. Oh, why do I do this to myself? Here we go. This is the one. Cool. Alright, I have that. Bring up Stream Manager again. Here's the thing though, our logistics are fucking top tier. It's literally the thing we do best. That's the thing that America does well. Which is comical because even though we do have some of like the best logistical like capacity of like any military in history since maybe like the Roman Empire, we still can't get our people batteries or like basic equipment in the field regularly or consistently, which probably should show how hard logistics are, but also I like to dunk on the US military any chance that I get. So there's a reason improvise, adapt, overcome is the Marine like mantra. 2 clips in one day, we react stream chat. It's my clip. Also, China can have the largest number of members, but that means fuck all if their commanders have 0 combat experience. Unfortunately, combat experience is the thing the US ground command has the most of. Combat experience is a primary domestic product of the United States. That's like basically, I would, this is a bit, but you could probably make the argument that half of the fucking interventions we get into are just to keep our troops sharp and with not many other like reasons beyond that. Like America is a country that does war for war's sake. Like we are actually like modern Prussia, Like we just show up because it's like the problem could have been solved with diplomacy and maybe like a little bit of hardball economics, but instead we decide to go and solve it with bombs because we have a lot of those and it keeps our troops in practice, Like that's an exaggeration. That's like a bit of a mischaracterization Probably almost actually definitely it is. Like this is me being a bit satirical, but still. Let me where's the Jamie, can you bring up the clip? This is the one. Every American Special Forces person that gets interviewed always says the one group they'd want backing them up is the SAS. They mostly say that they'd all be under fire, shooting back, trying to defend themselves, and the Brit would be sitting next to them calm as anything. I don't know, eating a sandwich, and then as soon as they have to push through, you can't see them at all because they're already inside the compound killing everyone. That reeks of propaganda, which, you know, is everything involving the military. Maybe, I don't know. Citation needed. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. I don't know. That still doesn't necessarily mean that they're objectively the best. We thought the world, that's coming from Americans. I know. Nobody's immune to propaganda. Americans in the 00s and early 2010s thought that the Spetsnaz were the best special forces group on the entire planet. And then the Spetsnaz rolled up in Ukraine and got fucking obliterated. Like, just because American soldiers think it doesn't mean it's true. A lot of American soldiers think trans people can't fight in the military and that gays are bad soldiers. Like, that doesn't make them, like, it doesn't mean they're right. Again, that's not all American soldiers, clearly, but, like, it's you know, it just goes to feed into my original point. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to make a declarative statement on who I think the best special forces in the world are. There's probably not a clear answer. It probably depends on what they're doing, you know? You could probably make an argument that in certain operational conditions, the SEALs are the best, and at certain operational conditions, the SAS are the best. It's not soldiers that are thinking that, it's the generals and the people in office. Okay. And Mad Dog Mattis agreed to work for Trump. That doesn't mean they have good takes. Even being able to dump older munitions and other tech on other military groups, and then just be able to dump our old shit, make a profit off that, and get to basically research tech effectiveness without putting an American life at stake is its own fucked up benefit. Yeah, the military-industrial complex is a gigantic, like flesh-consuming leviathan that does war for its own purpose. Like, there are other reasons why we get involved overseas, but, like, you know, I'm sure that a not insignificant amount of it is because of how much of our GDP is wrapped up in the arms trade. Like, the United States is like especially since Russia has lost their like ability to compete with like modern military tech in the same way that China and the US do. They're just the biggest exporter of like weapons systems in the world. There are other countries that have like markets cornered on specifics. Absolutely. I know Germany has a lot of big arms trade, a lot of hands in the arms trade. So I mean, so does China. We use Chinese components in a lot of our stuff. Like the economic engine of the military is not like, it doesn't have an allegiance to any country. It is like a hydra that has spread throughout like multiple countries. Like and they all work with each other. Like, the companies aren't you know, they don't have a loyalty to a country, so they're just selling stuff to everybody, and buying stuff from everybody, and then it ends up in everybody else's militaries, and it does a whole bunch of wacky shit. Improvise, adapt, and overcome is because we get our budget from the cast-offs of the Navy. We're so savage and poor that the Army declared that 29 Palms was unsustainable for human life, so the Marines bought the land up and built a base. Savage, not smart. I'm aware. My dad always used to say the Marines get the first the first few units of experimental stuff and the whatever's left over from the actual like mainline production equipment. So corporate vampires, you have to take out the head of a vampire. Yeah, kind of similar. I brought this clip up to play it, and then I never played it. Here you go. This is it. This is the bit. This is the joke.
Advertisement, all right.
So the military-industrial complex could win me over if they just built a mech to plug me into. I'm a simple bitch. There you go. That's my most complex opinion on the military-industrial complex. One of the stories you hear about the U.S.'s capabilities is the story of the ice cream boat in the Pacific. We literally brought ice cream to a moving warfront just because we could, and it would provide a morale boost. Yeah, I mean, one of the running things, like historically, American rations have been like some of the like best parts of our like. The things that I glaze about the U.S. military are the things that people usually care the least about when talking about like what the coolest aspects are. Like people will talk about like the best guns or the best tanks or the best airplanes or whatever. And I'm just like, yeah, the U.S. is really good at making MREs. Like American military rations are like really good actually. Like not universally, but like the average quality of American rations are pretty stellar, and they have been basically since like we became an industrialized like military. Logistics are everything. Yeah, it's like it's like what's the most powerful thing that the United States did? And it's like, oh yeah, Liberty ships. Being able to raise and repair sunken vessels, being able to build transports out of scrap, like that kind of shit. MREs are amazing. The Chili Mac, Chili Mac is so good. I'd go buy MREs occasionally. Like, I haven't in a while, but back when I lived with Sam, we used to get MREs every now and then and just eat them. We just try new ones because they're just really good, shelf-stable food. Oh my god, Link. You can drop it in the Discord. That made me laugh. Which one? Oh, was it a clip? COVID jacked up the price of our MREs and they never went back down? No! They used to be so cheap! Oh, fuck! Yeah? Oh, damn. Hold on. Wait, let me see. Up. I'll go to my clips and see the most recent one. Nope, that's IRL Tamagotchi. I guess that hasn't happened yet. Oh, sorry, not a clip? Oh, okay. No, that's fine. Yeah, just throw it in, I don't know. Either media or shit posts. I can take a peek at it when I get the chance. I wish that I could have clips be allowed, or not clips, links be allowed for like, you know, certain moments, but it's just like such a dangerous road to walk. It's just not worth having them be postable. Fun fact, the Charles de Gaulle, the French nuclear submarine, have a bakery inside that produces thousands of baguettes a day. That's 1,000 baguettes a day. That's crazy. Oh, hey, you know what? Handsome Chris. Actually, that reminds me. I will give the British Empire this. Having a tea boiler in your tanks is sexy as fuck. It's a good move, similar to the baguette factory in that submarine, which is also sexy as fuck. I love that shit. That's the kind of shit that gets me hard. That's the military. That's the military equipment I'm into, you know? That's the most British thing ever, right? Waste not, want not. Yeah, exactly. No, that rules. That's the kind of shit I'm into. I'm like wanking about who has the coolest special forces. Yeah, whatever. They've all got their own claim to fame. Having a tea boiler in your tank, that I'm down to fuck. You know, I'd fuck that tank. I remember reading Band of Brothers, and like 60% of that book is the story of Easy Company, and the other 40 is basically all about logistics and how not to have your troops beat the fuck out of each other because they're bored. Yeah, I've heard, I don't remember where this comes from, but the best description of like military life during a war that I've ever heard is that it's 99% like overwhelming, like overpowering boredom, and 1% pants shitting, soul rending terror. Like keeping your soldiers like fed and entertained and, you know, not pillagey is like the biggest part of operating a military. Like actually fighting the war is an important but very small like aspect of what it is. Of what makes up like military operations and like successful campaigns. It's like why Rome was so successful as an empire, like as a military empire, was not exclusively because they had the best training or always won their battles. They in fact lost a lot. What made them able to consistently for like hundreds of years dominate their region was the fact that they could absorb losses, replace losses, and get troops to where they needed to go across a massive empire. Like usually, like Rome operated in many parts of its history, not all of it. The Roman Empire and Republic were an extremely long history. So there's a lot of different periods where they act a lot differently. But the most consistent thing that kept them afloat was that a lot of their neighbors might have been stronger than them in single engagements or more effective in a lot of campaigns. But you had to beat Rome like 10 times before they would give up on something because they could replace their losses and move them back around. And most of the time, Rome only had to win once. You know? So it was like, because like what it was like what Boudica and the Celts, the Iceni, they rolled over the Roman garrisons and the legion that was stationed in the British Isles, and won a good number of battles, burned a whole bunch of cities. But when they finally lost a battle, that was it. They were done. They were defeated in total because that was everything they had. Whereas Rome could just keep throwing legions at the Celts until they were done. You know, they were able to replace and replenish their losses. They had lots of good troops, good tactics, and usually more advanced equipment. The more advanced equipment is very situational. They had a consistently high standard for a lot of the empire, but especially looking at their early conquests, the thing that defined them was not that they always had the best tech, but that if they ran into better technology, techniques, or strategies, they adapted and took on those strategies. They were a highly adaptive, expansive force. Like the tower shield, the big shield that is like iconic of Rome, they didn't invent. They took it from the Etruscans when they conquered them during their original consolidation of the Italian peninsula. Like, same with like I think the tortoise formation, they got from somebody else. A lot of their naval technology was they reverse engineered from a Carthaginian ship that they recovered. Their logistics was their power. Their logistics and their adaptability. They were not the most inherently innovative or anything. They were the best at seeing when something worked and absorbing it into themselves. They did it with Greece. They did it with the rest of the city-states of the Italian peninsula. They did it with Carthage. They did it even with ways that like the Parthians, the Celts, the Germanic tribes, like anytime they lost to something, they were like, okay, bet. Somebody get on that. Like, get our finest minds. Figure out how we do that, because that was sick as fuck. Like, that's how that goes. I don't know if you've seen Pat Lawler on TikTok, but they were a medic in Afghanistan, and they literally talk all the time in their videos about how cooked their brain is from that dissonance between the boredom and terror and death. I haven't, but now I want to. That's fascinating. Their shields they put together to build a massive protective wall from arrows and front lines of enemy troops. Yes, but that's also not unique to them. Like the Greeks had been doing that for a long time, and the Scandinavians developed that almost completely, like, independent. Like, shield walls are not unique to Rome, but Rome did it really well, particularly with the big Etruscan shields that they adopted, the tower shields. They had professional soldiers, which for the era was not unique, but much more rare. They didn't raise, like, they had a professional corps of veterans. And that's what you think. Like, when you think of the popular image of Rome, you think Roman veteran legionnaires, not their conscripts, not their, like, skirmisher troops, which made up the bulk of their armies, their auxiliaries, their conscripts, all of this stuff. But the veteran corps that they had that were able to execute all of these really complex tactics are what got ingrained in the like collective consciousness of people who look back on Rome, and it was rad, very cool. They did it better. They did it better in some periods, and in others they didn't. Like I said, when they didn't do it better, when they finally beat the people that did it better than them, they learned how those people did it and then did it that way. There was no like static point in Roman history where they were just the best at everything. They were just the best at adapting when they ran into something that could beat them, which is how they developed all these really cool tactics that we, look back on and see them being the best at. It was the iteration and adaptation was what made them good. They didn't have like an intrinsically better way of doing it. They just were very good at like improving. And they were around for a long time because of it. If you look at like late Empire Rome, like they had lost all of that. They stopped doing all that. Like a lot of the image of Rome comes from like the late Republic to like early to mid Imperial Rome. That's when you've got like the big fancy armor and the like well-equipped troops and the big shields and all that. When you get to like late Empire, hold on, wait, let me bring up what a late Imperial Roman soldier looked like. Here we go. Open image in a new tab. Like by the time of the like collapse of the Roman Empire, they were mostly using like Visigoth mercenaries, who were mostly looking like. Where's my window capture? I actually made a TikTok about this a while ago. Because I'm that kind of Goral. They did it better. Like this. This is what the Roman Legion looked like primarily by the time like Rome collapsed. And the people that sacked Rome were these people. Like Rome fell apart basically from its own expanded military turning on it. Like, people talk about the Visigoths sacking Rome, and they did do that. What isn't brought up often is that most of Rome's military at that point were Visigoths that were being treated as second-class citizens. Kind of a downgrade by the looks of it. Well, that's the thing. Rome went through ebbs and flows of like, the like, super scale-plated legionnaire with the big, cool shield and the metal helmet and all that. Like, that was a snapshot of a particular time in their history. Like, you don't have a 1,000-year empire with consistent technology and organization over the whole thing. gonna be in and out. I hope you have a fun stream, and hope you and chat have a nice night weekend. Aw, thank you, Jester. It's good to see you. I hope that you have a good night. Maybe we'll see you again. Why didn't they just use a gun? Are they stupid? Yeah. Kind of a downgrade by the looks of it. Well, the thing is, it was cheaper, you know? Militaries are expensive. Good militaries are very expensive. And at that point, they didn't have any rivals that they really needed the big giant armies with like the super expensive stuff. Like their problems were mostly internal. Like the Roman Empire ate itself alive by the end. I mean, external pressure was also a problem. It was a lot of things. The fall of the Roman Empire is like an extremely complicated topic, and it gets reduced down to being like a super simple little easy thing. Like people, you hear like every person that talks about the fall of the Roman Empire will probably give you a different reason why it fell, and none of them are wrong. Like. It's just that it was all of those things. Like there was no single deciding factor that caused it to collapse. Like any empire, really. Like no empire, basically in history, has ever just imploded because of one thing. It's generally like compounding rot from like decades or even centuries of short-term decisions and greed, overextension. It was the British. We destroyed them. Ah, yes! Queen Victoria herself descended in a steampunk time machine and fucking shot Mark Antony in the face. No, I'm in. No, that's the truth, actually. I lied. It wasn't complicated. Victoria murdered the emperor. And then she ran off with Cleopatra to hang out in a lesbian sex den. Okay, I'm still not being silly. I'm gonna go get some Subway instead of buying food. Well, you know, as long as you're eating. Okay, what else did I miss? For a non-cis person, you do a heck of a lot of thinking about the Roman Empire. Well, you know, I spent a lot of time thinking I was a cis person, and in order to keep up the facade, Maxine, I had to get really into Rome. Actually, so, actually, like, the real, getting a Subway is buying food. Yeah, you know, someone's gotta. The reason I know so much about Rome is because everybody else around me thought Rome was cool as shit, and I usually liked to learn about Rome's rivals, like Carthage, the Germanic tribes, or even the other groups of that made up the empire that kind of get overshadowed, like the Celts, who were a massive culture group within the Roman Empire. That usually gets glossed over in the public perception. Like, a huge percentage of the empire were Celtic people. And they weren't allowed to be citizens. Like, Rome was real not great if you weren't Roman. And by Roman, I mean from Rome and its surrounding cities. Like, it was, you know, not everyone thinks Cleopatra was beautiful, but that's how Julius Caesar. That's a good one. Anyway, that's my Roman Empire rant. I had to do one eventually, you know? And it's done with just enough time to have a little bit more of a chat before we go play Sunless Sea. Ah, I see that you've made noodles. It smells good. Is that the burrito beef one?
I'm trying the burrito one.
Can you afford it? What, Subway? I hope so. If not, I've got some donations to return. I used to love history in middle school. I loved learning about the Tudors and Stuarts. Lost interest when I got into upper school and we had to do more world history. Really, I was like the opposite. I thought world history was way more interesting than American history. But I mean, that's not to say that I don't think American history is interesting. It is, but you know, there's a big world out there, and I like to learn about the places that I don't live in, at least as much as the one that I do. So, but also American history is at least history of the present American state. Is pretty doesn't go back super far. Learning about like pre-United States American history is actually very interesting to me. I like that a lot more, particularly Mesoamerican. I like learning about Mesoamerican history a lot. Mark Antony was attracted to Cleopatra due to her pheromones. Damn, that's a good one. I like it more than doing geography, but it just wasn't as interesting to me as that part of British history. That's fair. British history is interesting. I say, like, pretty much every place's history is interesting. Like, you get it, once you get into it, like, every country and culture group in the world has been through a fucking journey to get to where they are now. So you really can just, like, throw a dart at a list of, like, names of culture groups and countries, and whatever one you hit, there's going to be some crazy stories, like, learning about those people. It's cool. I just have like a passion for learning about human history in general. I wanted to say anthropology, but I don't actually know enough about the definition of anthropology to know if that's what I'm interested in or if I'm just saying words to sound pretentious, you know? All right. It's almost time. It's almost time to swap over to Sunless Sea. Time to sail. Time to be free. Anthropology compares human societies across the globe and across time. Okay, so probably, yeah. Probably anthropology is a more of what I'm interested in. I like the movements of empires and the evolution and decline of states, but the way that they interact with the other people around them is the bit that I find the most interesting. I love it. As probably indicated by the fact that I was talking more specifically about how the Romans, you know, interacted with the other people around them rather than just like the more broad sweeping like movements that they made. Like, one of the things that I find most interesting about, particularly, that you play loads of Age of Empires. I used to. Age of Empires was one of the first video games I ever really got into. It was pretty early on. I played Age of Empires 2 starting from when I was like 4 or 5. I fucking adored that game. It was so good. I don't play it so much anymore because pretty much everybody who plays Age of Empires now are like Giga Sweats. And so I've tried to play with some of my friends who are like Age of Empires players, and I'm just like, I'm gonna come up and I'm gonna build a nice little town and it's gonna look cool, and I'm gonna set it up so that it looks aesthetic, and I'm gonna have my little garrison, and I'm gonna be ready to fight in case anybody shows up. I'm just gonna be working around, and then I just get like swept off the board by these like massive meta swarms of like constant raids and stuff, and I'm like, I thought we were doing a comp stomp. It's like, oh yeah, we are, but I decided to put it on Giga difficulty mode because otherwise I don't even break a sweat. And I was like, oh, all right, nice. You and my brother would get along so much. He plays that and similar when he's playing, and a massive World War II fan. Ah, yes. That's always an awkward, yeah. That's fan in air quotes, yeah. I find human conflict fascinating in general. I think it's one of those things where I am very against war and intervention. Hot take, I know. I don't think that we should be even remotely as involved as we are in business across the pond, if you will. Mostly because pretty much every time I've seen it happen, especially in my lifetime, it's had some less than wholesome ulterior motives, and also a lot of people die, and that's not great. But reading about it, studying it is infinitely fascinating to me. I am like it there's something so, I don't know what it is. And this isn't just like war either. This is just how people interact with each other. Like when conflict arises, when friction happens, it's a very like visceral, carnal aspect of humanity that like I keep hoping that we can get past, but we never seem to be able to. And it's like an Ouroboros. It's the snake eating its own tail when it comes to human progress. We can't improve anything, it seems, from the outs, just observing from what I've seen. It's almost like we can't make any sort of forward progress without also using that forward progress to be even better at destroying ourselves. We're locked in this like toxic tangle that is just infinitely intriguing to me. But anyway, I want to play Sunless Sea. It's time to go fight the ocean instead of human nature. There's that. Here's this. And game focus. Change my category. Alright. That is that. I think, did I set my category? Nope, I did. I did. Okay, cool. Oh, I called it. This is getting too warm for me, so I'm gonna go put on a different shirt. I will be back in just a minute. This outfit doesn't go together as well, but I'm not going to die while wearing it. So, win-win. Oh. All right.
Oh yeah, I can turn. See that.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm doing all right now, but I won't say no. All right, folks. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Hey, Maeve, how you doing? There's a 26-part British documentary series from 1973 called The World at War, narrated by Sir Lawrence Oliver. I think I've seen some of that. It doesn't tell the story of the war from the beginning to end, but snakes about between different aspects of the war and differing sides. It truly is a must-watch. I'll have to take a peek. I feel like I've seen parts of The World at War in the past, but I've definitely not seen all of it. Olivier. Not Oliver. Sorry. Or is it Olivier? I can never tell. How is everyone? I think we're doing good. We're just starting up Sunless Sea. I just got finished ranting about the Roman Empire for like 40 minutes, so, you know. You said it first, Olivier? Okay. It's just one of those things. Every now and then I'll assume something is pronounced in the fancy way I'm familiar with, and then, you know, it'll be like how the town of Charlotte in Vermont, where it's like, oh, so that's Charlotte, right? No, it's Charlotte. You call it Charlotte, we're gonna come for you. And it was like, oh,
We
okay,
have a
great.
date with
Oh, hey!
Go out
Oh my
guns
God.
blazing,
Screaming
screaming
fuck!
fuck!
Bellies full of lead, hearts full of steel. Oh my god, today's your birthday, Maeve? Happy birthday!
Maeve! Yay!
Yay, that's exciting. Charlatan, yeah. Oh, Liv, hi. Sorry, it's a lot happened all at once. Hi, what's up? How you doing? Wait a second. Let me just real quick. I'm just gonna flip this up over here. We're gonna just a fast little hi. Thank you for raiding. What's up? What were you up to? What were you playing? Hold on. Liv. Damn it. I put an O. Happy birthday, Maeve. Yeah, right? For real. Welcome in. You were playing Silent Hill 3? How's that one been? I haven't played any of the Silent Hill games, but a good friend of mine is a huge fan of them. Too slow? Yeah, no kidding. I also misspelled the name, so, you know. Oops. Hi to anybody who's new, who's coming in here for the first time. I am Mercenary Girlfriend. I'm an 18+ trans femme variety streamer. Play whatever games get their terrible little hooks into my ADHD-addled brain, and right now, that's Sunless Sea. I'm gonna read spooky stories and get eaten by a giant sea urchin. That's all. That's what's on the docket for today. Maybe, just maybe, we'll unlock the secret to immortality. But who knows? Not me. I don't remember my previous playthroughs of this game. Silent Bill is a great game. Hell yeah. Birthday is Friday, nerds? Wait, what's today? Was this Friday or last Friday? Did I miss it or have I not missed it yet? I told you, I can't keep dates straight. Can't keep anything straight. If you like spooky psychological horror, then Silent Hill is up your alley. I loved Signalis, which I know is a little bit more like Resident Evil adjacent, I think, but I think Silent Hill is probably in the orbit, you know. I don't play it. I also Sorry We're Closed is kind of like that. I don't know. I like Sorry We're Closed and Signalis. Those are probably the closest games I've played to, like, Silent Hill. And that probably shows how little I know about Silent Hill, because it's entirely possible those aren't even close. Now, they're all in that orbit. Resident Evil and Silent Hill and Signalis are peas in a pod. Okay, cool. Thought I was going to look like a fool for a second there. Not today. Rad. Okay. Sick. Yeah, I love spooky psychological horror. See the game that we're playing now. Not in that genre of spooky psychological horror. This is a little bit more of a gnawing, creeping, fraying the edges of your sanity kind of psychological horror with some comedy underpinnings, but you know, still. Okay, back to work. Bye, everyone. Bye, Maeve. I'll try to remember that your birthday is on Friday. Gotta forget. Right. We set ourselves up. I need to open up my little accounting log over here. Sunless Sea accounting. We're at... Oh. Actually, I need to change the number. We're not at 5704 leaving London. We are at 5884 leaving London. Unless I don't have the... What were my supplies looking like? We do need more supplies. Do I sell the foxfire candles? How many foxfire candles do I need for Godfall? Hold on. I have to get my footing under me again. One sec. Crow County was good too, and is another P in that pod? Oh. I like crows. And I'm ambivalent towards the municipal structure of counties. So that's like a net positive. That was such a dumb joke. I apologize. That's a great joke, actually. Glad you think so. I made a color system that helps me remember dates. I drilled it into my brain. Oh, fuck yeah. That's a good method. I gotta remember that. That's me. Cringe and iconic in equal measure. Embracing cringe sets you free. Alright. What are we up to? Do I bring the foxfire candles? I think I can go into Godfall if I have 5. Which could be pretty cool. I think that might be what we want to do. What is the mission that I got from the Admiralty? There is, okay. Retrieve Zonar schematics from Station 3 or Khan's Shadow. We're gonna go to Khan's Shadow. So I think, and then we have to do, Clatter, his father nervous, under the Untersea, Clattery souvenir, almost safe, request for passage. Why can't I remember this shit? Objective. Here. Ambition. Admiralty Commission. Port Cecil. Okay. So we're going up to Port Cecil. We're going to Godfall. We have to go Port Cecil, Godfall, Khan's Shadow, so we might as well. I think we want 5 of these. We're gonna want like do 15 casks of mushroom wine, and then we'll fill up the rest of our stock with fuel, supplies. We're good to go. Okay, so we're leaving London with less than I thought. So it's 52.79 for our leaving London profits. So it's like a 1,000 echo raw profit, including our little quest bullshit that we're stealing. And I could talk to Mr. Sachs and go on a mysterious mission for the Beast of Winter, but I don't want to do that because I think he'll eat me if I fuck it up. And I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready to be vored by Santa yet. We do need to swing by Abbey Rock. Or, oh, you know what? We'll go down to Mutton Island. We'll try to get some Refugees. Oh, beans. Should we? I just burned like a fuel and a supplies for no reason. I should reduce my terror more before we go, because I have the fancy house now. Lodgings, rest in your elegant townhouse, and then that brings us down to 27. Honestly, fuck it. Let's just drop ourselves down to 12. Great, perfect. So that changes our numbers again. Okay. Great. Hey, sweet, beautiful Merc, how are you? Hi, Jim. I'm doing great. I'm having an awesome day. This new format, like chatting for like 2 hours and then playing whatever game I'm hyper fixated on, been doing wonders for my mental. And I haven't looked at my viewership numbers in a week. Well, I mean, like after stream I do, but not during stream, which has been so good for my self care, my mental state. It's just so much easier to maintain a decent like vibe when I'm not constantly looking at every fluctuation and being like, what did I do to upset people? And the answer is nothing. They just had to go eat dinner. All that to say, I'm having a great time. How are you? Dissected. A crab full of conundrums. You set to work with your knives and acids. It's an undistinguished adolescent specimen. A megalops of one of the deep Z crab species, but its eyes, normally vestigial in these troglodytic beasts, are large and rather beautiful. The golden glow is almost gone now, although sparks leap up now and then to your knife. Something awaits you in port. I forgot how useful having the townhouse is. It's such a big investment, but it keeps you alive. Alright. Gather a port report. Low risk challenge. Lower the lifeboat and row to one of the less slippery, less sheer cliffs. Pray you don't get caught. Enemy movements. You scale the cliff and crouch in the mud. Through a spyglass, you observe the soldiers' movements. A contingent approaches the charred remains of the Cock and Magpie, escorting ragged islanders. A woman in feathered epaulettes sits at a table within, smiling at Z-charts and scowling at decrees stamped by the Leopard clan. Once inside, the islanders fall to their knees before her. Their proud faces strain as they address her. Alright. We are going to try to sneak people out. We have a 50% chance with our current veils, but I think I can make that better. You? Iron pages, iron hearts. Our surgeon, right? Does our current surgeon give us veils? No, iron and hearts. 3 mirrors, 6 veils, 8 veils. You. Wait. She does 7 veils. It's still 1 more. We're going to swap them out immediately afterwards. First officer veils. Veils. Okay. Now that we've swapped everybody out to maximize our stealth skill, we're going to go do a heist. We're going to heist some people. It put us up by like 7%. It's not a huge amount, but it's something. Lead a rescue attempt. Smuggle refugees to the Shepherd Isles. As your vessel passes, muddy islanders emerge from one of the island's coves. They leap and wave rags. Safer ground. Your lifeboat pulls up to the cove, unnoticed by the sentries. Came while we was asleep, they did, an islander whispers. Some of us managed to make it to the docks, or else to the coves. A couple of the lads held out in the Cock and Magpie long as they could. You run a grimy hand through his hair and boards. Runs a grimy hand? I feel like that's a typo. Alright, gained 1 Mutton Island refugee crisis. New total 2. Okay. And now I can change my officers back. Give me my Blemigan. And iron and bales. Iron. We're gonna keep that. Let's go Chief Engineer. This surgeon is crazy, so we're just gonna keep her. 1. Carnelian Exile. Okay, we're back up. We're back up and functional. Now we can go north. Up, up, and out we go. Oh. There is nothing more comfortable. Well, you know. No clothing item more comfortable on a hot day than a skirt. Particularly a mini skirt. I'm thriving. Granted, the skirt that I'm wearing doesn't really go with this shirt. I'm kind of committing some minor fashion crimes, but, you know. I was never one for laws. Be gay. Commit fashion crimes. The fit today is very whatever I had in my closet. Because of the fucking temperature. So the plan that we've got here, we're going to stop by Hunter's Keep and pick up some stories if they haven't gone crazy and abandoned their house yet. Then we're going to swing up to Abbey Rock. We're going to see if we can give the Presbyterate adventuress a worthy death fighting the warrior nuns of Abbey Rock. Then we're going to go to Shepherd's Isles, drop off the refugees, swing down to Station 3 to see if we can get Zonar schematics from there. If we fail getting Zonar schematics from Station 3, we'll go to Demuth Island just to pick up a port report and maybe have tea with the affable factor. Then we go to Port Cecil, complete our mission from the Admiralty there, maybe pick up some Scintillac, maybe go crazy, maybe both. Then, if we haven't found, I guess regardless of whether we've found the Zonar schematics or not, we'll head to Khan's Shadow, pick up fuel and supplies to taste, however much we need. Oh, maybe we should go, depending on how much fuel and supplies we have at Cecil, we'll go to either Godfall or Khan's Shadow. From Khan's Shadow, we'll, I think, head down to Polythreme, pick up some unfinished Claymen, and then return to London. And reassess what we'll do for our next run from there. We're going to buy a whole bunch of Stygian Ivory and Khan's Shadow to sell in Polythreme as well. If we get the Zonar schematics from either Station 3 or Khan's Shadow, once we get back to London, we're immediately heading for Port Carnelian to build our submarine so that we can go underwater and experience all of the deep, existential terrors that lurk underneath the haunted ocean. It's really not that much of a fashion crime. Really? Well, that's good. Fashion misdemeanors? Yeah, it's a good way to put it. Hunter's Keep, a quiet isle, a grand old house. A hump of dark rock swathed in mist, like 100 other Untersee islands. But here's a grand house, windows aglow, lawns, impossibly green and lush in the false starlight, raked gravel paths. You stand on the dock as the sea nudges the ship's sides. An unexpectedly warm breeze carries the faintest trace of lavender. Let's have lunch with Cynthia. Cynthia grasps your arm and whispers to you. Her eyes are wide and blue. Her hair is wild and tangled. Bats might nest in it. It seems to you that you are sitting on a hillside above a wide blue lake, listening to a story of a murder, an axe, a net, blood on scented water. Another chop? Cynthia asks. You've barely touched your food. Here, I'll have the maid wrap something up for you. You can't be hungry. It's not safe to be hungry. You're acquainted with the sisters, but something has changed. Ah, okay. Gained 1 iron. That's pretty cool. Love gaining iron from talking to ladies. Ah, here we go. You smell damp stone and faint. Okay, wait, gotta reread it. So, this is it. We've finally pushed them over the edge. We've talked to them enough. Hunters keep in darkness. A hump of dark rock swathed in mist, like 100 other Untersea islands. A grand house rises on the rock, a silhouette empty of lights. The uncut grass on the lawns bends, rises, bends again in the breeze. You smell damp stone and, faintly, blood. Go up to the house. Crunch across the gravel, up to the door. The brass of the door knocker is tarnished. The paint is beginning to peel in the salt sea air. No one answers, but the door is unlocked. Words in darkness. The hall is dark. The parlor, too. There are signs of disturbance here and there. A smashed cup, an overturned piano stool, scratches on the walls. You bend to pick up a page of paper and hold it to the light. It is an unfinished poem. You think the handwriting may be Phoebe's. The absent moon, the gnawing hunger in the heart, the well, the sea, a great many crossings out. There are sounds from downstairs, from the kitchen. You push open the door, cautiously. Something clings to the ceiling. Something turns yellow eyes to you and hisses. You've explored the silent house on Hunter's Keep, gained a terror, gained 10 fragments. Something, somewhere, has changed. Oh, God. Okay. The thing in the kitchen. The yellow-eyed maid clings to the ceiling like a lizard, fierce and wiry in her ragged uniform. She hisses furiously. When you advance a step, she scurries away to the far end of the room, still on the ceiling, weeping. Catch her with a net or coax her down. Coax her down is the option that I want to take, but I don't have the hearts for it. Probably just a stray cat girl. Yeah, in a maid dress, no less. We're going to catch her with a net because we have a good chance at that and a not so good chance at doing the nice option. God, I want this though. This is so much better. Whoever and whatever she is, she's suffering. We have a 40% chance there and an 81% chance there. Well, that's transcoded, right? Coaxed down with Warhammer figurines. If only I had brought my models to Z. Hold on, wait, it's here. Angry maid lady. Here, look, see that? It's an unpainted Tau ghost keel. We can paint it together. Come on down from the roof. 40% is good. Maybe I'll get. Ash, what's up? Welcome in. How are you doing? Hello. Good to see you. How you doing? I already said how you doing. Twice. Here you go. Beating myself. You are so trans. I know. Guilty. All right. Let's try. Oh God, I don't want to fail this, but I want to succeed with the good option. 40%. We're gonna roll the dice. Oh my God, we did it. This was the right option. Down she comes. You try to question her. Those poor sailors, she spits. You realize that in all the time you spent at Hunter's Keep, she had never spoken. Those poor sailors! I didn't come here for this. Damn them to the well. She's finished the meat. She returns to the ceiling in a single inhuman bound. Ah! Okay. The silent house. The house seems empty. All is still. Why, then, do you have the sense that there's not much time remaining? Discover whatever you can about what happened here. 81% chance. Wait. Officers, where's my mirrors? I want to up my mirrors in any way that I can. Mirrors 3, Veils 6. Iron 6, Veils 7. -1 heart. I don't think it's worth it for 3 mirrors. That's 6 mirrors, 3 veils. That's 6 mirrors, 3 pages. All right, we're fine. We're fine. We're probably as good as we're gonna get on this. Low risk challenge. Failed. No. An empty house. Bedrooms, bathrooms, the breakfast room, the servants' stairs, all empty of life. The long case clock at the top of the stairs ticks like a heart. Outside, the sea sighs. Let me try this again. Failed 281s in a row? Fuck. Okay, finally. A distant song. You cock your head and listen. Someone is singing. A woman's voice. Soft o'er the fountain, lingering falls the southern moon. The sound takes you up the winding stairs to the turret at the back of the house. You try the door at the top. Locked. The sound ceases. It was Phoebe's voice. You call out to her. What's happened? We wanted their stories, she explains reasonably. We only wanted their stories in the beginning. We get so starved for stories out here. But then Lucy, she breaks down in sobbing. Want us to break down the door? Your bosun whispers. While you're considering the answer, one of your crew swears and points. Smoke is leaking from beneath the door. I deserve an ending, Phoebe calls out. When you press your hand to the door, you can feel the heat on your palms. The house on Hunter's Keep is aflame. You've succeeded on a mirrors challenge. 1 tale of terror, 2 terror, 40 fragments. Save Phoebe. 63%. We're probably going to lose this. The fire begins in Phoebe's turret room, but it spreads quickly. Sailors tumble, choking, from the door as the smoke billows out. The yellow-eyed maid leaps from a window and streaks across the lawn on all fours. Watch. It's all you can do. Save Phoebe. A modest challenge. 63%. Please give me the counterpoint from failing 281% chances. Ah! Alright. A desperate rescue. A bucket chain passes up water from the Z, enough to slow the flames a fraction, and to soak the cloths you wrap yourselves in. You dash through the flames, your skin crisping, eyebrows sizzling. Your hair grows back patchy after. Phoebe is slumped against the wall. You seize her, sling her over a shoulder, dash out. The spine of the house breaks with a roar as the roof falls in. Sparks fly up towards the false stars so far above. The death of the house takes hours, but it is total. Only a cindered shell remains. Phoebe weeps when she wakes, racking sobs that shake her body. You should have left me, is all she will say for the longest time. Her face is horribly burned. She goes bandaged after, like the half-dead of the tomb colonies. Perhaps she's half-dead herself. It can be difficult to tell in the neath. Lost 1 crew, now have 1, the scarred sister. Lost 5 terror, the house on Hunter's Keep is a blackened shell. She was the youngest sister of the Hunter's Keep 3. Now her home is gone. She will not show her face nor speak of what occurred, but she is prepared to use her education to help heal your crew. Is she a doctor? What? I don't think I've ever got her before. Ah, look at her go! 5 hearts and a doctor aboard. Oh, what? She's a crew member? I don't think I've ever got her as a crew member. That's fucking awesome. Okay, let me catch up on chat. I'm okay, relaxing and been watching anime. Ooh, which anime? I'm a big anime nerd. That doesn't mean I'm going to have seen what you're watching, but maybe. Maybe. And then we can bond. Could you imagine? I get 2 how are you doing? I feel special. Thank you. You're welcome. A double helping. A double helping. A tuppence for you, my god. Actually, I don't know. What? Happy to be here and happy to be welcomed by such a beautiful cutie. How are you? Oh, I thank you. Work. Brendan Lee Mulligan was just announced to be DMing Critical Role Campaign 4. I saw that. That might actually get me to try to watch Critical Role. I like the stuff I've heard from Critical Role, but I've just like I've always been a Dimension 20 bitch. If Brennan is DMing for Critical Role, I'll probably go watch Critical Role. Not that I think that Matt Mercer is like bad. He's excellent from everything that I've heard. I just have a personal connection to Dimension 20 and Brendan Lee Mulligan, and I don't to Critical Role, you know? That maid is a furry icon. She's so true. Hi, how are you, Brother Nature? Thursday was exciting. My neighbor's house caught fire, and there were 4 fire engines in attendance. Oh! Okay, nobody was hurt. That's good. That's horrifying. OMG, a fellow anime nerd and cute? Gosh, fan self-in gay. I was watching Solo Leveling, and it's incredible, like OMG. Really? Okay. I haven't watched Solo Leveling yet, but I have heard a lot of people talk it up. So it's kind of been on my list. But I haven't got around to it yet. I just finished a rewatch of Gurren Lagann recently, which I adore Gurren Lagann. And I'm currently slowly working my way through Frieren, which is stellar, but I'm watching it with my partner, and she's prone to bouts of melancholy. So we can only watch an episode or two before we have to take a break. Are we talking about news? The news that Brennan just took over as Game Master for Critical Role? I just stepped back into the office. We are. Getting back into Zombieland Saga as well, since I never finished it, sadly, and I love Lily, who's a trans girl idol and so precious. Ooh, alright. That sounds exciting. Oh. Let's see. Okay. I have to be careful. I have to be careful with the skirt. Alright. The Hunter's Keep in ruins. The lawns are weedy meadows walked by the wind. The gravel paths have sunk to mud. The house is a jumble of charred stones and timbers. Pick over the ruins of the great house. Fungus and cavern vines are already reclaiming the masonry. Peace in the ruins. No one has come to reclaim Hunter's Keep, despite its proximity to London. The place has an eerie reputation. It's difficult to see why, today. The place is as peaceful as a folly in a park. The air is still. Far across the water, the lights of London glow. Gained an outlandish artifact. That's exciting. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad that we got to talk to the definitely not a cat girl maid, and that she seemed to escape the fire. That's good. Dust echoes, even a sepia tint to the air. These are the waters around the tomb colonies. Presbyterate adventuress. Let's see if we can get her a good fight before the long knives of the Presbyterate of the Congress arrive to take her again. Abbey Rock, a black spit of an island far from anywhere anyone would want to go. And that's how the Sisterhood likes it. Here stands their fortress convent. There are bear traps that look friendlier than this. Compile a port report. It's unlikely to be eventful. Nothing is happening. The sisters watch us. We feel their eyes. The sea crashes on the rocks, withdraws. The fortress stands stolid as the last year of a century. The greatest peril you risk here is a certain purpleness of prose. Knock at the iron-studded gates with news. I could bring news. Good to know that I can bring her here, maybe. Ask the sisters to arrange the adventuress's death. She wants to die gloriously. They look like the kind of people who can help. We won't fight you. Not to the death. That's not really us. But we can bring you something that will end you. An old adversary of ours. Be sure that it will end you. But fight hard and you might wound it. That wound will remain as long as it does, which may be forever. And one day, it may take that wound into the sky. Sounds good? We'll need something to lure him. Bring us, appropriate texts. Yes, I'm serious. Bring 5 units of romantic literature to Abbey Rock. You can find it at the Khanate. I forgot to get Dark Drop coffee beans to get us into the Khanate. Piss. Okay, we'll have to do that in the future. Good mission, though. You've been asked to bring 5 units of romantic literature, probably from the Khanate, to Abbey Rock. I adore that the warrior monks of the Fortress Convent want romantic literature as their payment. That's so on brand. Knock at the iron-studded gates with news. Perhaps they'll find it valuable. A brief attention. The muscular prioress, the abbess's lieutenant, comes to the door to listen. She nods and makes notes. She pays particular attention to news of marsh beast predations and the traffic of the rooftops. In return, she offers a rather perfunctory blessing, but the blessings reassure your crew. Oh, though you have no news. Okay, off we go. Now to Shepherd Isles and then Station 13. I love the music in this game. Holy shit, it's so good. Alright, the Shepherd Isles. Compile a port report. In the bleak light of the false stars, surface rolling like a porridge pot, up with a roar of steam and a flash of fire, 3 windows swimming, tentacles, and then we saw His Highness. There is rather a lot of this material. Deliver refugees from Mutton Island. It may not be home, but it will do for now. An unwanted beginning. The refugees timidly step from your deck. It will have to do, one says. We'll manage, another replies. One of them shakes your hand. Bless you for the good deed, Captain. May you never go hungry. It's an old Mutton Island saying. Okay, so that's that. We don't need to pick up more supplies yet, I don't think. I think our fuel will probably... 7 fuel? We are going a little... I may be stretching our fuel supplies a bit. This could end up being a bit of a problem if I'm not careful. I keep forgetting that I've cranked our engine power up so high that our fuel efficiency is just wretched. We're very fast for a tiny little tramp steamer, but not particularly conservative on our fuel supply. Crab. Auroral megalops spotted off the... What would this be? The prow? I should have waited for it to charge. I would have saved fuel. And we're going to carve it up for the experience. An electric shiver to the air. Storm is watching, the sailors would say. We're already down to 5? Ooh, shit. Okay. Could go up to Mount Palmerston. Buy a bunch of fuel real cheap there. Maybe talk to the Deviless? We would need souls if we want to talk to her, because I'm not selling mine. Even though I really want to. God, I want to sell my soul to the Deviless. Station 3. Machinery hums behind high steel walls. Up the hill, there are visible outlines of warehouses and a building with a spire, but the lamps are low where they burn at all, and your ship the only one in harbor. Search Shed 12. A long, low building propped up against the wall, boarded windows, a rusting padlock. Your bosun shatters the lock with a ball-peen hammer. Inside, your lamps reveal dust-choked workbenches strewn with discarded tools. Shelves of cardboard boxes filled with rivets and bolts, washers and screws, blackboards roughly scrubbed. Here is an old lunchbox, its half-eaten sandwiches encased in successive generations of exciting fungus. In a rusted filing cabinet, you find the documents you need. A folder of tea-stained research into Zonar. You leave the rotting workshop quietly and return to your ship. The next time you sneeze, your handkerchief comes away black with the workshop dust that crept into your lungs. Return to Port Carnelian to complete your submarine research. Okay. Search for signs of other visitors. A familiar smell. There's nothing to see along the narrow quays, but there is a smell, distinct enough to rise above the odors of brine and wood and wet rope. It is the smell of frankincense, burned recently and in substantial quantities. Odd. That just raises further questions. Okay. Now up to Demew Island, and then we'll make the call on whether we need to go to Palmerston. We're probably gonna have to go to Palmerston. Gonna have to put into port up on the fiery mountaintop. Pick up some coal for the engines. A ship without fuel is just a particularly floaty coffin. Particularly buoyant would have been a better word to say there, but, you know, I didn't come up with that until afterwards. That's what we get for ad-libbing dialogue. I hope the affable factor's still down to have some tea. He's a nice guy, and we don't consume very many supplies anymore. A fervid forest of fungus. Compile a port report. No, he's not here. Some of the island's fungus is good to eat. Some is poisonous, hallucinogenic, or mischievous. Good luck. A fugue of dread. The spores lie thick on your face. They coat your tongues. One crewman begins to whimper. Oh, Christ, he says. They've reached my heart. I think I'll be harvest yet. Harvest yet. You have to drag him back to the ship before he's calm again. You were unlucky. Better luck next time. One more. We'll do one more. Unlucky again. There we go. There's some supplies. It only cost me 10 terror. Was it worth it? No. A ship without fuel is like a trans woman without massive religious and familial trauma. Hey. Some of us have that, or don't have that, alright? Not me. Couldn't be me. But I do. I know some people who don't have religion. I want to fight this crab. Oh, I want to fight this crab. I'm gonna die to this crab.
We have a date.
Oh my god, another raid. Newbie, hey, what's up? How are you doing?
Fuck.
Bellies full of lead, hearts full of steel. How have you been? Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm fighting a crab. I'm real locked in on this fight. It's submerged. Go ahead, angler crab. Oh shit, I didn't have a full firing solution yet. As soon as I'm done with the crab, I'll do my intros. So sorry. Hi, Crab Fighter Merc. Yes, I am the Crab Slayer. If you fight a big enough crab, can you call it a crabkin? I feel like we shouldn't. I feel like that's dumb. And the moment I said it, it sounded less good than it did in my head. Hi, how you doing? Welcome in. Hold on. Let me get you a shout out. Hold on. What were you playing? What was that game? I know it wasn't Red Faction. That's about the extent of my knowledge. Crab cocks arise. Yes! Let's see. Look at you go. Ooh, you swapped over to just chatting, huh? What was the what was that like furry riverboat game that was going on at the beginning? I liked the art style. It seemed neat. Also, to anybody who's coming in that may not know who I am, hello. I am Mercenary Girlfriend. I'm an 18+ trans fan variety streamer. I play whatever games got their terrible little hooks into my ADHD-addled brain, and right now, that's Sunless Sea. I love it. The spooky exploration, choose your own adventure game. I don't know. I don't know how to describe the genre of this game. I love it. Whatever it is. The first game I tried was that new Silverfish Project, a stalker-like game, but it was very laggy for me. Hope you're very well. I am very well. I see. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully the performance gets better, because I liked the style. It seemed cool. Okay, the death of an angler. The shell is shattered, the glowing Ilike lies silent. Dissect it for knowledge. Ah, I failed. Mysteries remain. Well, its blood glows, and it's all terribly gooey. Fascinating. He did get a hunting trophy, though, which is cool. We can use those. Is that an Alcius class Corvette? I don't know. We'll come back down. Oh, I don't have the fuel, but I want to know. Yeah, the graphics were super interesting, and I love that you can choose characters that use they, them, and other pronouns. Hell yeah. That is something that this game has in it, which is pretty cool, because this game came out way before that was even remotely close to standard. Now, granted, you don't technically pick your pronouns in this, you pick your terms of address, which is like whether people refer to you as like my lord, my lady, captain, madam, citizen, or like esquire or something. I don't remember. It's a bunch of those. So it's like the title that you pick, but and you also pick a portrait. You actually just don't select a gender in this, just how people refer to you, which is great. Man, this snow is kicking my ass. Snow sweeps down from the north. The ship's engines labor against it. Some sort of beetle has invaded your morsel of ship's biscuit. It waggles its antennae impertinently. Can you choose your pronouns, or are they restricted to particular classes? Me and my brother have only ever watched a VOD of it, and it was not clear which way it was. Who knows? Oh, it's a class thing? Okay, gotcha. I noticed that I should raid out, and I was right, because the first thing I typed was /raid Sunless Sea instead of your name! That's so funny. Desperate measures? No, we don't need desperate measures. Yeah, going to Mount Palmerston was the right move, though. I think the run would have been over if I tried to... Oh, shit, I didn't mean to go here. Perhaps not. I don't want to go up to the crater. Let's see... Shops. Fuel. Fuel? 13, 14 fuel. Fill up on fuel. Ambiguous eliths. You can get them for 35 there. That's good to know. Let's see. We can explore the island. Let's explore the island. Tangles of thorn scrub climb the rocky slopes of the volcano. A privateer encampment. This was an empty cliff top above the bleak waves. Now it blazes with color. Striped tents, colored flames, the music of pianola and kettledrum. Mustachioed women and languorous men play chess, carve bones, eat cats, and polish their terrifying brass weapons. These are the Iron Republic's privateers, pirates whose practices contravene the very laws of nature. Attack. They are numerous, but lost to wine and music. You will have the element of surprise, but it's very hard to know exactly what those weapons will do. A matter of luck. It could go either way. Creep close and eavesdrop. The Republic is privy to the gossip of hell. Creep close, and you may learn impossible secrets. Both of these are 50-50. Should we attack, or should we sneak in and listen? What are we thinking? Sneak in? Alright, let's do it. A very chancy challenge. A hive of murderous bees. The Republicans conspire gleefully in a tangled and multifarious pigeon. French, English, polythremic, and the languages of hell. You can make out words here and there. Liver, thunder, expunge, consume. But it's hard to resolve them into sense. The longer you listen, the less sense it makes, until you begin to fear what effect their infernal whispering is having. When your bosun turns to whisper to you, you hear only the bleating of a goat. You realize it's time to retreat. We failed the challenge, gained a terror. That wasn't a terrible outcome, all things considered. Just gonna grab a port report, and then dig among the ruins. Matter of luck, could go either way. Perhaps the villagers left valuables behind. You could pick over the remains to see what you might find, you ghoul. Lost 2 supplies. I can just buy new supplies, that's fine. A diary of dreams. One wall of a barn still stands. Someone has gouged words into it, in one of the lesser alphabets of hell. An account of a dream of the usurper's son, of its gear teeth sunk into the roots of time, of its servants in robes of gold and amber, of its beauty and its lies. Lost 2 supplies. Beans. We got an intriguing snippet, though. So, that's something. 1, 2. We'll just buy that back, and out we sail. Particular, heavy, indebted. Is that indebted? Is that the word you're looking for, characters? I thought the Iron Republic was based. They are. That doesn't mean that they're safe. It doesn't mean that they're friendly. The Iron Republic rejects all laws, the laws of man and the laws of reality. As far as we're concerned, they're monsters, but from their own perspective, they're just playing around in a sandbox of broken rules, and that's rad. They're anarchists that have gone so far into anarchy that they don't respect the laws of nature. I have a spider in my apartment struggling to figure out whether or not one of my wall decorations is going to hurt it or not. It looks very confused about how it can proceed, even though I can see that there's enough space to go around the top. That's very funny. Alcia's class corvette! It's our wife! It's the pirate poet! We fight. This is the only way I know how to flirt. Ah, shit. I have to keep adjusting speeds to keep as in her wake as possible. Gotta mix up the turn rate with the speed of moving into position. We're gonna take another hit probably. Oh, maybe not. Okay, sweet. Never mind. I'm a fucking professional. Look at me go. Investigate the wreckage. You steer close, shining the lamp at the debris. Cotton, quick! Over there, port side! The legendary claywoman corsair, the pirate poet. She clings tight to the last few scraps of floating debris, defeated but defiant. I've had an officer rescue her a few times because she threatened to tell everybody that I went soft if I had dinner with her again, but I'm gonna do it because I'm a hopeless romantic and she's a very strong woman. A measure of professional assistance. You could just fish her out, again, but she said it herself the last time you crossed paths. She'd hate to have to spread the word that you've gone soft. Technically a rescue. A lifeboat? Oh dear no, whatever would people say? The pirate poet glares up at you as the life buoy hits the water, but she grabs it, regardless. Your message is received, and her look makes it quite clear that for this, there will be a reckoning. The half-glimpsed smirk as she turns away, though, suggests that it is a challenge she is already looking forward to. Oh, that's so good. Okay, so we didn't fish her out. We challenged her by just throwing a lifeboat, like a little...
Get pregnant.
What's the noises from inside the lifeboat? This one jumps, so I think that's what it's also considering. Funny. That's great. I'm so glad. I thought that we were going to get in trouble for going soft, for, taking her directly, but instead the direction that the story path took for that is that we intentionally accepted her, challenge to not be soft, to not fish her out, so we just threw her a life ring and sailed off. And now she's gonna try and fight us. Oh, excellent. I love that. I'm so excited. The pirate poet is such a cool character. Okay, do I want to try and kill this albino moray? No, not in a fog bank. Monsters have such a huge advantage in fog banks. Actually just gonna go all the way around because going through that fog is going to ruin my life. The terror rate, the rate that your crew loses their fucking minds when you're in a fog bank is oh no, it's a bound shark. Okay, we don't want to deal. Well, actually, it's weaker than the moray. I'll bet we can take this on. She said, about to fucking die. Here we go. Okay. All reverse. That's a good girl. On your knees for me. Ow. 10 damage! Oh, God. Okay, yep. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, we need like an aft weapon or something. Holy fuck. I'm gonna blow up my engine. I'm going to explode the engine. Holy shit, okay. That was terrifying. That probably didn't look scary, but that was scary to me. It's me again. What dis? Hi. If it opens its jaws and it has just one, just more jaws, it's a moray. Good to know. I love morays. I love morays. Oh, if it opens its jaws and it has just more jaws, it's a moray. I get it now. Darcy blows up the engine. Yeah, exactly. What's this? Never stop trying on your knees. Big Merc little game. All right, here we go. You get 10 minutes. You get 10 minutes of seeing the big version of me. If it snaps at your heel and it looks like an eel, it's a moray. I really like moray eels. I always wanted to see one back when I used to be scuba certified, but I never dove in any place that had morays. Also, I definitely would have got one of my fingers bitten off because I would have wanted to hang out with it. I guess what I should do is adjust this way, this out of here, and then that probably is fine. Yeah, okay. That's where we'll linger while we have the big version of me up. Examine its cage. Somebody has bound it savagely with black iron, sunk bands and joined mechanisms deep into its flesh. Its bonds buckled, its skin torn, its teeth shattered. A modest challenge. 69% chance of success. Nice. Alright. Digging deeper. The cage has begun to distort its shape, more than seems reasonable, but then a shark has no bones. Rods of iron inserted deep into its flesh have done impossible things. There are organs in there none of you recognize. Its suffering must have been extraordinary. You take a tooth as a trophy. If your hull is damaged, your engineer will repurpose some of its cage as repair materials. Oh, one hull. That's not much. Such cruelty to cage and bind a shark, assuming it did not consent to it. True. Poor Sharky. They look cool. They are very cool, yeah. Alright. And we are going to try not to... We're going to try to avoid fighting anything else for the rest of our time here. Have to repair. Oh, stop. Okay. Right, it burns supplies. Forgot about that. Whoops. Do they sell supplies here? They do, but they also sell supplies at Khan's Heart. which we're really close to. Or the shadow. Yeah, we can just go buy supplies there. They're cheaper there. So expensive here. Is there any way to get my pages up higher? Pages 3. Okay, you. Not you. Hearts, veils, iron. No, that's it. Port Cecil. Rumpled convolutions of coral fill the water, glimmering with silvery light. The harder you look, the more you see shapes amid the chaos, almost as if they were sculpted. This one could be a crenellated castle, that one a horse's head. A neat little port huddles into the side of a coral island, prosaic imperial docks and houses tucked away in a baroque organic chaos. In that curious silvery light, among the frozen chaos of coral, the scene has the unreal air of a pencil sketch, crumpled and discarded. I've just bought this game and played a little. Lovely little game. It's so much fun. I love Sunless Sea. It's stellar. I love its sequel too. Sunless Skies is also awesome.
This way, please.
Captain
And
Arrow,
don't trip on
thank
the
you.
Caravaggio.
Welcome to the company. You're one of us. Now, report to the arsenal for your standard issue equipment. A morale officer will be with you shortly. It's a pleasure to have you. Glad you're enjoying yourself. I have a 61% chance to win this chess tournament. And I don't like my odds on that because I think I'll go crazy and die if I lose. I don't remember. Maybe I'll just get wounded. Maybe I can give that a shot. But we do need to gather intelligence. The older inhabitants of Port Cecil carry coral incrustations like a disease, splotched with silvery light. They like to go up into the limestone heights behind the harbor, to lay their heads against the pillars and towers, stare at the roof of the neath, dream open-eyed. Sometimes they speak of things far away, the Khanate's work, the smuggler wars, the Fathom King's secrets. Perhaps it's not all invented. We have to talk to the Admiralty's contact. The Admiral gave you directions to take to meet your contact. Left, right, down, into the labyrinth of coral outside Port Cecil. Over the silvered vein, past the castellations to the unfinished court. Rubbery torment. Here is a rubbery man, one of the squid-faced bipedal things that infest the sadder hovels of fallen London. It looks ill or infected. The pearly glow of the coral throbs from a seam along its shoulder. Its arm pulses in its face fronds. O Tharuth, it pipes cheerfully. It hands you a page of notes smeared with tangerine goo. Can rubbery men write? The hand is elegant and disciplined. Sometimes, times and dates precisely recorded. You now have strategic information. Thanks for having me, of course. Always a pleasure. I think I'm going to try the chess tournament, but after we try to gather Scintillac. Best of the Coral will fetch a high price in London, but walk the reefs of the Principles and you risk delusion and despair. Take your crew and go carefully. Fragments of silver. Where the Z washes across the coral's edge, it glows a rich purple. Each time it washes across your boots, you expect it to leave stains. You edge along the slippery coral, picking up lumps from brighter glowing stuff here and there, and though the Z doesn't stain, eventually it begins to whisper to you. Phrases so clear that you catch yourself looking over your shoulder in case your crew have spoke. They have not. They're looking around, just as you are. Between the stars, the Z says, descend the chain. When it runs out across the coral, it sounds almost like a soft chuckle. I rest here, it tells you. I forget. You've succeeded in Amira's challenge. Got 3 Scintillac. Gained 5 terror. Let's play some chess. Chess is popular in the Principles. The port is full of exiles, drunks, and washed-up Z traders. They all play, often obsessively. Be careful. The chess pieces are carved from Scintillac. Here in the Principles, that can be very dangerous. A distraction. You don't often look at chess pieces. Not really look. The bishops with their hooks, the night with its mane and teeth. The kin and the cream, white mingled with red, the roots that pin the corner of the board down to keep you safe from your opponent. You lift a paw to toy with it, touch its velvety pads. Checkmate, your opponent says. She grins. Look too closely, did we? You need to be careful with Scintillac chess sets. Her face is blank and white as the dome of a chess pawn. Get out. Get back to the ship until the waking dream of the coral clears. So we did not succeed on that. We could try again. We can go a little crazy as a treat. A disciplined success. Odd thoughts bubble up each time you touch a chess piece. This one longs for home. That one has a secret desire for revenge against the slayer of its rank mate. This will be a queen one day. Those would do better as metal. You taste the metal. You ignore these thoughts and move methodically to a victory over your opponent. He blinks. Checkmate? He asks helplessly. Win enough games and something else will occur. Gained 1 pages. Gambits answered. 200 fragments. Gee golly gumdrops. Alright, cool. I don't think I have anybody who can train me in pages, so we're going to have to stop there for a bit on the chess. My pages skill is pretty good, but not that good. Get you back in there. 8 iron. 6 iron, 3 veils. Yeah, I like that more. Alright. You've got 6 mirrors, 3 pages. You've got 6 mirrors, 3 veils. I don't want to crank. I'd rather have my high pages than high veils. Okay. And now we need to get to Khan's Shadow. Well, we could probably go to Godfall first, right? Maybe? Let's see. How fast is our hunger going up? I'll bet we can make it. Not gonna lie, Merc would be a great captain. Stories about submissive captains are always cool. Yeah. I am a huge fan of the like character in a leadership position being a sub. Like the captain, the queen, the general. What's your fuel at? 7.5. Yeah, I love that. I love having the she's got to keep her crew happy somehow. Yeah, exactly. What do you think I pay them? With my budget? No shot. It's so interesting. It brings interesting scenarios with it. Yeah, scenarios and dynamics. Is that an Alceus? That's an Alceus. Okay, that is the pirate poet again. We don't have the supplies to fight her, I don't believe. Gonna have to do it. Gonna have to give it a go. I can't believe I ran into her twice in a single run. That's crazy. That does not happen often. After fighting the bound shark, no less. Oh, she missed. Oh, that's huge. Oh, man. I'm gonna miss having such a high mirrors score. We get firing solutions so fast. Excellent. Crippled. You've defeated an Alceus-class vessel. Crippled, broken, already feeding the Z's endless hunger. Little remains of the ship but scraps of sinking cargo and a few buoyant parts of its splintered carcass. Investigate the wreckage. The legendary Claywoman Corsair. Rescue the pirate poet. Once again, you are the victor. Once again, the familiar dance. Words are no longer needed. The pirate poet bows her head, acknowledges your victory. Next time, though, a slight smile adds, do not expect her to go so easy on you. Hey, we got fuel and supplies. And 500 echoes. Big money. Another fuel. Ah, this is great. I love running into the pirate poet. Can you make it? Concern? Absolutely. To Khan's Shadow? Yeah. I'm right here. I only have to go here. That's where we refuel. Like, it's not, I know you can't see this very well right now because we're still in little game mode, but that'll go away in just a minute. Yeah, easy mode, easy mode. We're actually in, like, especially after beating the Pirate Poet, we are in a shockingly strong position supply-wise. Can we finally get paid and get real food, Captain Merc? No, I back down. It's quite the opposite. I would, of course, I would always accept anybody's claim to their fair payment in wages. It's just nobody does turn down the alternative payment, you know? Something. Careful. The shadow. All right. Let them tell you about the past and present. Explore the shattered citadel. I do want to do that. Maybe I should have brought more than 5. Okay. Of wine. Throats of the brothers are dry. They'll pay for something to moisten them. A half-dozen currencies. Mostly echoes, but here's carnate paper money, the whimpering coins of polythreme, and a strange glass token that might be from far Irem. Donations, the abbot captain affirms. Pilgrims are generous. And I can do that, what, 3 times? Good trade run. Running wine to Godfall is going to be our main, like, income source for a while. Hello, I've returned. Welcome back, Squirrel. You're back just in time for me to go back into the corner. Is it fair to expect them to choose payment when you keep them addicted, though? No. But I will take that caveat every time. They should just have better self-control. Back here. Or this way. Let's grab the port report. And then we're not going to trade those in. We're going to go in and explore the shattered citadel. Before the stalactite was a monastery, before it ever fell from the roof, it was a citadel. The fall shattered it and killed all its occupants, probably. Why don't you take a look? The more foxfire candles you have, the better. Bad things will happen if you run out. The monks have blocked the tunnels into the citadel. The starved men live there, one says vaguely. They're all dead, of course, but you still wouldn't want to meet them. Still, there's a gap in the cellar wall that they keep meaning to fix. You have moved into a new area. You're at the edge of the citadel. All beneath is dark. The citadel, as only a once bright place can be, is hung up there among the false stars, drowned in azure light for how long? Now it's here. So are you. Straightforward. Okay, I can always retrace my steps, or at least at this level I can. Okay. Go deeper. The citadel lies on its side. All its halls and tunnels tilt crazily. Edge your way through, like an ant through a broken puzzle box. Onwards, you found your way deeper into the citadel. You are in the second tangle of tunnels. Light flares. A labyrinth of dwelling galleries. You hear the Z. The passage branches and opens into a tangle of galleries on the skin of the surface. There are doorways to dwelling places, all empty now, all leading into one another like cells of a honeycomb. Perhaps you can find your way through. Straightforward challenge. Pages. Painstaking progress. You make your way through an asymmetrical foam of beehive dwellings, past faded frescoes of the sea seen from above, beneath swags of cobweb where single sorrow spiders scuttle, past a long, mummied human corpse. Its limbs are curled and knotted like vines. What happened here? Okay. Let's see. We have 4 still. We'll go deeper again. Onwards. You found your way deeper into the citadel. You are in the 3rd tangle of tunnels. Ooh, spooky. Okay. We're gonna have to, I think, retrace our steps pretty soon. What I don't know is whether retracing our steps will move us back one at a time, or if it'll probably move us back one at a time, or if it'll just bring us all the way out. So I'm going to just back up after this because I don't want to run out of foxfire candles and die in here. Creep across a chasm. Let's see. The stalactite has cracked right across. That crack is a plunging chasm. The dark sea thunders below. You can probably get across. After all, you are sailors. Sailors have rope. A difficult crossing. It's harder in the candlelit gloom than it would be in the deck of a ship. The crevices of the stalactites seem alive with eyes. I'm good. I'm fine. Just a sneeze. Gotta keep a competitive an advantage in a competitive market somehow. Exactly. You think these lunatics are going to sail out to the edge of the world in dangerous conditions without extra incentive? No. Gesundheit. Thank you. But you all make it safely across. Venturing into the Shattered Citadel in no more than 7. Holy shit, you can go in 7. Okay, we're going to have to, when we go down to Port Carnelian, now that I've got a taste of how this works, when we go to Port Carnelian, we're going to sail out to the Presbyterate, whatever. We're going to sail out to the Presbyterate, and we're going to buy the cheaper foxfire candles, and then we're going to sail up here and fuck this up again. I am gonna fuck this up. I have 3 foxfire candles. Let's retrace steps. Closer to safety. There you go. Familiar footsteps in the dust. You're in the 2nd tangle of tunnels. Retrace your steps. You're at the edge of the citadel. Leave. Okay, cool. So you need 1 candle for every tier you go into. There are 7 areas that we could go in. We might want to wait to do this until we have the merchant ship, and then we can buy like 30 candles or something. We don't need 30. I think probably like 7 is as deep as it goes. Build in a few extras for contingency to in case we miss, like, fuck up a check. So we would need 14 absolute minimum, and then maybe we bring like 20 foxfire candles. It's gonna be like it's gonna be like a 400 echo investment or something. No, 800 echo investment? Jesus Christ, this is gonna be expensive. There better be good shit in here. Alright, that's fine. We're leaving for now. We don't need to do this. I am not dying for this ship. That nothing has changed there. Okay. Up to Khan's Shadow. I'm inclined to think yes, since you called them lunatics. Well, you know. There are different brands of lunatic. This is going to be a pretty profitable run, I think, though. Getting to, what the fuck? Unfinished pirates just stuffed into the shadow. Wait a second. I'm gonna creep in here. Oh shit, I could have fired a while ago. They're just pushing it around. That's so funny. Ah, shit, I missed. This poor idiot Doesn't understand the first thing about naval warfare. You ram the stern of the enemy ship and you just stay there, bumping into them and shooting them. Like some sort of schoolyard bully. Here we go. Idiot. Ah, right, and we got spider silk from it. That's pretty cool. Rude, keep out of me. Oh my god. Khanate war trimarans. Don't like that. Compile a port report. Have a one-eyed scrimshander carve something from your hunting trophy. Trade a hunting trophy for 4 watchful curios. I don't need those yet. Okay. Always ask your local shadow for permission before entering. It's critical. Okay, let's do... I know we need a minimum of 12 fuel. Let's grab an extra... Did we go up to the Chelinate on this run? No, we don't need to. We'll collect more, we can collect more hunting trophies. Although, we could... Yeah, we will. We'll go up to the Chelinate, which will allow us, to... Oh, beans. I don't want that. Go up to the Chelinate, carve our hunting trophies into outlandish artifacts, and then we can start stashing those to pass on to our successor, or to build into a weird cabinet or something. I think one of them lets you build a cabinet with the artifacts. Don't remember. I don't quite remember. Then we'll swing back to Khan's Shadow on the way down. Pick up a whole hold full of Stygian ivory, sell that in polythreme, then pick up claymen in polythreme, sail all the way back to London with those claymen, turn those claymen in, and that'll be the route. Since we don't have to worry about filling up on Sphinx Stone anymore. To future generations. Future generations. Shabbleport. Waves lap the slabby sides of a vast turtle shell, bigger than any cathedral. Shellinites loaf on wooden docks around the shell sides, staring sullenly. Lamps hang like decorations in a festive butcher's window. All around you, the sea is rank with scraps of ancient flesh. Sure, leave it to Chelinate. A bad idea. Compile a port report. No matter what details you try to record, the stench creeps in around the edges of the sentences. The Chelinites, watchful despite the reek, movement among the miasmic scraps of long-abandoned monster carcasses, frequent duels where the stink is thickest. Let's do Tales from the Bone. Bring him a tale, see what wonders he can work. Pay the chronicler to inscribe a Z story onto a hunting trophy, and you'll receive an outlandish artifact. The bones of the matter. Whistling, the chronicler does his work. With a flourish, he returns you a beautifully engraved piece of bone. A good tale, he concedes. Good enough. He leans closer. You're a Z captain, aren't you? Bring me a worthy tale of the bone, and I'll shape something worthy of you. I've long sought the tale of the glory's end. Glory's what we call this beast. He gestures around you at the turtle shell. None still live from those days when we slew her. But the saying is, the tale still lives on history's beach. Bring me that tale, Z Captain, please. Huh. Okay. Interesting. This hunting trophy here. Create a hunting trophy for an outlandish artifact. Young chelinates gather around your ship, pressing their chalked palms to your bow. They demand stories. One story for another. As your tale of combat on the high Z reaches its pitch, you lift the gory trophy above your head. The children scatter. Only a young boy remains behind, staring. He holds out a mask, a mess of tiny bones. Most look like they were scavenged from a dinner plate. Nevertheless, he points at your trophy. You trade. Alright, cool. And this guy's just gonna keep... Do I know how the glory died? Okay, I'll try that. We'll come back later when we have more Z stories. Shops. Oh, Stygian Ivory. You can buy Stygian Ivory for 26 here? How much was it at the Chelinate? Or at Khan's Shadow? I don't remember. Hold on. Can I just buy directly from here and then sell on? On Shadow, there we go. 27. It's only 20. Okay, it's one cheaper here. Neat. We've improved the run. Oop. Hi, Ruin. How you doing? Me literally going, huh? Every time Merc mentions Shadow. I'm playing Quasimorph. The recent update was great and improved tons of stuff. I really need to take the time to learn how to play that game. It's so aggressively up my alley. It's just very intimidating. I've fired it up initially a couple times, and it's like, I can tell I'm really gonna like it once I get into it. But doing that learning is, it's gonna take me a minute. Another Z-beast corpse afloat. So much carrion. We approach the Chelinate. Blue lightnings crawl leisurely up the funnel. Saint Erasmus dancing! The cry goes up. Fed the crew. What have you been up to, Ruin Princess? Been having a good day? You chilling? Ooh. Wreck of the Nocturne. I think we need foxfire candles for this as well, don't we? Yeah. Okay, let's give it a try. We have one left. The webbed hulk of this once proud vessel refuses to be dragged beneath the black waves. Superstitions of the Z give even cynical sailors pause before ransacking half-drowned vessels. Still, nothing in the code prohibits indulging curiosity. A harrowing emptiness. The fate of the Nocturne is well known, and proven by the webs stretching across its battered hull. Aside from those and a few signs of struggle, the contents lie mostly undisturbed. After all, what use have the masters of Savior's Rocks for trinkets, baubles, gold, and gems? If the crew and passengers were lucky, they merely became lunch. If not, you've heard the stories. The kind of Z stories saved for campfires on distant shores and cold nights when the rigging creaks. Of the Tree of Ages, a harbinger of doom crewed by sorrow spiders. What happened to the lovers who found Storm's broken heart in a sandalwood box? The suicide songs of mere superstitious nonsense, of course. Of course. Even so, it remains a relief when the candle finally melts and it's time to leave this place to the waves and the rocks. Huh. Alright. Well, that was grim. It's really great, but yeah, it takes learning. I'm happy to give some non-pushy starter tips that game doesn't explain well. There's nothing in the code against a dog girl being the ship captain. There's nothing in London maritime law that says a dog girl can't captain a sea ship. Anyone in chat like witchcraft? It depends on what you mean by it. I mean, like, nominally, yeah. I tend to like witches. Yeah, stories, of course. Yeah, stories. I don't do witchcraft myself, but I tend to be a fan of people who do. Some of my greatest role models and mentors in my early adult life, well, actually just early life in general, were witches. I'm not out here witch hunting. Okay. In it polythreme. Not into it much, but trying to learn tarot. Oh, hell yeah. I had a roommate in I bring this roommate up a lot. Roommate in Florida who did tarot readings pretty regularly. They're cool. We have one of the oldest gathering points for witches over here. I'm gonna use American Faith one time in the future to attract witches. Good move. I am excellent at attracting the occult ladies. Let's see, what else did I miss? Do you mean witch history? Do you mean Hecate stuff? Do you mean rituals? Do you mean mythology or religion? Yeah. Yeah. Anyone in chat like witchcraft is crazy vague. Alright. Gather news on polythreme. We've been here a bit. I'm gonna rush through. I don't much care for polythreme. This place is spooky. Sell all of my Stygian ivory. Cover some of our travel costs. We've got enough food to make it back. We've got enough fuel to make it back. What other... Do we have any other... Carry claim into London. Oh! We can get an audience with the King of the 100 Hearts for a Watchful Curio. Next time I get a hunting trophy, I'll turn it into a Watchful Curio at Con Shadow. Okay. Perhaps not. Restless nights. In the watches of the night, you pad softly past the hatch to the crew quarters. A man cries out softly in his sleep, desperately. Another. Inquire about their dreams the next morning. What did they see? Eyes and a face. The whole neath lit up like a snuffer mask. There was something in the roof, Captain. It's in the roof. It's watching us. Eyes and a face. Eyes and a face. Yes, you say softly. You lay your hand on the Zailor's burning forehead. There are storms in the roof. Hush, we won't join them yet. They're losing it. I think I mean like rituals. I'm not super familiar with witchcraft exactly, although I've done some tarot reading myself and known that to an extent. Fair enough. Yeah, that's one of those like it's an insanely broad topic. So it's like if you just, it's I don't know, it's like it's kind of like rolling up and being like, hey, anybody into polytheism? And it's like, what kind? From where? Whose practice? Is there a particular cultural line you're looking for, or like just broadly like the topic? Because that's a very broad topic. I'm interested in it as a sociological and psychological phenomenon. Same. I didn't realize that was broad. Yeah, I mean, saying "Are you into witchcraft?" is kind of like, like "Are you into religion?" It's a it's a super umbrella term. There are specific, there are more popular veins, and all that, but it's usually there are as many definitions for witchcraft as there are people who practice or talk about it. Anyone here into furry cults? I could probably get behind some furry cults. Tarot is kind of new witchcraft stuff. I know some stuff about Wicca and witchcraft. Offerings are still a thing that one can easily do. Yeah, it's again, like, totally depends on what, like, what your definition of witchcraft even is, because it's going to be different based on who you ask. But religion is more umbrella than witchcraft, considering there is paganism and Wiccan belief systems. Considering. Yeah, but witchcraft is a very, very, also very, very broad in the same way. Like, there are so many different schools of what witchcraft would even be considered. Yeah, witchcraft is both inside and outside of the religious umbrella. Yeah. There isn't like a single way of doing it, you know, or even like a sharpened necessarily like definition for it. At least colloquially, there's probably, if I look up the definition of witchcraft, I can probably get you a clinical one pretty easy. The practice of magic, especially for evil purposes. The use of spells. That's it. That's the definition. Which would probably be disagreed with by anybody who practices any kind of witchcraft, regardless of what kind it is. Basically, every culture / religion has their own kinds of witchcraft as well. Very true. Yeah. Yeah. So that's where we're at. You know, like it depends on the context that you're talking about it in. You know, if you ask I was thinking about getting into garden witchcraft. Hell yeah. Yeah, then I guess you would have to try and find, like, somebody who particularly practices some form of that. I'm supposed to be casting spells? Man, I'm getting ripped off. Yeah. Which I think is basically just botany. Probably, again, depends on who you ask. It's a really broad thing, you know? But that's really cool, and I support you either way. I have an academic interest in this stuff, so that's why I'm taking it from a very, like, farther back standpoint, I guess. Feeling a lot better today? Aw, hell yeah, Malo. I'm glad to hear it. Climb the fungal fiber ladders to its summit, the Utter Shroom. Shaggy, suspicious villagers scratch a living here, amidst endless clouds of spores and scurrying mobs of plant-animal hybrids. None of them ever leave. Monsters, one explains darkly. Z full of monsters. Visit the village. Hospitable? Not exactly. But they usually don't chase you off with sticks, and they usually let you sit beside their mildew-smelling fire. A day of spores. The Utter Shroom releases spores according to its own inscrutable schedule. Today, the air is soupy thick. They coat your hair, they clog your throat. They gather like sleep in the corner of your eyes. Conversation with the Shroomers is impossibly hard. You return to the ship, where you find a tiny purple mushroom growing already in your ear. Gather intelligence. What happens here on top of a mushroom the size of Marlborough? The villagers live a shabby but sufficient life. The Utter Shroom provides. They are secretive, taciturn, incurious. Ships rarely visit. Do they sell anything? No? Alright, let's get let's get the fuck out of here. I don't want to infest the rest of the Neath with Blemigans yet. Or maybe in this run at all. There is much esoteric stuff that isn't really witchcraft, and I personally dislike that. I personally believe in some stuff, spirits, gods, and such, and I already offered some stuff at Walpurgis. Fresh bread, herbs, clean water, a nice basket. Yeah, it's one of those things where it just, like, it kind of is a catch-all term, ultimately, you know? Witches, or rather wise women, kept a lot of the medicinal knowledge alive throughout the ages in Europe. Hell yeah. Oh, that's a bound shark, and we have 40 HP. I don't want to deal with that. Not with the supplies and fuel that we have. And remember, don't let yourself push into a corner. Find your own way if needed and such. Yeah. Just kind of explore. Find the things that you like. Keep that. You know, don't keep the things that you don't like. It's like any other like pursuit of spirituality or even ideology. You know, do what resonates. Find what feels right. Not so many goings. Ships from the Khanate are most common, but you see Shellenite vessels, polythreme triremes with chained and sulky unfinished men. Corsairs disposing of their miscreants. Even one furtive Eremi skiff. The wardens pay them well for their prisoners. This place is nightmare shit. And we're going to leave. Swallowing Isles, Pigmoat's destroyed. We will head back up, hit Mutton Island, and then move north from there back to London. I'm sometimes a little annoyed at the whole witchcraft title being claimed by certain people as if it's the only kind of mysticism. Yeah. So goes humanity, you know? There is like an eternal cycle of like terms getting popularized and then their definitions colloquially broaden to include a whole bunch of things that weren't originally the definition, and then it splits out into 1,000 new terms from that. It's one of those things that can be frustrating, but it's just like kind of inevitable, you know? Okay. We're in a pretty good position now. Gonna make it back with no major issues. Fingers crossed. We're still gonna have fuel. Then we're gonna be able to go get our submarines set up, and then we can start diving underwater. I did not expect to live this long. This has been a phenomenal run. We're very intact still, all things considered. You're killing it? Yeah, right? Doing fucking great. I'm gonna need some sort of food soon, though. Maybe a ramen bowl. Woo! Oh my god! Morpheus Dorpheus at the buffet with walruses. Hey Morpheus, welcome in. Thank you for following. Welcome to the company. You're one of us now. Report to the arsenal for your standard issue equipment. A morale officer will be with you shortly. Morpheus drinking a 40 in a death basket. Sorry, that's a brainworm of mine. Every time I see Morpheus or anything that even sort of sounds like it, that Eric Andre clip infests my mind. All right. I'm gonna try. Oh, officers, let's get our veils up, and we're gonna try and smuggle. What do you call it? Refugees out of this place again. 8 veils. Hello. Welcome in. Iron Hearts, Doctor aboard. Mirrors. Veils. 2 veils. 3 veils. Good. Okay, cool. That cranks our numbers up to 48. That gives us a little bit better of a chance here, I hope. 57% from 50. I'll take it. Lead a rescue attempt. Hey, safer ground. Your lifeboat pulls up to the cove, unnoticed by the sentries. Came while we was asleep, they did, an islander whispered. Some of us managed to make it to the docks or else to the coves. A couple of the lads held out in the Cock and Magpie long as they could. Alright. That's that. We'll take them up north. I probably shouldn't have done that because now I have to actually go up north to drop them off, but I'll just have to live with the consequences of that. Shoot. Did not consider that. Okay, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. No big deal. No big deal. Hydrate. Thanks, Malo. Hail and good eve to the great, the great and mighty. Ooh. Hold on. Fire. Cool. All right. I just had to kill that crab real quick. Now we can continue sailing. To the great and mighty Merc, the saltiest sea dog, soggiest puppy girl, to sail the Sunless Sea. May the winds never fill your sails, because there aren't any, and keep your powder dry. Aw, thank you. That's so sweet. Must water the plant. Yeah, you gotta make sure you hit the gotta keep the Tamagotchi from dehydrating, right? I actually take so much better care of myself since getting started streaming than I used to. It's comical. I'm gonna just wait here until the supplies get consumed, because that'll reset us. Yeah, now I have extra cargo space. A breath of relief. As soon as the gangplank touches the quayside, the terrors of the deep sea lighten. Walk taller, smile more readily, but what dreams may cling? One menaces nightmare strength. Uh-oh. That's fine. I have a restful night. I can survive that. All the clatter and song of the dockside, it soothes the soul. Are there messages for you? Something has changed in the neath. Alright, what did this guy need again? Zoop? Or bolts of spider silk? Holy shit, okay. The Tamagotchi, I love that, yeah. Mood. Wait, what about fertilizing the plant? Hey! Later. We're Merc's emotional support chat / care chat, yeah. Anything I can sell at Roser's Wharf? No. Let's do... Anything I can give to the Alarming Scholar? Not that I want to give. I guess I can do an intriguing snippet. 50 echoes for that. Roser's Wharf. I already clicked on that. Shops. Did I have anything to sell? Scintillac, yes. Get rid of that shit. So expansive. Sell this spider silk. What's in our hold now? The Claymen. Yes, of course. London. Deliver Claymen. One by one they rise, uncomplainingly, with no trace of stiffness or discomfort from the long voyage. The deck resounds beneath their heavy tread. The shroom yard manager waits on dock, tapping her foot. About time, she says. Here's your payment. Come along now, you. There's a good construct. New recruit who awaits your attention. It's just one engages Ailer. Here we go. What desperate desire has led this one to sign on? Who cares? They're very keen. Consequently, they're cheap. A new face. They come, they go. May this one live a little longer than most. And... we're getting so close. We're getting so close. 7,000 echoes for the merchant ship. I'm so excited. We could get the Corvette. We could have got the Corvette a long time ago. But, problem with the Corvette is it doesn't have an aft slot. And I desperately want to no longer have this secure compartment sitting in a box in my cargo hold. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. Port reports. Right, let's go turn in all the port reports. Dark Speckled Admiral. Pass on strategic information. Invisible eyes. He's hard to read with those glasses, but he reads the summary intently. Satisfactory, he says at last. Eminently satisfactory, actually. Good work. Take this for your trouble. The clerk will see you paid. I'm just going to rush through all these because we've already done them all. Mount Palmerston, Fort Cecil, Godfall, Hunters. Oh, this one's new, right. I trust the sisters are keeping well. They are citizens of her enduring majesty, notionally. Open shock. This is ghastly news. The poor girls. We had warned them they weren't safe, but it had been so long. I thought, well, it's done. Thank you. I will have to look into the matter of a supply post. You've gained 1 fuel. Your visit to Hunter's Keep has been confirmed by the Admiralty Records Office. Shepherd's Isles, submit as fact. Failed. Alright. Abbey Rock. Uttershroom. Polythreme. Chelinate. Hans Shadow. Wisdom. Quaker's Haven. Demu Island. Ask if there's anything particular they need. Well, if I can be assured of your discretion, speak to our agent there and return. We'll see that you're rewarded. Visit the Empire of Hands, far to the east. Oh, no, I haven't found the Empire of Hands yet. Oh, yes. Okay, that's fine. We'll be all right. You got internet back? Hell yeah, King. What happened to it? Wait, when did it go down? The poor secure compartment has been glitching through your ship as it's simply too large for it, like an oversized prop in Gary's mod. Yeah. It's just vibrating in the corner. I don't want to do the visit from Mr. Sachs. We have a submarine to build. Carouse the wolf stack docks. There is no danger here. Try to enjoy yourself. A good night out. Sea shanties, good companionship, and the warmth of a pub fire. Trouble and romance. That night in Wolfstack, you find yourself sharing a table with someone whose name you do not afterwards recall. Your only love is the Z. You'll take comfort where you find it, but that's all it is. A relaxing evening. Together, you exorcise the chill of the Neath. When you wake, you're alone, but that's how you've always preferred it. Yeah, ever since my girlfriend got eaten by the gods. Fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I do need to buy some supplies, though. That leaves us 15 cargo space for whatever grisly work I decide to do. I don't think we need to bring anything down south. There's nothing, I don't think there's anything we can really buy that will sell well in Port Carnelian that I know of. So I think we just roll with it. I think we just go. I thought you were dating that pirate poet lady. I mean, like, we are, but that's like you know, it's nothing official, you know. It's just like how can constantly fighting each other with immense sexual tension and occasionally eating dinner be anything but dating, right? That said, the gods did eat my girlfriend. Typical British Navy type hears that coastal property has been tragically depopulated and immediately begins planning the construction of more naval bases. Yeah, my pirate situation ship. Yeah. She doesn't. We don't do labels, you know. She has poetry engraved in her skin. She doesn't need more things weighing her down, you know. Right, Gazetteer. I could sell more of my stories and stuff, but I don't feel that I need to. Because the only things that would really get me a lot are... I only have one extraordinary implication left, and I don't want to sell that. I don't want to sell my outlandish artifacts. Got 7 memories of distant shores, but those don't sell for much either, so... No, this is what we do. Oh, right, I do have to Officers, gunnery officer, maybe? No. You. Speak to. Increase veils. We want the veils up? I don't have anybody that can increase my pages, do I? I think she's mirrors, right? Yeah, she's mirrors. How do we... Oh, we might as well talk to the scarred sister. She's usually in the sick bay, or up on deck, listening to the wind, watching for the rare storms of the Untersee. Invite her to dine with you, and talk about storms. Invite her to dine with you, and talk about what happened at Hunter's Keep. An abandoned meal. You broach the subject halfway through the cook's starter. Without a word, she pushes her plate away, stands, and leaves. Oh, okay, so she doesn't want to talk about that. Fair enough. Invite her to dine with you and talk about storms. Morose and uncommunicative. She picks at her food. I used to sit in my turret and listen to the wind, she tells you. I wondered why we had wind down here, you know. There's an account in a journal. She bends her head and stabs at her plate. Perhaps she's thinking of her books, burnt with Hunter's Keep. Okay, so, noted. Unproductive both ways. Let's improve our hearts, though. Memory. She knows a remarkable amount for one so young. I have a good memory, but I think sometimes, she tells you, that it comes at a price. I've almost forgotten my own name, but I remember everything else. And my name isn't so very important, is it? Okay. Cool. Got that. We're gonna rebuy our supplies. And we're gonna mark down our profit margin here, I suppose. What have we got? We left with 5,079. We came back with 6,470. That is a huge increase. We are doing a great job. We're thriving out here. Lodgings. I guess I am going to spend like 200 to rest up. Rest in the elegant townhouse. Terror 23. There we go. So it's actually going to be 6,200 after clearing our terror. But that's good. That's good. That's progress. Yeah. All right. Out we go. Oop. Ruin Princess again. Hello. How you doing? We're going to go get our submarine modified here. Sorry, I'm back. I'll explain. So the moving truck came and they hit my internet line. Oh my god. What? Sunless Sea? Does the sea have only daughters? Yes. Daughters of the Neath. So I was out of work all day Friday. Damn. I'm sure your job did not appreciate that. That is very unfortunate. I'm so sorry. I know every time my internet went out when I was working in insurance customer service, they were very, very frustrated by it. Daughters of the Squall. They said as long as I have proof, then I wouldn't get in trouble. Okay, that's good. Did you get the movers to like sign like a little document? Recurring nightmares. You've begun to dream of a vast eye. It knows you. You cannot evade its gaze. Again and again, you are alone on the wide black sea. The eye is aware. Your nightmare will come upon you from time to time, inspiring terror. Gain restful nights at your lodgings to help you resist it. If you defeat it, you may gain a secret. I got proof that they had to send a tech out. Okay, that works. Good, I'm glad. I can't have you getting in trouble. Probably should have bought more fuel. Oh no, I can pick up fuel at, I can top off my fuel in the Iron Republic for cheap. Grab some extra little notes from there. Always got to take out the Auroral Megalops. Easy way to get 25 fragments. And, you know, you need like 300 to level up, but, you know, we take what we can get when we can get it. So, the plan for this path out, we're going to go along the southern coast, picking up port reports at the Cumaean Canal, buying fuel at the Iron Republic. I guess we'll do a port report at the Grand Geode, unless I run into a glorious dreadnought, and I'm just not fucking with that. And I forgot to repair my ship. It's fine. It's fine. I simply won't be hit. We'll be fine. We'll be alright. We'll be alright. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Vision of the surface. Port report. Out we go. Yeah. I can always repair with supplies, which maybe I will do a little bit of. It'll be expensive, but we'll be fine. Famous last words. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna swing down into this buoy here, and we're just gonna do some field repairs. We'll burn a little bit of supply. Okay, that's fine. 54 hull is perfectly serviceable. We're fine! Ow. Yeah. Can you repair it in the Iron Republic? No. The Iron Republic doesn't have a shipyard. I think the only places you can get repairs are London, and if you have good relations with the Khanate, you can get repairs at Khan's Heart, I think. But I'm not 100% certain on that. Famous last words. Daughters from below. I love the Iron Republic theme. Every time this comes up, it gets me going. Factory engines roar like false lions. Blood thunders in the dark pipes. Crimson lightning skitters across the deck, leaps to the rail, curls there like a cat. The city is reflected in glassy calm harbor water. The citizens there have the heads of dogs and serpents. Hell has brought freedom to the Iron Republic. Freedom from all laws, even those of nature. The Market of Hunger's cavalry doctrine. On days such as this, the market is filled with crucified dragons and laws in waiting. They whistle a welcome. What do we got? House of Milks again? Alright. I will pick up... I could get Dark Drop coffee beans while we're here, which will allow us to go to the Khanate and get a trading license by bribing them. But I don't know if it's worth it, because that's going to be a long trip back up there. And I think we want to do... I don't know. Port Carnelian. We're going to get the submarine, and I feel like we're going to be spending most of our time underwater instead of trying to impress the Khanate. So I'm not going to buy the coffee beans. We're just going to buy fuel. All right. Out we go. What's up? Hi. I'm just gonna go straight for. No, we'll go to the Grand Geode first. Never mind. I don't wanna go near that Republic Dreadnought. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Oh shit! It's coming up this way now. Is that a Republic Dreadnought? That's exactly what it is. No dreadnoughts for me. No, thank you. Down this way, we'll finally get our submarine. Maybe I can become friends with the tigers in Port Carnelian. Marco's gonna go straight until she realized she'd almost done. Yeah. Yep. I do not want to just... Ever since we took those 2 hits from the Dreadnought and almost got, like, instantly sunk, I'm just... Yeah, no straights here. I hate wax winds. The sea here is warm. Bubbles rise and burst with lazy menace. The fire in the earth is restless. A sailor raises her hand. Oh, no, raises her head, sniffs sharply. Blood on the wind. The Carnelian coast, far to the south. The Neath roof glimmers above the mountain of light. Getting a little close to that vortex. Probably shouldn't be doing that. And as your prophets. Man, this place really wants me dead. Okay, we're good. See, Merc, this is why going straight is always a bad idea. You're so right. Be gay, do crime. This was always the plan. I don't know why I ever think... You can take on the Dreadnought? No. I probably could. Whether or not I should is an entirely different issue. I need to get an agent, but I don't know how. Call at Heartscross House, where the governor administers this distant fleck of Her Majesty's empire. Report. The governor is very, very busy. An attaché offers you a bowl of sugared puffballs and explains the work the governor does among the natives. Got to keep them happy, what? After all, they are tigers. Okay. I want to try and make Port Carnelian independent, but I don't remember how to start that. What was I doing? Right, the hidden workshop. Person who refuses to drive anything in a straight line in games because they're extremely gay, like an LGBT version of how CPAC never uses the letter B and replaces any force sound in a word with 5. Who's CPAC? I was gonna say kind of how Zoolander can't turn left. The hidden workshop. On the shore of a gloomy inlet stands a rickety factory. Once, and supposedly still, it was committed to the cutting and polishing of sapphires. Now it is the place where the fierce philanthropist houses her intrepid staff of engineers, the ingenious men and women who will convert your ship into a submarine. Complete Phase 2. You brandish the pilfered Zonar schematics. The engineers cheer. They set to work immediately. Your ship is docked at the workshop and concealed beneath a set of awnings. Beneath, hammers ring, drills whir, mechanics argue, reconcile, improvise. From the outside, your ship looks largely unaltered, but inside, new pipes gleam. A satisfying lever stands by the helm, surrounded by an array of mysterious gauges and dials. This extends the shell hull, a weary engineer explains. Don't pull it until you're out at sea, eh? The fierce philanthropist offers you a sherry. We've done it, she says. To your new journeys, madam, wherever they may lead. If you trade this ship for another, your chief engineer will automatically apply the submarine conversion process to your new vessel. Future captains can obtain a submarine conversion by returning to Port Carnelian. They will not have to repeat the quest. Yay! Submarine conversion process complete. Your ship may now transform into a submarine when at sea. Your future captains may convert their ships to submarines without cost. Submariner tutorial. How to use your submarine. How does it work? Once you've sailed away from a port, pressing the T key will allow you to dive or resurface. The transition will take a few seconds. Once underwater, your navigation bat will be replaced by a sonar system. This will give you hints of what's in the darkness around you. Pressing the Z key will toggle it on and off. You have a limited supply of oxygen while submerged. It will deplete while you travel underwater. If it hits 0, you will die, and your game will end. CMAC is a very famous former Crip who is devoted to never using B, like saying Custer instead of Buster, and uses 5 to replace 4 sounds, like 5 real instead of 4 real. Really? Fascinating. Hi, Salvo. How you doing? It's good to see you. That's got big Mista from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure energy. Although, you know, real person, so I guess maybe, you know, Mista's probably based on that guy. Do you think this culture will eventually progress musically to the creation of Zubstep? It's good. I like that. Why is everything Z instead of S? Well, it's not everything, just most things. And I think, theoretically, it's stylistic. But, probably because it's fun. Okay, what's going on? Playing Sunless Sea, you know, we're chilling. I need to get some food, but I don't know what to get. I'm thinking I might do noodles, but that's, the noodles are always annoying to eat when I have lipstick on, because I end up wiping off all my lipstick. But that's probably fine, now that we're in Little Merc mode. Probably doesn't matter if I wipe off my lipstick. They defo have Z Janties. Cool, have some American noodles. Some American noodles. Alright, very cool. Submariner tutorial, I understand. You're knowledgeable about submarines quality is now 1. You are the master of your destiny. You need no advice. Now I can talk to this person. Assist a specialized collector. A dapper gentleman lounges by a shoot of flowers, admiring butterflies with a predatory gleam in his eyes. Would you help him find the quarry of a lifetime? A man of pins and the jar. With a satisfied nod towards your ship, the incomparable Aurelian slips the butterfly into a killing jar. He explains as the vibrant orange wings beats against the glass. You've been beneath the waves, I see. Not yet. And I trust you've seen the tyrant moths as well, once. Fine creatures, but nothing compared to the regal kin, the most moth. I know where to find it, and with your help, we can see it hatch. Horrifying, I'm in. He gazes down at the butterfly, now still. Take me down to the Undercrow, and I'll show you something worth preserving forever. Alright. Alright. Don't know where that is. It's a little concerning, but I'm in. Well, I need to head to bed. Nighty night and sweet dreams. Good night, Chris. Thank you for being here. We'll catch you later. Sleep well. Like Merc said, it's not all S's. It's not all S's. For instance, you can visit the Sioux and admire the Cerberus. God damn it. Alright, I am going to make some noodles. Some ramen. Instant noodles, even. I will be right back. Behave yourselves. Bye. It's gonna be like I'm gonna be gone for like maybe 2 minutes. I think we just had an ad break, so I don't believe I need to do that. Yeah, we just had an ad break. So I'm just gonna go make your noodles. You need a break. You know. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna be gone for the whole time. I'm gonna go start the water heating, and then I'm gonna come back. And then I'm gonna go back down there, and I'm going to make it. And I'm going to be narrating it the whole time because I don't stop talking. Yeah. Okay. And I didn't spill anything. American noodles. You're gonna zap me when I came back? How could you? Or is more commonly referred to Zayton's spinach. I saw them in the store, so I tried one of those bulldog carbonara things you were talking about. It was a little odd, but very tasty. Although I'm still trying to figure out how to remain 6 tablespoons. Are you telling me you read the directions on instant noodles? That's crazy. Couldn't be me. Alright. I think we will simply purchase supplies. I think this is the cheapest place you can buy supplies, which makes sense. Being that, you know, the jungle and all that. What? What did I miss? Imagine a nice relaxing day at the zoo listening to Saz and smoking some marijuana. Oh, funny. The bulldog carbonara ramen? Yeah, I love that stuff. I think it's really good. Okay. So, I think we're going to... I'm not going to fill up on cargo because we're doing an exploratory mission here. Because there are a few places... There's an underwater area out here that we can check out. Then we can swing by, like, Adam's Way, maybe. Pick up candles if we need them. Go back to the Melting Isles, perhaps. Check out the Actually, I think I want to check out the Fathom King's Hold. We're gonna explore. We're gonna do exploration. So, like that. Like that. Yeah. Yeah. Really want to take Dark Drop coffee beans up to the Khanate so that we can eventually buy romantic literature, but alas, don't want to dedicate 5 cargo spots to it. Well, nah, we'll do it. We've got the fuel, we've got the supplies. Murky missed a do a trick from me. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on, I'll go stretch. Shops. Sapphire Exchange, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. There. We're locked in on that. Got 16 fuel. I'm gonna do some stretching. 1 sec. We'll do, we'll pop you up to big size. Move it over this way so that you can actually see me when I go over there. Move this out of the way. It's gonna go like whoosh. Hi. With my jank ass outfit today. I feel like I need to maybe like there. Maybe that's better. I don't know. It was more cohesive, and then it got too hot, so I had to take off my sweater. Or I could do a handstand? No. 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 We get in trouble. Oh. All right, very good. Do a backflip up your stairs? I can't even do a front flip without, like, bumping my head on the ground. Are you kidding me? Gotta mix the noodles and let them get all saturated with the good stuff. Let them become one with the broth. Okay. Back this way. These poses look like you're taking pictures for a fitness ad. Thank you. I guess. I think that's a thank you. That's a thank you. Yeah. Can we adopt a giant crab? I hope so. What a fucking dumb bit, but I'm glad you and I can share a good laugh. Fair. I agree. I like being able to share a good laugh. All right. Here we go. It was not in a bad way. I didn't think so. I'm glad. I'm just that's the anxiety speaking. I don't know how I could have possibly taken that in a bad way, but I still tried to because that's just how we go. Underwater. We're going underwater. Ready? Ready? Diving officer, submerge the ship. Ah! What the fuck? Okay. Oh, God. There's so many terrible things down here. I don't know what I expected. Sighted a beloved. Sighted a thalet. There's currents down here. Ooh, what's this? Treasure? I hope. What was that? Unclear what this is, but our engineer assures us it will burn. +1 fuel. Rad. Okay. Maybe you'll run into one of those faces. Oh God, we might run into one of those faces now that you mention it. I don't care for that implication. I never played much of the Submariner DLC. A boundling? Okay. So I don't remember. I haven't seen a lot of the underwater. That's an unclear bomb. Okay, we don't want that. I have like vague notions of what to do down here, as opposed to topside where I have a pretty good idea of how to navigate things. This is where we get into the real dangerous territory. Also, I don't think does my deck weapon even work down here? I didn't consider that. Submariner? A submariner in a submarine, yep. Don't bump into the old one? Yeah, we're gonna try to avoid that. Okay. Oh, we don't gain terror too much faster down here than we do up top. What? Oh, our oxygen. Fuck. All right. Now, oh, is this a light ship? It's not even an underwater location? Bummer. It's a light ship? Fuck. Okay. So, there was nothing there. We're gonna go head up towards the Fathom King's Hold then, I think. We could pick up foxfire candles from the Presbyteriate. Presbyteriate? I don't know how to pronounce it. Local captain goes down, forgets to breathe. Tale as old as time. So true. We'll swing by Adam's Way real quick. I think, maybe. Did we go to Adam's Way? We're here. But I don't have anything specific I need from that. I don't think. No, we're not gonna go Adam's way. Send out our bat, see if we can discover anything. We have a whole bunch of like unexplored territory up here, so we're gonna do some exploring. The Autumn Islands are some distance to the northwest. Oh. Is that a port or just a location? The false stars above are Pharaoh amber, like tiger's eyes. Stamford's expanse, named for one who lost his child to cats. Huh. The mists of the Sea of Autumn get into the eyes, the heart. It is not unusual to find yourself in unsuspected tears. This is just the tail end of the melting isles. Alright, so we don't need that. Or there's nothing here that we're really looking for. I think we perhaps dive again. Yeah. Down we go. And soon I will be able to eat my noodles. I love that the music gets muted when you dive. That sent me? Wait, what? I don't even remember what I said. Oh, beans. Oh, lost his child to cats? Yeah, yeah, some of the writing in this game is fucking wild. The Zonar has picked up an underwater settlement. That's moving. Yep, okay, that's a beloved. Some distance to the northeast. This is Visage. Oh, you know what? Let's swing by Visage. We haven't been here before. I mean, we stopped by here, but we didn't do any quests. Oh, yeah. Everybody who's here, I'm gonna put an announcement in the Discord, probably like tomorrow morning, or maybe tonight when I finish stream. Probably tonight when I finish stream, just to be sure that everybody knows. But I'm going to be doing a off-schedule stream tomorrow from like 6 p.m. Pacific time, Pacific Standard, West Coast time, to like 11. We're gonna be part of a raid train that's going on. We're gonna be playing, at least at some point, playing Night Rain with Ellie. I don't know what I'm doing before that. I might just play some solo Night Rain to warm up and learn, get back into playing the game. So yeah, we're gonna be hanging out. We're probably gonna do like a shared chat or something. We're gonna vibe, have a good time, and then we're gonna go a little bit later. We're starting later than usual. We're going a little later than usual, and we're streaming on a day that I don't usually stream on. So I'm gonna show up. Hell yeah. So I'll put an announcement in with the schedule or the details just to make sure everybody's all aware. But I wanted to at least let y'all know. My brain saw Submariner and pictured a Rolex Submariner. This is the mind of a watch geek. Amazing. It's a retro Atlasio. Visage. Hide your face. Hide all faces. This is the port of Visage, where faces may not be naked, except one, a stone monument the size of a village church, serenely gazing upwards, flourishing of years. Wandering parson, he glances nervously back at the face of the hill, but his handshake is strong. He seeks passage to the church of Low Barnet, beneath the Z just outside London. His suit is well tailored for an itinerant preacher. His cufflink winks with sapphires. Offer passage for money, passage for knowledge, passage for a blessing. People like to confide in parsons. What can he confide in you? It's an intriguing snippet, that's it? Fuck, I was hoping it was a secret. A small confession. Ah, he gives a knowing smile. You travel to learn as well as to trade, madam. I myself am studying the religions of the Untersee. By extracting the most admirable elements of each, I mean to construct a modern, superior faith. I understand the value, the spiritual value, of course, of hidden knowledge. Once on board, he insists you to find a quiet cabin and whispers one of the secrets he's learned in your ear. Now that is interesting. Read a port report and go ashore. Terms. All those who enter must play their parts. The sign is visible only after you've crossed the threshold. On the lower slopes, stone buildings, flat roofs, archways. In the architecture, there lingers a memory of lotus and palm frond. The hill above is a face, forever looking up at the ceiling of the Untersee. No one inhabits its cheeks or the hollows of its eyes. Check in on the customs house. One may not wander visage at will. Changing room. All visitors must pass, one by one, through a room guarded by a person in the mask of a moon moth. Masks in an assortment of shapes and colors await. Asked to go without any mask. Your own fair face will do for you, thanks very much. Ask the significance of the masks. Choose the frog mask, it looks curious. Choose the locust mask, it looks voracious. Choose the bat mask, it looks threatening. Ask the significance of the masks. Maybe there's more to it than a question of aesthetic taste. Moonmoth explains, each mask declares a different intention towards the denizens of Visage, and must be accompanied by suitable behavior. The frog is for visitors who, though perhaps clumsy and unfamiliar with local etiquette, have come in order to observe local ways, and to make uncouth comments about them. The locust is for those who seek profit in Visage, and would carry away as many goods as possible. You prompt about the bat. The moonmoth hesitates. Bat is an ill-omened visitor, sent as a messenger or a spy. Bat always dies. I bet our submarine is steered with a cheap Xbox controller. Never. Never. Of course not. My submarine is steered by a complex arrangement of pulleys and levers that I have several very strong ladies with very, very muscular shoulders constantly pulling and cranking. You know, that's how we steer our submarine. 6 head. Choose the frog mask. It looks curious. Moonmoth lifts the mask and places it over your head. The eye holes are large, and they are fitted with spectacles. These improve your view of the environment, though you must look bulb-eyed from the outside. There is also a mechanism attached to the mouthpiece which magnifies any sound you make, even your breathing. You start to thank the moonmoth, and it comes out as a booming croak. May you profit from your visit in knowledge, says Moonmoth. Its wings fold neatly over its back. Alright. Visit the Library of Parts, or the Flood Court. So called because all the books are fragmentary, perhaps. First, I need to eat a couple bites of noodle. And they carry our captain everywhere. Exactly. Yeah, these are good noodles. I'm such a sucker for instant noodles. Accidentally ate some of my own hair. Great. Happens more often than you'd think. I have to like lean over this way to eat so that I don't accidentally spill it all. So chat, while I'm munching on my noodles, what's up? How's your day been? Damn, instant noodles are nice. Yeah, I'm kind of a connoisseur of them, honestly. I got like a whole rating system. It's not that complicated. Yeah, there's the noodles. Really good flavor on these ones. We've been getting fancier and fancier instant noodles lately. And we've got a good spread right now. Which, like, I know fancy instant noodles is not like a term that makes a whole lot of sense, but you get me, right? Fancy for instant noodles. Day was long, kinda, but it's super nice here. Getting eepy though. Aw. He's newbie gotta go take a nap. Gotta go snooze. Gotta go have a honk shoe. Gonna do a honk shoe about it. Very good. Exactly what I needed. It was delightful. What's up, Big Bussy is in town? What an entrance, Parker! Oh my god. Honk shoe, flap, 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 honk shoe, flap, 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 flap. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. when she's into Somno. Ah. Big Bussy is in the building. What you eating? Tapatio birria beef flavored instant noodles. They're very good. But I'm going to set them down for a second, read another couple parts, and then eat the rest. Because they are spicy. And they've accumulated enough spice that I don't want to keep eating them right now. Okay. Visit the flood court. The moonmoth speaks as though you should already know what it is. No more than two. Okay. High water. The flood court is a long stone room with 2 ranks of columns on each side. Currently, the court is ankle deep in water. The water stains on the stone show that the flood has often reached higher, sometimes up to the height of your waist. In a raised niche at the far end of the room sits a statue of a man with the head of a ram. He holds a jar from which water flows out onto the floor. Moonmoth stands to one side as your escort and tour guide. Okay, so we have to play our part. So, try to steal the statue's jug would be the locust action. Spy on the other occupants would be the bat option. Hastelessly compare this room to other bodies of water. Frogs know water. Show oafish enthusiasm for this wonderful indoor pool. Frogs like pools, right? Yes. Yes. I'm about to tear up some honey nut lol Cheerios in a minute. Fuck yeah. I gotta try the Tapatio noodles one day. They are shockingly good. Not really shockingly. I like Tapatio, so it's not surprising that they would make a good seasoning for noodles, you know? Delicious. Croak. You exclaim at how much you admire this room and its excellent pool. Your words are, as always, amplified into a croak. Other masks turn towards you. Crocodile, lotus, blossom, crescent moon. But no one speaks. You have garnered a suitable degree of disdain. Moonmoth quietly applauds your performance of froghood. Visit the Library of Parts. So called because all the books are fragmentary, perhaps. Stoop at the lintel. Enter the dark. A room of heavy stone, guarded by a golden statuette of a woman with outstretched arms. The scroll niches sorted to correspond to a variety of masks. The jackal and the lioness, the crocodile and dung beetle. A woman in the mask of a lotus blossom is standing at a lectern reading in silence. Mm. 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 Study the scrolls in a bumbling way. They look very old, after all. Hearts guarded. Taking the nearest, you read it aloud. For guarding against the loss of the heart. Moonmoth takes it from you, rolls it tightly, and returns it to its niche. There are as many ways of guarding against the loss of the heart as there are different masks, it explains, in that same light and indifferent tone. Gained one visage expertise in parts. Do we end our performance? Hold on. Moonmoth speaks, so you should already... Let's go back to the Flood Court, and I'm going to try tastelessly compare this room to other bodies of water. Frogs know water. Have you seen the Kumean Canal? Moonmoth watches inscrutably while you talk about other bodies of water that have impressed you more than this one. Deeper, clearer, colder, more densely populated with fish. Other denizens move away from you and towards one another. Your social function is well performed. I like Visage a lot. Visage is a great island because they give you a mask and they tell you exactly how to behave, and then you just follow those rules. And I'm very, very, very holistic for sure. Trade masks with the Moonmoth. It has been making subtle overtures for some time. You only now understand them. Okay. It is keen to go. It draws you aside into a closet in the customs house. Had enough of Visage, it tells you frankly. Here, you take my mask and pretend to be me, and I'll trade in the visitor market and get on some departing ship. Get my life back. Its face, no, now you see. Her face is aging but unlined. A lifetime of never needing to use a facial expression. Ooh, okay. Your visage, your mask quality is now 4, a moth mask. Expertise in parts, level 4. Okay. I totally forgot that we can get in here this fast. Or it could be a good secretary, too. That depends on what genre of secretary you're looking for. If you're looking for someone who would actually be good at the job, not so much. If you're looking for somebody to do a passable job and be entertainment, yes. Mask or mask? Mark said she likes being told what to do. Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, that tracks. Being hot and eating noodles was a job. Merc would be the CEO. Oh, I wish. Can you imagine? Although I guess technically, that is kind of my job now. Kind of. Oh my, pulling us into a closet? Oh, I just got out of that! Okay. Visit the house of the chief geometer. It is understood to be an honor. Visit the temple of Apis. All the denizens of Visage go there sooner or later. Visit the side of the face. The stone cheek of Flourishing of Years is visited as a pilgrimage by the inhabitants of Visage, and if you are in good favor, you too may go. House of the chief geometer. Lines in wet ground. Each morning, the man in the cobra mask draws lines in the mud flat with a pointed steel rod. This apportions to each inhabitant a small trapezoidal area from which to harvest mushrooms and to scrape salt. No plot is ever preserved from one day to the next. This is the chief geometer, the keeper of directions, master of land measures and sea measures. Now you have been invited to his home, at the time customarily appointed for him to receive those who are not his equal in rank, yet not so far beneath him as to deserve to be ignored. What ceremonial gift will you bring? Hmm. The chief geometer. Oh boy, okay. Shit, if I had a foxfire candle, I could do that. That's good to know. A poem concerning snakes, copied on a new scroll. Bring a necklet of lapis beads. Bring a string of rats. Cobras like to eat rodents, surely. For the cat. The rats are accepted, but immediately passed on to the household cat, a sleek, black, satisfied creature in its own small mask of filigree gold. Awkwardly, this leaves you with no other gift for the geometer himself. You have no choice but to depart early, before someone thinks to have you remasked in a more embarrassing part. Frick. Okay. Visit the Temple of Apis. All the denizens of Visage go there sooner or later. The wounded god. In the center of the temple is a black bull with a white diamond on its face. It is tied in place with heavy ropes, and it is wounded in the thigh. From this wound it bleeds copiously without dying. The priests gather around the bull, capturing its blood in cups. Okay. Ask whether the bull will be alright. Try to bandage the bull. Offer to sell them a new, undamaged bull. Collect some of the blood for yourself. Leave a respectful token of offering. Even wounded, it remains a god. Impeccable. The tokens are small and not very valuable, as suits your lower rank in the community. The priests arrange them on a table with other small items. As you go out, you pass by the more impressive gifts. Drafting tools from the chief geometer, scales from the jackal, a heap of foreign coin brought home by crocodile. Visit the side of the face. The stone cheek of flourishing of years is visited as a pilgrimage by the inhabitants. At the proper time. You must, of course, wait until your work with this day's crop of frogs and locusts is complete. It would not be suitable to bring them along. Ooh, okay. Got a pages challenge. I've got 2 pages challenges. I need to get higher before I do this. I think we will try to offer instruction to a frog. Up on the hillside, the buildings become scarcer and then vanish entirely, leaving you looking at the bottom of a great chin. Offer instruction to the frog that found its way up here. That's the sort of thing your moth would have done to you. Your moth would have done to you. Page's quality gives you a 70% chance of success. Creditable on both sides. You tell the frog a partially true story about how this face was carved. The frog replies with an amplified belch and a story it heard about the sphinxes known as the salt lions. It's really a very good frog. Frogs are rad. The kitty must have his gift, and so he does. Don't worry, we'll find a job for Secretary Merc. Oh, good. I am terrible at paperwork and scheduling. I'm glad that you'll be able to fit me in somewhere. Hope y'all are having a good day so far. I'm having a great day, honestly. I've been thriving. This week has been awesome for me. It'd be so weird to just arrive in this world and all the animals talk to you. Right? Okay. Ashore in Visage. On the lower slopes... Oh, okay, no, we already have that. Enter the Hollow of the Ear. It is a place of still greater pageantry. This is a journey of several steps and may conclude your current visit. A proud nose. It is a festival day. The great stone face has been illuminated from forehead to chin with blazing torches, so that the profile is visible from the side more clearly than you have ever seen it. Flourishing of years is awake, says the genderless figure in the crocodile mask. All the denizens of Visage are walking towards the ear together. There is a place in the procession which belongs by right to the wearer of your mask. Fall in line with the others, strip off your mask, and prepare to depart. Fall in line with the others. Oh, what? I can go in with a flare? Interesting. Among your own, you go as though you were truly one of them. You carry nothing with you but your mask and your costume. May your heart be as light as a feather, says the woman in the lotus blossom mask as you fall into line behind her. Inside the hollow of the ear, the road you follow leads up through switchback along the side of the face, and finally to the ear of Flourishing of Years, and into the cave that is her ear. The tunnel bends back on itself, and all lights have now been extinguished. There is nothing to guide you but the hand of the person behind you on your back, and the movement of the person in front of you. The one who walks beside you wears a bat mask. Fortunately, the floor of the tunnel is very smooth and presents no stumbling blocks. Sound carries strangely in this place, however. Sometimes you cannot hear your own footsteps, and sometimes a breath comes back to you audible from some place ahead in line. Continue. There is a secret in the dark. In line, the footsteps of the people are steady and synchronized, and you go together. For how many years has this been done, and for how many will it be done in the future? Watch your step, says Batmask to you in an undervoice. Its accent is the accent of Wolfstack Docks. Floor is about to get squishier. And sure enough, it does. At last, the tunnel opens out. You and all other congregants spread out in a cavernous space. A voice speaks in the darkness, a ritual preparation. Here at the New Year, we gather under the one mask of Flourishing of Years. Her face is turned to the gods. Protected by her mask, we may remove our own. Protected by her script, we may speak outside our parts. Here and there is the sound of people fumbling with ties and strings. Your own face feels different with the mask off. Ooh. Wait and listen. Tell one of your own secrets. Fight the urge to giggle. What curious practices they have here. Receive the confidence of a stranger as holy. Tell one of your own secrets. All this time under the mask, it would be freeing. Strangely liberating. You begin to speak. Certain weights lift away. You have been in the wrong from time to time, but it is forgivable. You've lost 10 terror and gained 10 fragments. Lost my menaces, nightmare strength. Do nothing. Let the ceremony end according to the proper rites. The last bell. Did I miss anything? Secretariat. That's a different movie. There are other Gyllenhaals? Makes me think of the movie The Secretary. I don't actually know what... I haven't seen The Secretary, but based on the context, I'd probably like it. Let's see. Maggie Gyllenhaal is in The Secretary? Damn.
Clap, clap, get pregnant.
TLDR, it's a movie about BDSM, but it's pretty healthy and not gross. Hey, sometimes I even like my gross BDSM movies, you know? Parker, as a trans dude, does this island of frogs do anything for you? I've heard you kind of enjoy such creatures. I feel like I'm the only one that's seen it. Oh, probably. I do like froggies. Hell yeah. Apparently there's a whole family of famous Gyllenhaals, and I ain't never know anyone besides the Jake. It's kind of like the Skarsgårds. Merrick, can we pin this Parker comment? Which one? Froggies one? I do like froggies. Is that the one we want to pin? Hi Doge, how you doing? Yes? Okay, yeah, sure. Doge, you want a little? Here you go. That's for you. You can put that wherever you like. I won't judge you. It's yours now. Enjoy. I mean, it's consensual and it's kind of sweet. Rad. That's nice. Good, wholesome stuff is good. You know? It's a nice palate cleanser after all of my truly grisly interests. You know, indulging all of that. Doing even better now? Fuck yeah. What was I... Well, I was supposed to pin a message, right. In we go. It was, I do like froggies. Do I pin? I don't I don't know if I know how to pin message. Oh, there it is. Okay. Frogs are just little guys. I am a big frog fan. I like frog. Oh my god. Holy shit. Last bell. At the end of the hour, there comes a woman with a feather of shimmering silver, which she tucks into your hand. Symbol of the innocent heart that will not be eaten by the jackal. Then a bell rings and the time of speech is over. You all begin to put your masks back on. It is possible, you cannot know for sure, that in this cover, someone has exchanged a mask with someone else. It is an orderly and perfect line that emerges again from the ear of flourishing of years. If anyone watches from above, they must surely be satisfied. Your visage ritual participant quality is now 9, respecter of the sacred mysteries. Got a captivating treasure from that? Holy shit. And I have a secret. End your performance and leave the island. You can't stay in character forever. Lost 10 terror. Oh, nice. This has been great. I love Visage. Calmer. When the other citizens are distracted, you find your way to the familiar customs house and rid yourself of mask and robe. There is satisfaction in laying aside a role well performed. Alright. Sweet. That's Visage. That's at least this stay of Visage. That was pretty successful. Your dreams have passed. That's good. Isn't it? Lost 1 terror. Nightmare's quality is now gone. And now we go to this underwater place that's waiting for us. Diving officers, emerge the ship. The Lady of the Lake, her arm clad in the purest shimmering samite, held aloft Excalibur from the bosun of the water, signified by divine... Watery tart lobbing his scimitar at me doesn't mean that I get to be... Oh no. Yeah, beloved, just chill. I don't need to fight you. Rosegate. This looks cool as shit. What's up here? What is that? What is this? Is this a threat? This looks like a threat. Ah! Alright, I didn't like that. An eruption of violent, the color of perilous understanding. +5 terror, +100 fragments? Fuck, that was worth it. I'm eating the violent every time. Rosegate. It's not so much a port as a shop with a dock. Colored ceiling lights shine onto display cases lining the walls. A large shop counter dominates the room. Cigars, ashtrays, guillotines, matches, and carved boxes are all for sale. Each step here transports you into a new realm. At one moment, the heady aroma of summer flowers, then the earthly fug of fungus, the bitter warmth of morning coffee, the sickening sweetness of sweat and midnight honey. Go away, we're closed. The crotchety tobacconist sits smoking behind the shop counter. The ashtray next to him is stacked with cigar butts. I cannot assist you until my apprentice returns. Well, where did his apprentice go? I sent him on an errand. He just had to collect a parcel from... What? Bugger. Where was it? Either the Empire of Hands or the Tomb Colonies. He sits up and stretches. His joints crack loudly. I have very important work, and it can't continue without him. Please, unless you've news of the boy, leave me be. Sample a high-quality cigar. A rosewood box full of cigars sits on the counter. They smell of beeswax. The crotchety tobacconist cuts you a cigar and lights it. You draw slowly. Your mouth fills with a flavored fog, heavy on the tongue like honey liqueur. The tobacconist smiles. Your mouth will start to burn soon. Tolerate it. It's a transition phase before something rather refreshing. See what I mean? Just hold. Alright. Take a pamphlet. Neatly printed histories of the shop are stacked high on one of the display cases. A notice encourages visitors to take one. Self-published plaudits. Plaudits? The pamphlet describes Rosegate as a cigar shop, with a factory on the upper floor. True. Here they produce and sell an unparalleled variety of cigars. Also true. The tobacconist is described as a world-renowned figure, respected for his dedication to his craft and the brilliance of his creative vision. The pamphlet boasts that his genius will forever alter the tobacconist's art. Well, that remains to be proven. Port report, Rosegate. Interesting. Okay. A hunter's eye. Station 3, heart metal ingot? Excuse me? Utter shroom sporiole. Okay. Proving ground. The proprietor is interested in testing the limits of flammability. Alright, but he sells fuel. Alright, we'll pick up a couple pieces of fuel just to be safe. Just to be certain. Alright, out we go. Real grind set, wake up at 4 a.m., take a shit, then get out of bed. What? I just saw a TikTok where someone had a pierced septum and they had the labubu swinging from it using the bag clip. What is a labubu? Am I supposed to know what these are? Tobacconist? Yeah. Hold on, I gotta look up a labubu. This weird little rabbit thing? Wild. Okay. Sure, why not? Whoops, that was the wrong thing to click on. Mark doesn't know what a labubu is? No. Labubus have been everywhere for the past, like, 4 months. I live in the mountains. And I expend most of my social energy streaming, so I kind of become a hermit once the camera is off. I have heard labubus mentioned like 3 times, and I have never seen one. And I've never cared enough to ask about them. I just figured they were some sort of weird little MacGuffin, and so they are. It's a weird little MacGuffin, you know? I probably wouldn't know what it is unless someone pointed it out. Yeah. This, Brother Nature, this goes back to what I was talking about earlier. I am, like, despite being in, like, a whole bunch of different communities tangentially, or, like, being like frequenting and interacting with, like, a whole bunch of different people from a whole bunch of different communities, I don't actually, like, get involved with stuff very often, partially due to the anxiety, and partially because I'm just tired a lot, you know? I'm old. I'm an old hag, Steve. I hear and see them like hourly in different places. It's insane. That's wild. I guess it's just being in the mountains has protected me, keeps me safe. Yeah, it takes like an extra 3 months for anything to make its way up here, you know. Are those types of things really that new? I feel like the variation of keychain stuff is already a thing. It's probably just the trend of this particular one, you know. Labubus.
The what?
A labubu?
Oh, I haven't. Wait, are those like the little bunny things?
Yeah, okay, alright. See, so Faith knows.
I know of them.
She knows of them. She's more plugged in than I am, you know?
They're cute.
I'm a hermit.
They seem expensive though, but they're cute.
Yeah, expensive and cute seems like
the only reason I know of them is because I saw a YouTube short that came up on my feed that was like some person selling a labubu to somebody for like $200.
What the fuck?
I was like, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money for a little labubu. The idea isn't new, but the labubus are huge now. I just love saying labubu. Fun thing. It was, you know what it was? Is it tripped the same sensor in my brain that the peepees or whatever did.
Oh, the peepees!
Yeah. Didn't we destroy the last one that we had?
I think it's still in a envelope somewhere.
In an envelope, just chilling.
Yeah.
They're like $30 for a blind bag one, but people are selling individual specific ones for 170 plus. Oh no, they're randomized gotcha items. Yeah. They're gotcha shit. I knew it. I should have known. Smelty thought Labubu was a cute pet name everybody was using for a lobotomy. Oh yeah, I went and got myself a Labubu earlier, you know? It was, honestly, I've been feeling great ever since. It's been really... Oh, that's fun. I like that. That can stay. Labubu's. This? What is this? Witherweed damages our hull? Oh god. Oh god. Got oxygen. Okay, note to self. Witherweed hurts us. Didn't like that. Giving my Labubu a Labubu? Gotta get a Labubu for your Labubu so your Labubu can Labubu while it Labubus. God damn it. Sitting there with like a little... Oh fuck, that's a boundling. I don't want to deal with that. Hold on. No, 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 no. Do not like the boundling. We need to get an aft gun. I guess maybe we don't get an aft gun because I want the secure container. Suppose I can always exchange it out, but you know, I thought the Fathom King's Hold would have had a an area nearby it, but I guess not. Let's ascend. Gen Z and Alpha slang is just words to me now. I've been able to stick through Gen Z slang pretty well. The Gen Alpha slang I'm like too far removed from. You know? I tend to love running into like younger generation slang, and I adopt it because I am absolutely the like cringe aunt character who's just going to woefully either misuse or overuse slang from younger generations. I have already decided that that is the archetype that I will embody descending forward. Ascending? Ascending? Whatever. My keychain is some Transformers thing I got when I was a kid, and a little lady, Lord Saint Bernadette thing I got from my Catholic culture and film professor after we watched The Song of Bernadette. Real boring movie. Fair. Not gonna lie, I support the brain rot. Me too. I'm very, very pro goofy brain rot, you know? The Fathom King's Hold, Lorcan's port, named for that most enterprising of drownies. Phosphor cells burn green. Somewhere below, the king waits. Like an iceberg, like a bizarre master's scheme, like the Neath itself, most of the hold is invisible. You see only a tiny portion of sculpted coral. The rest waits below the surface. The Fathom King's bone rooms and aquaria, his pearl snares and his dining chambers. Oh, I don't have a Z story. Okay. Trade for drowning pearls. I need 7 Scintillac for that. Trade for white molliflower? It looks like a fish in water and a flower in air. The drownies recommend owning one if you're going to their cousins in Dahut. Okay. Keep an eye open for some Scintillac. Compile a port report. And, I guess we get out of here. Come back later. Bone room? AO? Yeah, gotta take me out to the bone room. Spend a lot of time there, you know? It's relaxing. Wait, when did I get over 200k channel points? I don't know. Gambling and or just always being here? You're around a lot. It makes sense.
Clap, 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 clap. Get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant.
There it is. It's so weird. Whenever I see one of the clips that the sound redeems come from, it almost doesn't look like my... Like, it almost feels like the voice isn't matching up with, like, me on camera because I'm so used to hearing it as a redeem that it's, like, etched into my brain as a sound redeem and not a thing I actually said at one point. Okay, I should probably start heading north. The Azquaric Abyss, 50 fragments gained. No islands within the Z-Bat's range. Down we go. Hydrate? Yeah, okay. Does terror go up faster when you go over an abyss? No, okay. An abyss. The chasm gapes below your submarine, descending into unknown fathoms. Dive. Explore the abyss. Abyssal rights above an abyss 3, and abyssal rights above an abyss no more than 3. Okay. Deeper. Your helmsman gives you a questioning look. You say nothing. You are unaccustomed to repeating yourself. With a trembling hand, she steers your vessel down. You sink into the abyss like a coffin into a grave. Stony walls rise about you. Your vessel's light picks out beds of undulating anemones. Okay. The walls of the chasm are as abundant as a garden. Rippling lawns of Posidonia, copses of shadowed kelp, garlands of coral, pulsating with tubular sponges, and here a vine bearing melon-sized nodules of color and shapes of pomegranates. Oh, I could perform a rite to increase my iron at the cost of my mirrors. I don't think I want to do that. True Sailor will find the taste familiar, it is said. I think I want my mirrors. Dive deeper. Succeed or fail, you will go deeper, but a failure will damage your hull. Increase iron by 20 is huge. That's not what we're after. That's not what we want. I'm gonna try to dive deeper. There's something even farther down into the darkness. Please. 36% chance we're gonna fail this. Ah! We didn't! Ah, okay, alright. Look at us go. Do you think Waffle House exists in this game's world? Not yet, but it will. It will. It will. And when it does, it'll get its own island. Your helmsman's response is unjustifiably foul-mouthed, but she assents. Your submarine's pinprick of light shines onto a cliffside, illuminating only a spot of a vast inverted cathedral, a fathomless church. Huh. Oh my god. A fresco adorns the church's frontage. Burned pilgrims supplicate themselves before a woman's upturned hands. Oysters grow in her palms. Will you enter the church in search of communion? You need it. Performing the abyssal rituals in the correct order will lead to a discovery. You need abyssal rites approaching her ladyship too. Okay. Alright, so I need to find another abyss and dive twice into that. Interesting. Depart. I've came what I came to see. This is good knowledge that we have gained here. Fascinating. Did it have its own weird name, like Wobble House? Yeah. Whoa, what's this inky shit? Concerning. Something brushes briefly against the shell. The Zub shakes. Up we go. An underwater settlement some distance to the east. Okay. We are running a mite low on fuel. It may be time to turn around. Can we make it back with 5 fuel? Maybe. I didn't realize how far out we had gone. We'll travel without light. We can take the terror. Sun! A great beam of sunlight bathes the island. Squint into the dazzle far above. There's a hole in the roof. In that light, you see beaches of white gold sand, trees heavy with bright fruit, the reds and blues and greens of the surface. Gather supplies. The jungle here bursts with life. Or we could go beachcombing. I'm gonna gather supplies. Yeah? We don't need supplies. Go beachcombing. If you're lucky, you might pick up treasures. More likely, you'll pick up bits of wood and the occasional interesting arthropod. Driftwood? Something glinting? A nasty glob of goo. Lies on the shingle like a discarded heart. Driftwood. A horrid carving. Someone shaped this into a devil mask and then threw it into the Z. When you look at it, it's easy to see why. Ugh. Do you think that this world has a failed playwright who then, due to his gross incompetence as a storyteller, decides to shift into grifting far-right conservative content? Almost certainly. London's probably filled with them. First you go lightless in Darkest Dungeon, now it's Sunless Sea, what next? I like my dark games with consequences and heirloom systems, you know? Okay. Do we gamble on... No. We go back this way. And hope that we find fuel on the way. Now we enter the calumnies. There's a wild and glorious scent in the air, a kind of light. Why do sailors fear this place? Next game in queue, Lightless Labubu. Of course his name would be Ben Shapiro. Sometimes she dates everything, sometimes I date everything, yeah, you know. Thanks, everyone will be here all week. Nothing wrong with that, you're good at it, just noticed a pattern. Yeah, it's definitely, it's the kind of stuff I like. This tone of game, like, sort of, that grim, either gothic or cosmic horror, or both kind of shit going on, with, a tinge of, like, sarcastic humor. Perfect. The promised sea. All through this place, the song of the drownies lies shivering sweet on the wind. An obstruction prevents you from diving. Seek clearer waters. That must be the place that we need to trade. What did we need to trade? We need Scintillac in order to get in there, and I don't have any, so... Rosegate, Visage, none of these have fuel. Oh, right. Turn off the light. So what we're going to do now, we are going to try to crawl back to Port Carnelian. Oh, you know what? We can go to Adam's Way. We have recent news. I think we can get supplies and fuel and stuff from there. I hope. I hope. I hope. The false stars above are feral amber. Oh, we already read this one recently. A carmine tint to the waves. We were approaching Adam's Way, where flows the mountain's blood. Good gosh, good golly, I sure hope we can get fuel here. Isle of Cats is some distance to the northwest. Oh shit, okay. I need to go there and talk to the devils. Devils. Well, I don't love the Republic Dreadnought skating around on the borders. Is it a Republic Dreadnought? Yeah, Republican Dreadnought. Good, great. Now, please, I would like it if you didn't do that, actually. We'll be fine. Did I hydrate? I don't remember. Probably? Maybe not. On a bed of monumental ruins, warehouses and way stations of shroom timber rise. All ships that approach Adam's Way are intercepted by the gracious, the Presbyterate's splendidly head-dressed coast guards. A quaint but inviolable tradition governs entry. You must tell them one of 3 stories. In return, you will be permitted to spend a single day in port. A tale of a city recently fallen. The gracious are always eager for more news from London. Is their interest strategic, or do they just enjoy hearing about London's miseries? Regardless, they permit you to dock. Day has just begun. In the town square, a yellow-robed priestess plants a seed in a bed of black soil. No sooner has she patted down the soil than a tiny shoot pokes forth. By mid-morning it will be a sapling. By lunchtime, a budding tree. By the evening's end, it will wither and fall. You must be back on your ship before then. I've already listened to a storyteller. Assist at an animescence hospital. It stands apart from the port, on a lonely seaside bluff. A dusty track. You climb the dusty slope. Animescence is a rare disease of the Elder Continent, a slow combustion of the soul, gradually baking the vital organs. Poets suffer worse than most, lovers worst of all. The blistered monks who run the hospital will accept any assistance. Oh shit. I should learn about the Brisk Campaigner. Apparently she's got quest stuff here. 50%, 70%. Assist in the cloisters, where the monks catalog the patient's dispositions, particularities, and progress. Taxonomy. You conduct interviews, record observations, track the simmering, inexorable advancement of a dozen cases of the disease. The more phlegmatic patients endure better than the melancholy and the sanguine. The abbot commends your attention to detail. The monks are not wealthy, but they pay for your assistance with barrels of fresh well water, gold-crusted bread, and a small, precious box of lemons. Ooh, 2 supplies. Alright. Return to Adam's Way. Let's try visit an exhibition of Presbyterate curiosities. For the insignificant price of a single echo, the sober showman will lay the wonders of the Elder Continent directly at your feet. The signs advertising his entertainments bristle with exclamation marks. In person, he is more circumspect. Cabinet of Curiosities, visit the grotesquerie. Sign stands before the crimson tent. Today, behold a monstrous Cyclops, the last of a dead tribe. It barely fits in the cage, but a skeptical eye would notice that the cage is too small for its occupant. To create an impression of barely constrained hugeness, if the creature could stand it, it would be what? 8 feet tall? 10? Exceptional, not monstrous. Its skin is grimy, its hair lank. Above its nose is a swirl of scarred tissue, a single eye, seared closed. Was this the very gigant blinded by Odysseus? The showman wonders. We cannot say, of course. Gained a tale of terror, a memory of distant shores. Attend the Cabinet of Curiosities. A sign outside the tent reads, Explore the natural and unnatural wonders of the Elder Continent. A shining jewel catches your eye. A shard of the mountain itself, claims the stenciled sign. How it blazes! The light is yellow as butter, but cold. You shield your eye, examining the stone through the gauze of your sleeve. It is a fake, only glass, set beneath an arrangement of lights and lenses. You complain to the sober showman. He is apologetic, refunding your echo and giving you a mysterious artifact that was excavated by an explorer of his acquaintance. Are those ancient fingerprints pressed into its glassy surface? Gained an ambiguous eelith. Nice. Take that. I'll leave the exhibition. I guess we can listen to the storyteller again? No, wait, hold on. That is how we get that quest that we've already done. Okay. We'll just assist at the Animescence Hospital again. Try and do this one. Cool. And we got 2 more supplies from that. That's good. We can always burn those supplies for fuel, which will allow us to get home. Return to your ship. The day is over. It's time to return to your ship. Tree of a single day quality is gone. Shops. They sell fuel at a reasonable price. Okay, sweet. Fuck it, we're going to Godfall. All right. I got this. Got this. I got this. I got this. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3. Let's say 9 should be all we need. We've got the coffee beans. We'll fill up with. We'll grab 1 more supplies, then grab. We need at least 14 candles. We can get 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Perfect. Off we go. I just spent so much frickin' money. Oh my god. Putting myself in the poorhouse. We're gonna go all the way into the center of Godfall. We are going to discover scary shit, and it's gonna be rad. We're gonna visit the Isle of Cats on the way up. We're gonna be so cool. I'm gonna eat the last little scraps of noodles in here. It's gonna be real. Ooh, I'm gonna run into. I'm not going to run into that island while I eat noodles. Here we are. Discovered Port Cavendish. Did I go to the wrong side? I did. Frick. Okay. And we wrap around. We're already down so much fuel. Oh my gosh. I thought I purchased up to 9. Maybe I should have bought more fuel. If I'm feeling uncomfortable when we get to the Sea of Lilies, we can always top off there. A scatter of yellow-lit honey dens and brightly painted alehouses. The Isle of Cats, where there are roses. To the southeast rises the stone tower of Cavendish Abbey, its ramparts hung with crimson and gold banners. There are sailors from all across the Neath hauling cargo, dicing, and brawling good-naturedly on the docks. The air carries the sound of sea shanties sung with more enthusiasm than skill, and the smell of roses edged with brimstone. Piratical welcome. Ambition. Where can you taste red honey? Oh, that's right. We needed to come here for our main mission. The salt-scarred navigator said he tasted memories of a failed expedition against an immortal city. Where is the one who gave it to him? Isery, Cat's chiefest claw. The reports are all the same. Isery manages the honeyed tongue, a den of exceedingly select and debased pleasures. You'll have to win their favor if you're to taste the honey. Okay. A piratical welcome. Welcome to the Isle of Cats, the wide-eyed dockmaster says brightly. Would you like to bribe me not to write down your details in this nice official ledger? You hand over the coins, and she tips you a sharp smile before waving you to the nearest alehouse. The entire process is straightforwardly corrupt and pleasingly efficient. The Rose and Tiger. The alehouse's sign is a tiger painted the color of rose petals. Someone has gone to great trouble and expense to gild the creature's eyes. They look out over the port, feral and unseeing. A caged hive of lamplighter bees hang from the ceiling like a chandelier. A few sailors give you hard-mouthed assessing looks, but most ignore your presence entirely. Hi, Captain. How's stream been? Really good. How have you been? How is family? How's your family? Let's see. Significant tokens, clandestine doings, religious observances. Is that a crimson-veiled nun? But what sort of nun would be in a place like this? A mellifluous sister, of course, she responds, performing a complicated negotiation between the veil, thick gloves, and glass of mushroom wine. You ask what one of those is, and she snorts. I'm glaring at you underneath this bloomin' veil. You act appropriately cowed, and the mellifluous sister thaws a little. We are beekeepers and honey harvesters. The caddies owe their prosperity to us, and the pirate king, too. She slurps the last of the mushroom wine behind her veil, and the barkeep glides over to refill her glass, eyes respectfully downcast. Clandestine doings. A whispered conversation, the clink of coins, an exchange of goods. The merest taste. You turn your head as though you were admiring one of the moldering draperies hung from the wall. A vial flashes in the buyer's trembling hands. He uncorks it, pours a few drops of thick red liquid down his throat. The vial drops to the floor. When you look back up, he is gone. You blink and look around. Nobody else seems in the least perturbed but that a man disappeared from their midst. You pick up the fallen vial and examine the traces left inside. Sticky honey gleaming with redness entirely unlike blood. Significant tokens. The caddies all wear a pair of amber stones threaded around their necks or pinned to their collars. Cat's eyes, one of them says, for the Pirate King. As far as you can gather, the Pirate King's name is Leopold, and he controls all the trade on the island. Half the caddies believe that he can take the form of a crimson tiger and creep into their dreams. The other half suspect, more prosaically, that he simply eats those who displease him. Okay. Very cool. Laws of the land. The barkeep stops you before you reach the door and hands you a brooch set with 2 amber stones. He waits impassively until you pin it to your clothes. Everybody wears cat's eyes here, he tells you, moving aside to let you pass. Just a friendly reminder that the Pirate King is watching. It seems that no place, then, is truly lawless. Pirate King's notice quality is now 1. You are almost entirely beneath his notice. Honeyed Tongue, Cavendish Abbey, compile a port report. I could compile a port report. Why not? Roses and Kings. You spend half a day observing the docks and note an astonishing number and variety of ships. Was that a Khanate trimaran nestled beside a vessel from the Iron Republic? The dockhands complain loudly that they have never been busier. The caddies talk ceaselessly and carelessly about smuggling and piracy, but even the most hardened sailors lower their voices when they mention the king. They go even quieter when they talk about the Rose Garden. You make careful notes. Perhaps the Admiralty will understand what they mean, even if you don't. Family is good. When my siblings and I get together, things get very weird very quickly. Fun weird? I hope it's fun weird. Plus, I got to hang out with my trans nephew. Oh. Yeah?
We have a date with
Holy
death.
shit!
Go out guns blazing, screaming
fuck! Bellies full of lead, hearts full of steel. I guess we're going to 10 tonight. Hey, what's up, everyone? Ellie, what are you doing? You ended early. What's up? You going out somewhere? You got plans tonight? Is that what's up? Welcome in, y'all. How are you doing? I gotta eat. Good night, friends. Good night, Parker. We'll catch you later. Oh man, look at everybody here. It's the smelly raid. We're being raided. Shields up, quick. I lost Hovey Ho. Oh no!
And don't grip on the calabash.
That is tragic. I'm so sorry. It's okay. It's alright. You can try again later. Now I gotta dress all in pink. Oh, the tragedy, the drama. I heard you talking about Hovey Ho. What was, if I can get a quick summary, just a real brief one. What was Hovey Ho? What was the central thrust, the main conceit of that whole sitch? Big oof, big yikes. Two hoes battling to the death. Well, I kind of assumed that. What were you fighting over? How were you doing? Anyway, hi, Ellie. Thank you for writing in. Thank you for sharing your community. It's a pleasure to see you, even if I'm witnessing you shattered in the wake of defeat, crushed under the power of a bigger hoe. We play a few games in first to 5 wins. Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. Can't believe it. You've fallen. You've fallen from grace. Like winning one game counts as 1 point, then we switch games. That's fucking hilarious. I love that. Where did you get your losses from? What games? What made you lose? Was it close, or did you just get completely blown out? Also, real quick, to all of the, anybody who may be new, hi, I'm Mercenary Girlfriend. I'm an 18-plus trans femme variety streamer. I play whatever games get their terrible little hooks into my ADHD-addled brain, and right now, that's Sunless Sea. We're perusing through the Untersee, finding all kinds of trouble, mischief, and mystical nonsense to get into. I was ahead at first, then fell off and fumbled the last half. I lost in peak. No! Wow. Get wrecked, I guess. To be fair, people who were good at peak are really good at peak. Oof. That's tough. Bell Gambit on chess was the final blow. Oh no, you had to play chess? Oh man. She never plays peak? Oh no. Oh yes, both of you. I'm so sorry. A Mandalorian, Lady of the Lake. Welcome to the company. You're one of us. Now, report to the arsenal for your standard issue equipment. A morale officer will be with you shortly. Wait, you picked chess or you picked peak? Or did you pick both? Peak? Okay. Oh, damn. Losing, and chess? Oh, no, Ellie. Oh, my God. You lost on the home team advantage. In your own turf. In your own house. I am so sorry. That must be hard for you. It must be. Poor girl. Tragic. It's okay. When we end up playing Night Rain, you can at least flex then, because you'll still be better than at least one other hoe, right? Damn, that's rough. Ouch. Yeah, you gotta give Elorelli a hug real quick, yeah. Who was the other hoe? I gotta unfollow you and follow her instead. This one's for all the marbles. Jillian smells blood in the water. She's jumping ship. Brutal. Right, okay. Where are we here? I realized after that I'm on my period too, and actually got really frustrated from losing it. I feel awful for getting so emotional. Oh no, Ellie. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for am I ribbing you a little bit too hard? I hope you're feeling a little better now. That's rough. That's tough. That's so sad when you get sucked in a little bit too hard. Oh, damn. Either way, you can relax here. It's all right. Mark, the least you could do is let Ellie out of the cupboard so she can go see her kitten. No. She stays in the cupboard. This door stays sealed. I opened that, and Ellie and her gnomes are just gonna run all over the place. They're gonna destroy everything. They're gonna steal everything that's not nailed down, and they're gonna, like, I don't know, knock me over. Go see her puppy. I'm the kitten. Ah. Good to know. Let's see. The Honeyed Tongue. It is both brothel and honey den, run by someone the caddies refer to as the King's Claw. Entering the brothel is like sliding into the dream of a surface orientalist. Jewel-embroidered cushions, bright silk drapes, Gilded statues of elephants, sun bears, and clouded leopards. Silver censers release curling plumes of rose-scented smoke into the air. The courtesans are red-lipped and coal-smudged. When you catch their eyes, they smile back at you with professional interest. Your actions will attract the Pirate King's notice. You need 5 Pirate King's notice to gain an offer from a patron. Okay. Interesting. Oh, I don't have any of the stuff that I need here. Bummer. So we need to come back here when we have Z stories, fragments. Z stories and fragments, I guess. And I'm gonna go eat so I can stop being so unstable. I'll see you tomorrow. That's totally fair. Have a good night, Ellie. Thank you for dropping by. I'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna beat up some big monsters, you know? You can take out all of your frustrations on them. Sleep well. Eat food, rest, recover, de-stream. We'll talk soon. Perhaps not. Cavendish Abbey. The crimson-clad, mellifluous sisters patrol its ramparts and tend their hives of lamplighter bees. The mellifluous sisters make their home in the richly appointed stone tower of Cavendish Abbey. Their thick gloves and crimson mesh helmets are worn, less for modesty and more for practicality. They tend the hives of the lamplighter bees all across the isle and make a religious observance of harvesting red honey for the Pirate King. Gossip with a novice. She could, she tells you earnestly, really use a lamentable relic. Best not to ask her what for. She's only a recent novice, and barely even inducted into the lower apistic mysteries. Still, she has some useful information to impart. The recent destabilization of the red honey trade elsewhere has been fortuitous for the Isle of Cats. Honey production can barely meet demand. The abbess and the lady of the gardens are having some kind of dispute over staffing, of all things. Gained 20 fragments. Okay. More passing awareness than notice, really. 5 fuel. No, okay. Nope. I don't think we can do anything more here. Do they have any shops? They have fuel. I could just... No. We'll come back here later, I think. Hold on. Where's the place that we need to go? Isery manages the honeyed tongue. You'll have to win their favor if you're to taste the honey. Okay. I could just spend, like, an ungodly amount of cash on fuel. And trade all that in. I'm gonna do that. I'm weak. Alright. Also, hi, Crow. We'll talk soon. Perhaps not. Damn, that's cold. Oops. Whoops. My bad. How are things? Things are really good. They're going great. Also, where was it? I saw... Somebody said hello. Amando. Sorry. Amando Lorian. I get it. I understand now. Is it Lorian? Would Lorian be the preferred term of address there? Hi. Good to see you. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Amanda works though? Oh, okay. Alright, cool. I can never tell. I never, I misread names all the goddamn always, and I always get afraid that I'm gonna interpret it in a way that is really negative. Oh, Dude Rolls, hi, how you doing? It's good to see you. Cavendish Abbey. Fuel for the bee smokers. The sister who tends the smokers is the talkative sort. The sister tells you that the Pirate King went to Abbey Rock 50 years ago and asked the abbess to send some of her novices to Port Cavendish. You ask why, and she shakes her head. The better question is, why did the abbess send her precious novices to a place like this? You suggest a hefty bribe, or perhaps coercion. The sister cackles harshly. The Sisters of the Rock respect strength of arms, which of course the Pirate King knew only too well. He challenged the Abbess to a duel and won. She didn't have much choice then. She cackles again. Ask our Abbess if you don't believe me. She was one of those very novices sent across the sea. Okay. I can come back here with recent news to meet with the Abbess. But I now have enough fragments to trade in at the Honeyed Tongue. Comfort a Z captain. A Z captain is weeping gently into a courtesan's bosom, muttering of her lost crew in rose gardens. They're all tending the gardens now, she wails and begins to weep again. My poor crew. You wait for a hitch in the sobs and inquire further. It is a slow, delicate business drawing answers out of her, but you're nothing if not perseverant. It seems her crew was conscripted by the Lady of the Gardens, and that their duties are something far worse than horticulture. You leave her reciting the names of her lost sailors and commending them to Salt's mercy. Pirate King's notice. 4. Your antics intrigue. I need 5? Alright. We're gonna spend the money on fuel. Can we repeat? We can probably repeat, right? And we can just go back, talk to the bee stoker lady again. Cool. Excellent. The Lady of the Gardens offer. Her name, she says, is Zyra. You should use it. The lady's patronage. We have not met, have we? No, this is definitely the first time. But, The Lady of the Cages shakes her head sharply. Best to proceed as if it is the first, don't you think? A veil of gold mesh obscures her only her eyes, leaving her glistening, bitten lips bare. Perhaps 100 small silver keys jangle in a bunch at her left hip. I think we should be friends. I'm very important, you know. Or I was. No, still am. She pauses. Yes, I'm quite sure I still am. Oh, no. You can only have one patron on the Isle of Cats. Choose well. Unfortunately, I really want to accept her deal. Look at her go. Lorian's also fine. People use both. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, cool. I really want to accept her offer, but I need to work with Izuri to get our immortality ambition. So that's what we do. Refuse her. You are quite busy at the moment, and possibly your grandmother is ill. Zyra takes your refusal in stride. Maybe you'll rethink things once your grandmother is feeling recovered. Is it sciatica or fluke flu? Both. You don't say. My sympathies. Fort Cavendish. The Honeyed Tongue. It is both brothel and honey den, run by someone the caddies refer to as the King's Claw. Izuri. The Claw keeps a suite in a maze of corridors above the brothel. The King's Claw tells you to call them Izuri. They are dressed in azure silk and wearing clawed strings of enamored metal and ivory on the fingers of their right hand. They are very beautiful, if you like them sharp and glittering and ambiguously gendered. You have caught the interest of the Pirate King, and therefore my interest as well, they say, fixing you with an amber-eyed gaze. You seem capable enough, and I have need of a capable friend. Accept their offer. You can never have too many friends in the Neath. Oh, wait, I can talk about the memories without accepting Izuri's offer. Then maybe I can go and accept the Veil Lady. Passing out, have a good rest of stream. Will do. Thank you for hanging out, Jill. We'll catch you later. Bye. Discuss the well-traveled notary's memories. Your quest has led you here. You need to know what the notary knew about Nida, about the presbyterate, about the secret of immortality. The cat's chiefest claw meets you in their suite with a distracted air and a raised eyebrow. You raise the matter of the well-traveled notary's memories. Izuri taps clawed finger rings on the stem of a wineglass. The sound is silvery and sharp. I see someone's been talking. I'm reluctant. The notary only has a taste or two left in him. I was saving them for myself. This NIDA business. Fascinating. Offer a preposterous price. 600 echoes isn't too bad. Alternatively, earn Isery's admiration to reduce the cost. We'll just spend it. It's enough for a whole shipment of red honey. Ugh, that is gonna hurt. That's gonna set us back. Gonna set us back. Alright. The flight from Nida. Isery removes a jar from a teak cabinet and a spoon of tarnished silver from a drawer. They set them on the desk before you. You scrape out the dregs of crimson honey, barely a spoonful. You lick it clean, and the memories take you. You remember panic, disaster, disassociated fragments of a wild flight, heat, intolerable heat. You stumbled, and the gemmed flagstones burned your hands. You regained your feet. Behind you came the host of hyenas, fresh from the city of caution, laughing as they slew. Through the broken persimmon gate, still littered with corpses, the basalt walls at your back, now back against the blazing shoulder, black against the blazing shoulder of the mountain, and how it blazed, bright as the sun's skin. Only your goggles of smoked glass kept your eyes from boiling. You remember the desperate journey back down the Scarlet River, on living polythremy ships that grieved for those left behind. A man leans on the rail, black shirt, a church dog collar. Your employer, Lighton. He turns to look at you, and he is bereft. Off the port side, a ship expires from grief and sinks into the red, red waters. The memories falter. You return to the Isle of Cats. Isery is there, reading. Ah, you're back. Interesting, no? Someone tried to steal the Presbyterate's immortality. I'd say they were bold, but they failed, which makes them stupid. Still, they got close. Lighton is the name you've heard before. It belongs to a certain fierce philanthropist who resides in Port Carnelian. All right. That's something. That's a mission. That's an objective. Also, I'm going to go and accept the Veil Lady's offer now. Port Cavendish. Cavendish Abbey. Lady of the Gardens. Accept her offer. It is always useful to be friends with important people, even if they're hazy on the subject. Although, maybe we hold off. Who should we side with? Does anybody have preference? Either Isery, the person we were just talking to, who sold us the memory honey that we just drank, or ate, or the Veiled Lady of the Garden, who I presume manages the bees. The sharp they them that runs the brothel bar, or the gold veiled lady who maintains the gardens of evil bees that eat people's memories. I don't know. It's a tough call. Maybe we put it off until later. Unsure. I think I buy fuel, I burn north for what is it? Godfall. And we sort this out the next time we make port. Because making decisions is for people who don't have immortality together. I'll have all the time in the world once I steal immortality from that terrifying mountain castle. All right. So we need to hit Godfall, and then probably the Shadow to refuel. What other objectives do we have? Then we can run from Khan's Shadow and buy Stygian Ivory at Khan's Shadow, go down to Polythreme, sell that off, move back down over this way. Unsure. We can probably do a lot of runs out here without even needing to return to London for a while. Alright. I suppose we should stop along the way to pick up port reports at places like the Utter Shroom, and yeah, we'll swing by the Utter Shroom, then go up to Godfall, I think. Although there is an underwater place to investigate there. I'd rather swing by and check that out. We can flex our submarine skills. We watch for fungal pads in the Sea of Lilies. There is a prison here, guarded by knot oracles. I think of what they call those giant frogs, with all the eyes on them. Wretched little things. Compile a port report. Get the hell out of here. Down we go. Scrimshander. Horrifying. I love it. Entering Scrimshander. Before you looms the bone tower of Scrimshander, the city of remembrance. Ivory structures jut from the pile, supported by buttressing tusks. As your light plays across them, you can make out inscriptions, names, pictures, and dozens of lost languages. The largest ones carry a warning. All are welcome to enter, but none may depart without leaving something of themselves behind. Accept the price and dock you need. You'll have to pay a price to depart from Scrimshander. Accept the price and dock. A drownie floats before the docking gate of a bone cathedral. She wears a cowl and carries a ceremonial key carved from a femur. At your approach, she sings a solemn greeting. Soldier, scholar, servant of art, history welcomes without toll, but be warned ere you depart, none who enter escape whole. Yeah, alright. I'm into it. Let's go. Carve me up. A cowed crew. The Guardian unlocks the ivory gates. Steel glints in her fingers as she carves an image of your ship into her massive bone key. Your brave crew decides to remain on the ship as you disembark for the tower's dry center. Step into Scrimshander, the city of remembrance. You walk down a damp nave of bone. Intricately carved ivory walls depict improbable scenes from history. The walls are edged in tiny finger bones, each bearing a single name. Inhabitants wear ashen robes and carry steel-tipped bone quills, which you recognize most as drownies or chelinate expatriates. While most are quiet and ignore visitors, you hear your heated argument over interpretations of the sacred remains. Heated argument. Sacred remains, which will include whatever you leave behind when you depart. What do I need to leave? Be ready. Okay. Compile a port report. Consider it an ongoing history of the present. Few visitors, fewer departures. The inhabitants of Scrimshander spend much of their time preying on the mysteries of the past. They spend almost as much time arguing about their interpretations. Salted residents often collect nearby salvage, studying the results and inscribing their interpretations on any skeletal remains. But those who leave too often are easily recognized by what they have left behind in their travels: memories, personalities, and bones. Otherwise, they rarely consider the present, certainly not with the same focus they give to the histories buried within their tower. Recent world events are met with polite silence, unless it prompts an anecdote about similarities with antiquity. Apart from old grudges and new theories, very little changes here. What have we got? Wander the halls, take note of a veiled woman, or gather at the stage of history. Let's take note of a veiled woman. A middle-aged woman in a veiled hat is staring at you, waiting for you to notice and listen to her. The imperious sister's tale. She pushes a sheaf of papers into an oversized case and bustles towards you. I've been all over Scrimshander, and I can find no sign of my brother's writing or any inscription about him, she says, which is strange, because I was most definitely assured he had come here. Meanwhile, I made certain promises of a pecuniary nature, which mean that I am not at liberty to leave Scrimshander again for a few days. So I turn to you. Could you assist me? Are your services for hire? It is a matter of family loyalty, of the ties of blood. Receiving a commission from the imperious sister. The woman is no longer exactly youthful, but she speaks passionately from under her veil. Perhaps she has studied heroines on the stage. I need help, to be reconciled with my dear brother. Listen to what she wants. She is very urgent to speak with you. She has a brother who is dear to her, a sensitive soul, very reserved. He used to work for the Admiralty. Something happened to distress him there. When I asked him about it, he said that I had enough to worry about with my own concerns. My husband was ill at the time, but I could help him if you would only permit me to know his troubles. For, you know, she puts a hand on her heart, bearing one another's burdens is what makes us truly good. She tells you that you'll need to go to Igol, the city of regrets, find her brother's regret and return it to her. She will pay, gladly. All right, noted. Wander the halls. The higher in the tower, the more recent the tales. Perhaps they can be useful. Familiar tale. The simple houses are built with bricks of ash and bone dust. Each bears a finely engraved story, from the mundane to the profane. Some bricks tell the same tales, from different and contradictory sources. You spend a quiet hour reading the side of a derelict house. A handful of its tales are suspiciously familiar. Alright. Gather at the stage of history. Scholars file quietly into a pair of great ivory doors at the far end of the hallway. When they stumble out again, you can hear raised voices, arguments, and laughter. To the amphitheater. After the reverent silence of the outside, the boisterous noise of the amphitheater washes over you like a heavy sea beyond these walls. Actors strut in an amphitheater of bone, performing historical plays of dubious veracity. An audience watches from below, with each roaring drunk member applauding or jeering different details of the work. Above, an imperious figure wearing a crown of ivory judges each performance from a raised theater box. All are served by a single man, weaving between the crowd and wearing a perpetual smirk. Talk with the glib historian. Watch a fierce debate. Trade coffee for time in the archives. I do have coffee, but I need it to sell to the con. So, that's actually, can't give that up. Talk with the glib historian. The mushroom wine he serves is stale. The plays he announces are questionable at best, but the impeccably bearded man with the olive skin laughs at every performance and has a smile for every patron. Excuse me. Warring theories on the stage of history. Coffee! Yeah, we've got a hold full of coffee beans heading for the con. Fuck. Oh no, did you forget? Did you leave coffee brewing or something? Never give up the coffee. Coffee is the liquid of life. Exactly. Yeah, I know what I'm all about, you know? I got that coffee stored. I got it all compressed in the hold in big bricks. Some cheer history as the work of brave and inspired heroes, especially them who wish they could be heroes themselves. The glib historian rolls his eyes theatrically. Others say it's all shaped by cyclical changes in scientific progress, economics, and such, but nothing gets in the way of a good story quite like nuance. He spits the word out like a rotten grape. We let him argue up on the stage and give an ivory crown to whoever's the most convincing at the moment. He waves a hand at the temporary monarch in the raised seat above. As far as I'm concerned, he confides, filling a patron's mug with cheap wine, history is what you make of it, and I make a killing. You've learned enough about history to distrust any one person's interpretation. Agree to search the Ivory Archives for a hero? Agree to search the Ivory Archives for a patron. Oh no, for a pattern. Johnny Chorus sits dejectedly in the corner, griping about the hero worship on display. They'll pay well if you can research the societal context to the figures on the stage. I'm not going to do this because maybe I will. Okay, we'll give that a shot. One sec. Watch a fierce debate. Oh, that'll put me over the top, huh? Two monks propose new historical interpretations based on research in the archives. Weapons are strictly prohibited. The arguments range from impassioned to inscrutable, and the jeers of the crowd don't help. The winner is selected by the monks throwing knuckle bones at their choice. The winner receives the ivory crown and ascends to the ruler's seat. Your enjoyment of the ceremony is diminished somewhat when you find an errant knuckle bone in your mug. Hey. Now I can't do these. We'll leave the amphitheater. Back to the quiet of the crypt. We'll come back here later. Okay. Well, yeah. We're gonna want to do this when we have just a whole hold full of coffee beans. Oh, just said fuck in regards to your situation. Oh, yeah. My blood is coffee. Are you looking to play it safe or be a little risky? I don't know. I think I only have 5, and 5 is the minimum recommended. I think I should come back here and do this when I can buy, like, 10 sacks of coffee beans and just make sure I have enough time. I have a hold filled with candles to go explore Godfall, so we're going to leave Scrimshander. Departing. Were there quite this many guards when you came in? Was there always a pile of fresh bones by the entrance? No one may depart Scrimshander without leaving something of themselves behind, by which to be remembered. Tradition demands it, as do the muscular guards at the gate. Their sharpened bone quills are at the ready to collect your donation. Provide transport for a scholar. A bandaged scholar stands near the exit, angrily brushing ash off of himself. At your approach, he brusquely demands passage to Hideaway. Of course he'll pay. Okay. In search of history's losers, he's studied remains of 100 wars and read 1,000 bitter ends. Now he seeks the survivors so he can interview them in person. He assures you it's a purely academic interest. His life has been splendid. Personally, he merely wishes to see how they live with themselves. The scholar of lost causes grumbles as he settles into his bunk, ready for the trip to Hideaway. Leave behind a past triumph, vitality, warmth, something a little more tangible. I could give him a finger. I can give up 1 iron. And then I can just make sure that I always have a... Do I need all my fingers? I can give them a finger, right? Why give them stats when finger do trick? Right? Give me your virginity? That's long gone, cat. No chance on that. No shot. We can lose a pinky, right? I've got like, yeah, I can do it 4 times. I did what's one finger? What's one finger? One guard carries a butcher's cleaver. With a shudder, you recall how many finger bones decorate the tower. Fuck it. Yeah, take a finger. A brief pinch, then blissful numbness. 1 finger is 1 more than none. It's a simple enough process. The guard lights a bittersweet incense, and after a few deep breaths, you're ready. All you have to do is place your hand on a low table. The guard takes it from there. He even offers you a glove afterwards. Its finger is stuffed with a poultice to ease the pain. A moment later, you could even pretend it never happened. Yes, let's do that. All right, and away from Scrimshander we go. One finger lighter. All right, what's this terrible thing down here? I could do it 4 times. I can't. That's an unclear bomb. We don't want that. Godfall just to the north. Lovely. You could also try going to Nuncio and delving into the archives, but I think I'd rather do that on the way back. You know what's in there? No? Picked up an underwater settlement some distance to the northwest. Up we go. Sometimes you've got to make the hard choices, you know? Like whether you sacrifice a point of your fighting ability or give them a pinky. And I chose a pinky. Oh my god, Lily, you're so upset. Whoa. A burst of Irigo light, the color of forgetting, -10 terror, -100 fragments. Frick. Well. We're gonna check this place out. Oh, this is Dahut. Okay, no, we don't go to Dahut until we have... We have to trade... Shintalak from Port Cecil to the Fathom King to get some sort of token to get into Dahut. So we'll have to go up to here, then down to here before we can check that place out. And I don't know if we're going to end up doing that on this run. Depends on how well our immortality quest goes. Godfall. Sometimes, just occasionally, bits of the roof fall off. Be glad you weren't here when this one did. I recall there's some place where you can replace your liver with salt. What? That sounds awesome. Oh, apparently it's the 69th day in the game. Congratulations, everyone. Nice. Okay. Of shouting. Let them tell you about past and present events in the monastery. They're eager to talk to you about their history. The stalactite, they assure you, was one of the citadels of the starved men who dwell in the roof. When it fell, a few of its occupants survived to become the monks' progenitors. How does that work, you wonder, with their vow of celibacy? They become vague and are suddenly eager to speak of the details of the passing shipping. Alright, we're going in. Explore the shattered citadel. We have 17 foxfire candles. More than enough, probably. Through the cellars. The monks have blocked the tunnels into the citadel. The starved men live there, one says vaguely. They're all dead, of course, but you still wouldn't want to meet them. Still, there's a gap in the cellar wall that they keep meaning to fix. All beneath is dark. The citadel is dark as only a once bright place can be. It hung up there among the false stars, drowned in azure light for how long? Now it's here. So are you. Go deeper. The citadel lies on its side. All its halls and tunnels tilt crazily. Edge your way through like an ant through a broken puzzle box. You found your way deeper into the citadel. Creep across a chasm. The stalactite has cracked right across. That crack is a plunging chasm. The dark sea thunders below. You can probably get across. After all, you are Zailers. Zailers have rope. A difficult crossing. It's harder in the candlelit gloom than it would be in the deck of a ship. The crevices of the stalactites seem alive with eyes, but you all make it safely across. We're gonna go deeper. A labyrinth of dwelling galleries. You hear the Z. The passage branches and opens into a tangle of galleries on the skin of the surface. There are doorways to dwelling places, all empty now, all leading into one another like cells of a honeycomb. Perhaps you can find your way through. Painstaking progress. You make your way through an asymmetrical foam of beehive dwellings, past faded frescoes of the sea seen from above, beneath swags of cobweb where single sorrow spiders scuttle, past a long mummied human corpse. Its limbs are curled and knotted like vines. What happened here? Go deeper. Onwards. Search the church of the starved men. A cruciform chamber with a great altar, rows of rotting pews. Perhaps the windows once held stained glass. The altar is dripstone, painstakingly carved into organic shapes. Jointed limbs, eye bulbs, snapping claws, armored excrescences. What is this word? Excrescences. There we go. That kind of stuck it there. An inscription on the altar reads, "So are we shaped." The stonecraft is perfect, but the spelling seems eccentric. 2 stone knives rest on its surface, along with a chunk of flint that might be a knife, a tool, or simply a lump of rock. 3 human skulls wait in a niche at the back. 2 have warped and lengthened jaws. The third has slumped and run like a melted candle, although it feels as solid as any bone to the touch. What now? You can press on, but going will get harder from here, or you could turn back with your treasures. 3 lamentable relics, 2 outlandish artifacts, an ambiguous eolith, and a secret. I have 14 foxfire candles still. We can do this. Go deeper. The glittering crisis. You stumble into the heart of a geode. Quartz crystals twist the light and spangle it into your eyes. It's like trying to outstare molten silver. Go carefully. Oof. A nasty fall. Dazzled, you trip. A knife-length projection of crystal parts your pea coat as if it were crepe paper. You lurch to the exit. Your crew helps you bandage it as best they may. Nasty cut, the bosun helpfully observes. A little to the left and it'd bleed you like a Christmas pig. Oh, Chief Og, you want a little here, right? Wait, hold on. Let me pop this up here. You want a little? There you go. That's for you. You can put that wherever you like. I won't judge you. It's yours now. Back down. Alright. You have 1 wound. At 3 wounds, you'll die. Go deeper. Onwards. Fight off a frenzied assault. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. A rabble of leathery mummy things, mouths agape, comes boiling from crevices. Crooked limbs reach for you. Push through. They're tenacious, these leather remnants, but not strong. Some force has distorted remnants of women and men into ragged, furious mannequins. They still breathe. They still ate. Bat blood runs from the mouth of this one before you take off its head with a swing of your cutlass. Then they're behind you, their roars of incredulous rage fading. How close are we? We're right on the edge, and we still have 12 candles. This is going great. We're fine. We're fine. And I only took 1 serious wound. Thank you, with love. Of course, Og, I got you. Okay, onwards. The glittering crisis. Oh no, it's the geode again. It's 59% chance. Please succeed this time. Oh, thank God. Safe enough. You graze the back of your hand against a sharp crystal. Blood blooms briefly. Deeper and deeper and deeper. Here we go. The Gate of Forms. Oh man, it would have really sucked if I didn't have the if I didn't have the ambiguous eoliths. Okay. The Gate of Forms. Here in the floor, because of the stalactite's fall, is a gate of glittering chalcedony, half lost beneath rubble, but thick enough to resist the most determined assault. Its surface is a relief of twisted limbs, distorted faces, screaming in glee. Carved, molded, impossibly natural? A pit at its center might be a key socket, or only a mouth. In we go. Making an entrance. Perhaps once the gate was finely counterbalanced. Perhaps once hidden machineries would have roared at the touch of the eolith, and the gates would have swung open like oiled glass. Now, the eolith only triggers the unlocking mechanism. It takes 3 sailors with crowbars to move the rubble and force the door open. Down open, so that when you bring it free, it collapses inwards with an echoing crash. Climb through the gap into a space that roars with wind. The Root Gallery. You've traversed half the length of the stalactite called Godfall, from the monastery to here. The starved men cut a tremendous gallery around the whole root of the stalactite, leaving a vast central pillar to support its weight. In its day, the view must have been unrivaled. Remnants of salvaged glass and wood eating houses, viewing booths, sight temples still clinging to the edges. But the root has been shattered, and the stalactite fell. Go a little closer. Clamber carefully across the tilted surface of the gallery floor towards the shattered stump of the root. Lily is quite desperate for your attention, huh? Not my attention. And she is now sitting on Faith's desk and is staring at her in all her dilated pupil glory. A dozen corpses, decades dry, lie at the stalagmite's root. You think there's a barricade here, but the fall has smashed it, and the remnants have fallen into the sea. Were they defending the root? Gunner Atkins squints at the scorched and shattered rock and nods wisely. Gunpowder, he opines. Blew it up themselves. Killed the whole city. Starved men, eh? All is heard they fought each other, mad as toads. In the immemorial tradition of subterranean adventurers, you search the corpses. Well, it's not like they've been buried. Their bones of their limbs and faces are blurred and twisted, like melted wax. You find trinkets, disgusting remnant chunks, and... oh, good God! Yes, that's worth a bit. Worth a lot. Best not let your men see it. Nothing else remains here. Signal your ship with flares and she'll approach. You can scramble down and drop into the Z to be retrieved. Much safer than the tunnels of Godfall. Damn, captivating treasure? Alright, sweet. That's huge. Gained 2 secrets. That's big. 7 lamentable relics? We can make the cabinet thing back home. Do cats make you nervous? Me? No, I love cats. Evening, Merc. Hi, Bemic. How you doing? It's good to see you. What's up? Another day, nasty things in the dark. An eyeless skull. Thick plates of bone have developed over the orbits, as if to hide or protect them. They are smooth and cold to the touch. Irigo light glimmers in the line of the jaw. Oh, that's for the Neathbow, the book. Cool. Hey, we made it out. Sweet. Okay. I did not need nearly as many foxfire candles as I brought. I only needed 7. Shit. Mangrove College, I guess. We'll swing down. God, that's so far away. Is there another place I can use foxfire candles? I feel like there has to be, right? Maybe Nuncio. We might be able to use foxfire candles at Nuncio, but first we have to go buy fuel. Buy fuel at Khan's Shadow. Swing up to Khan's Glory. Chew, trade in the coffee beans. Pick up Scintillac at Port Cecil. Go back down to Nuncio to use the candles and explore the basement. Then, maybe back to London? I don't know. We're kind of thriving out here. Just relaxing, watching Twitch. Hope you're doing well. I am. I'm doing very well. You can save the rest for later. The rest of what? The rest of what? Oh, the coffee beans. The coffee beans? The fuel? The candles? The candles. The candles. I could save the rest for later, but they take up cargo space, and I don't have a lot of cargo space. So, we gotta fix that. I've gotta find a way to use them rather than save them. I could probably liquidate them back at London for not too much of a loss, but I prefer not to. Go to the Spider Dreadnought? I don't think the Spider Dreadnought will... Wait. I think I can use the candles at the Spider Island. Not at the Dreadnought, because I've already been there, but, compile a port report, shops. What am I looking for? Fuel. Okay. I could sell one of my captivating treasures, but I don't think I want to. I think I would rather convert that into stuff for my heir. This game looks interesting. This game rules. It's so good. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, we're gonna go to the spiders. Approach the man staring at you. His gaze is rather intense. What does he want? The severe chemist glares at you over his glasses. Beneath the Z, Captain, there is a city of murderers. Within it, a plant known as Tether. Bring me a jar full and I will pay you handsomely. Accept the task. You'll get him a jar full of Tether. No trouble. Rack. Alright. He smiles in the manner of corpses whose skin has just dried out. Excellent. You'll find it in Rack, City of Pleasures. I'll be waiting for you on the other shroom where my studies continue. Wretched. Spooky little guy. Polythreme. Where? Gotcha. Right out there. And we get to explore this new place on the way. Alright, let's go. Up you get. Out you go. Spider octopus would be wild. This person has nice haunting eyes. Agree. I don't think I don't like the idea of a spider octopus, in fact. I would like to not run into whatever that is. Oh, right. Oh, that's not an underwater place. That's just the wreck of the Nocturne. Yeah, that's right. It's right. Now I remember. Okay, we're gonna go get ourselves eaten by spiders. I don't think I've ever successfully explored the Spider Island because I am extremely arachnophobic.
You can do it, but also if you don't want to, that's okay.
I appreciate your support to either brave my fears or remain terrified. Quite fond of this idea. Ooh, boy, yeah. The Spider Island unsettles me. It's a scary little place. A scary little place filled with scary little guys. Eaten by spiders, yay! So, what we learned when we went to the ship that was covered in spider webs, what the art or the bit there said was that the lucky ones were eaten alive. And that the sorrow spiders do something else to some of them. I'm watching intently, yeah. Sleep when you're dead. You're hurt. Spend time in bed. It really is where you should be. This will heal a wound. Oh, sweet. Yeah. sounds of the ship at sea, the toll of the watch bell. Your eyes drift closed. You've lost 1 menace's wounds. Wow, that was easy. All I had to do was give up 1 supplies. Simple shit. The scuttering reaches. Intricate webs stretch into darkness where the shadows are never entirely still. Oh, I do not have the veils for this. Nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Try it anyway. See what happens. I only have a 16% chance to succeed at this. I'm almost certainly going to get caught. Ah, the eyeless skull is a mascot? Oh, wretched. Plus 4 veils, though. Okay. Where else do we get veil skills? You have 6, you're my engineer. 7, 8. Fuel efficiency, do you do veils? You do veils. Okay. That brings us up to 50. How does that affect 20% chance? Fuck it. Terror without. As the lights of the nativity fade and the candles start to flicker, the darkness of the reaches becomes unbearable. Empty-handed but alive, you hurry back to the relative warmth and safety of the port. Oof. Okay. Try again. Nope. Alright, we're not doing this. Nope, this is a bad idea. We're gonna go. Oh, wait. A tryst. A discreet opportunity has arisen to spend some time with your favored officer. A tryst with the clattery air. In the surgery, I don't expect any new patients this evening. Instructive. She's made up the operating table with a couple of towels, one spread over the surface and the other folded into a pillow. I like to give instructions, she says, settling herself on the surface. It's not a reflection on your skills. The bowl over there is for you to soak your hands. The water is icy. I like a cold touch, but don't go numb. When you're ready. Lost 25 terror. Well, that was nice. Good way to get out of the spiders. A nice romantic night on an island infested with giant spiders. How charming. Yeah, with my surgeon, who enjoys disassembling living things just a little bit too much. I like her. She's my favorite. Put my normal officers back. Preparing for the Festival of Silk. The glumness of the nativity is broken by the reds and golds of freshly hung banners. I could trade supplies for silk, but I don't really have enough supplies for it. Meet with an emissary of spiders. He has witnessed much, yet seen nothing, since the sorrow spiders he serves harvested his eyes. Ah, my good sir, or is it madam, or another salutation perhaps? Pardon my ignorance. He taps his blindfold. The honor of serving the acrimonious masters does somewhat leave one at a disadvantage in matters of detail. He smiles. Blind to light is not, however, deaf to rumor. I wonder, might I prevail upon the good-natured individual I have heard contributed so much to our little festival? Splendid, splendid. He leans in close. My benefactors have charged me with seeking a special sustenance for a special occasion. I'm sure an experienced sailor such as yourself sees through the necessary euphemism, shall we say, unfortunates of little future, such as your tomb colonists. Were perhaps a few to find a different destination for the greater good, I can promise more than fair compensation for any subsequent regrets. You may be able to obtain trusting tomb colonist tourists at Venderbite, if you've assisted them in the past. Oh my god. I can hand over tomb colonists to the spiders. Delivery of trinkets. Do I want to bring more sorrow spiders to London? No. No, I don't. Okay. We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna fuck off. So that's one place we can use the candles. I'm gonna swing up to the Chelinate. How many? What's our? Actually, I'm not going to because I still have too many fucking candles in my hold. The kink spiders demand new bondage mates. Yes, yes. After, let's see. We're going to go... I think I'm just going to go straight to Nuncio. Maybe we swing by Polythreme, pick up Claymen, then go to Nuncio, see if we can use our candles to explore the basement under the mailroom, where the stairs keep going and going and going and going. And then we perhaps head back to London and wrap up. And next on the tour, folks, you get an exciting opportunity that most never get to see. You get to tour the inside of spider mouths. Truly, you are the luckiest of tourists. And a hands-on workshop and or seminar on the dietary and reproductive needs of sorrow spiders. Don't worry, the name is less terrifying than they are in person. Shoot, that's right. I'm supposed to... Oh, beans. I didn't go to Khanate. I gotta go to the Khanate. Man, I'm really... It's clearly late. My course plotting has gone precipitously downwards. Okay. Swing in here, Polythreme, gather intelligence from the Claymen. Taciturn Claymen, evasive clothes colonies, walking like humans, cobbles that groan underfoot. On the hills above, a palace villa of marble, but even that writhes like buried bones in an earthquake. Carry Claymen to London. They troop aboard. And away we go. The spiders really should rebrand, though. No one wants to visit the sorrow spiders, but the giggle spiders, they'd have people coming by daily. Something tells me... So actually, there's a fun little bit. They don't call themselves sorrow spiders. If you talk to the people in... I didn't have mushroom wine to trade for a conversation in the... Yeah, oh wait, hold on. I need to... I didn't have mushroom wine to trade to them, so I didn't get that event. But they call them the people that live on the islands. Pretty girl, hi. They don't call the sorrow spiders. They call them, I think, the benevolent neighbors or something like that. Which is what the sorrow spiders call themselves, or have other people call them when they, are looming over your shoulder. I'm gonna go see what the big, scary faces look like underwater. It's time to face my fear. Bark for chat? You didn't redeem me, Bark. Okay. Does it do something? Oh, I hate it. No, it just glares at me. And yawns. Ah, phthalate. Good. Yeah. Phthalate? Phthalate? What's this? Is this a place that I'm already aware of? Oh, it shoots. Okay. Dahut? What is this? Have I already been here? This is Dahut. Okay. To Nuncio, then. Up we go. I bought way too many candles. I thought I was gonna have to... I thought I needed 14. I only needed 7. Over preparation is a killer. I'm so annoyed about that. Worst case scenario, I just sell them back in London, but still. Ugh, I feel like such a fool. What a rookie mistake. But being over-prepared and surviving is better than being under-prepared and not surviving, I suppose. Nuncio, do not return. Sender. Taciturn functionaries walk the docks in the uniforms of postmen. An enormous crowned statue casts a chilling shadow. The shadows gleam with rats' eyes. Their ceaseless chittering rolls like the tide. Assemble a port report. Cataloging all the peculiarities of the place takes many pages. The tailor who imports gilt buttons and braid just to be able to keep everyone's uniforms in condition. The fashion of wearing a post bag with nothing inside. Wearing it open, wearing it upside down, torn apart, or as a hat. Wearing it any way that will show that it doesn't have letters in it. Then there are the sitting rooms papered in cancelled stamps. The bergamot pomegranate curd on toast. The commerce in rat corpses. The hatred of cats. The absolute custom against ever issuing a paper invitation for any event, no matter how formal. It's the familiarity, the not quite Londonness of the place that makes it all so odd. Do some more shift work at the dead letter office. The bell chimes above the door. The fellow manning collections looks awake for half a second when you come in, until he realizes you're here to relieve him. Make a study of what goes on in the back room. Offer employment to the postal rat's niece. Claim a respectable envelope from the dead letter section. I need flares? No. Damn it. Okay. Just come back here later, I guess. Break. Make a study of what goes on in the back room. Finer distinctions. The postal rat is forever making improvements to the machine, making it more able to distinguish between similar types of package, more sensitive to the age and significance of the contents. The current project requires encoding the entire contents of Slow Cake's Exceptionals into a drum of punched metal so that the machine will be able to recognize correspondence to or from persons of note and send it into its own proper basket. Alright, well, I guess I just have to live with the fact that I have a whole bunch of foxfire candles that I can't do anything with. Beans. Up to Khan's glory, then back, I suppose. That reminds me, I need to talk to my postal rat. They keep giving me other people's mail. You know, they can't help it. They just, they do their best, but they're very small and very enthusiastic. And sometimes they just, you know, they're a little face blind. They're rats, you know? You gotta give them grace. I'm gonna take a moment to explore the Antonine Abyss. Because we might as well. Chasm gapes below your submarine, descending into unknown fathoms. Explore the abyss. Deeper. Your helmsman gives you a questioning look. You say nothing. You are unaccustomed to repeating yourself. With a trembling hand, she steers your vessel down. You sink into the abyss like a coffin into a grave. Stony walls rise about you. Your vessel's light picks out beds of undulating anemones. Good luck. Okay. 36% chance of success. I'm gonna die. Alright, I have to find out. I have to find out if this is the what order this one is in. I should probably write down the orders. Now that I think about it, actually. Where's my Sunless Sea notepad? Here we are. Okay. Oh my god, I succeeded again. I can't fail. I can't fail. At 39% chance. It was fine. I'm fine. Deeper still. Your helmsman's response is unjustifiably foul-mouthed, but she assents. Your submarine's pinprick of light shines onto a cliffside, illuminating only a spot of a vast, inverted cathedral, a fathomless church. Which one is this? This is... a A fresco adorns the church's frontage. Oh, right. I should read the top bit first. The abyss of pomegranates. The walls of the chasm are as abundant as a garden. Rippling lawns of Poseidonia, copses of shadowed kelp, garlands of coral, pulsating with tubular sponges. And here, a vine bearing melon-sized nodules the color and shape of pomegranates. A fresco adorns the church's frontage. Burned pilgrims supplicate themselves before a woman's upturned hands. Oysters grow in her palms. Will you enter the church in search of communion? So I need... Abyssal rites, no more than 2. So this has to be... This is another 2. Alright. We'll map this out eventually. We'll learn this shit. Send. We're out. With every meter climbed, you feel the probability of you meeting an untimely death decline, from absolutely certain to just likely. Part. Okay. Good to know. We've made progress. We've learned. Getting there. It'll take time for us to figure out the... I've never done the Abyss rituals. And that's something that, even if we don't do it on this run, I would like to do on my next one. I love that the music is all muted. Here we are. Don't mind me just emerging from the sea in an unsanctioned, illegal submarine here to present you with 5 bags of dark drop coffee beans and get my trading license. No big deal. No big deal. It's fine. Khan's glory. Here are the palaces of the Khan and his court, each a fortress to itself. Sleek lords and ladies in belted robes breakfast on balconies. An unlikely antelope peeks at you from a park. Guns rotate on easily motorized gimbals. Offer a gift to the leopard, the royal clan of the Khan. The Khan himself has a notorious weakness for coffee, and his court follows suit. A long afternoon. You meet with an effusive official in a room of blue glass and pierced porcelain. You supply the customary compliments and courtesies, while he nods complacently. Finally, you present a sample of the coffee. The official comes suddenly awake, inhales the scent of the coffee, glances regretfully at the porcelain screen behind him. A watcher? He bows to you 3 times and sends you on your way. You now have 1 favors the leopard's condescension. Hyman's Mercy 4. More than 9. Cruise past the clan palaces. 5 drowning pearls, a gift to the Timon. Oh, I need to do this a lot more. I see. So I need to come up here with 20 sacks of dark drop coffee beans to finish getting access to the Nephrite quarter. Oof, man. Bribing an isolationist undersea empire is not cheap, apparently. Noted. Off we go. Part of me wants to sell my captivating treasures when I get back to London so that we can buy the bigger ship, but I can also put my captivating treasures into my will so that my next character starts out with like 2,000 echoes, which would be a pretty crazy head start. Yes? Yes to which one? I presented 2 options, Kat, and I know that the lag is the reason that you didn't know that, but I'm going to make it seem like it's your fault anyway, because I'm toxic as shit. I'll buy no more, eh? Or you can use them to blow up the weirdo at the college. I don't remember that part. I don't remember that interaction. Oh, I guess I could save these candles for the Mangrove College. We could just go down there. Swing up to Mount Palmerston, resupply, sail down, all the way down to the Mangrove College. We do need to swing back to London and actually get paid, though. Because we have drained, I think we're going to have taken a loss. Pretty significant loss from this journey. We've collected a great deal of valuable things, but you're toxic until your top dismisses your attempt to offend her, then you blush uncontrollably. Very true. Really, I'm just trying to get somebody to be mean to me, you know? Chancy challenge. Chess? Chess is popular in the Principles. The port is full of exiles, drunks, and washed-up Z-traders. They all play, often obsessively. Be careful. The chess pieces are carved from Scintillac. Here in the Principles, that can be very dangerous. A loss. Your opponent shakes your hand. Time to go, she tells you. But don't worry, you'll be back. Her touch lingers. Her fingers are cold. Try that again. Okay, it's the same thing. I can try that again. God damn it, I can try that again. There we go. Fortunately, I was only gaining 1 terror each time, so that was like a really easy pick. You don't often look at chess pieces. Not really look. The bishops with their hooks, the knight with its mane and teeth, the kin and the cream, white mingled with red, the roots that pin the corner of the board down to keep you safe from your opponent. You lift a paw to toy with it, touch its velvety pads. Checkmate, your opponent says. She grins. Look too closely, did we? You need to be careful with Scintillac chess sets. Her face is blank and white as the dome of a chess pawn. Get out. Get back to the ship until the waking dream of the coral clears. Okay, I got 5 terror that time. That's fine. We're on the way home. I can just keep trying this. I have a 44% chance. I'll be fine. There we fucking go. Alright. A disciplined success. Odd thoughts bubble up each time you touch a chess piece. This one longs for home. That one has a secret desire for revenge against the slayer of its rank mate. This will be a queen one day. Those would do better as metal. You taste the metal. You ignore these thoughts and move methodically to a victory over your opponent. He blinks. Checkmate? He asks helplessly. Gained 1 pages. An extra move. 250 fragments. Succeeded in a pages challenge. Oh, okay. I think we've won enough chess games that now things have changed. I'm gonna gather Scintillac before I fuck up. Polypoid whispers. It's against local law and custom to break coral from the reef, and you've seen the scars of those who tried. The acid burns, the blind silver eyes. So you're looking for loose fragments. Today, the Z is calm, and you find a good few candidates. They lie shining softly like droplets of moon. But after a little while, you become concerned that their eyes, that each is watching you. When you close your fist around one, it examines your blood with amused delight. When you put them together in your pocket, they clatter and gossip together. Of course, you think, they broke from the shining mind. They have its vitality, but not its weariness or experience. You will have to lock them in separate boxes, lest they peep at you when you're bathing and see who you are. The thought of their sight on your skin fills you with horror. What if your skin turned clear? What if they saw your bones? You come back to yourself when you see one of your sailors fall on his back and start kicking delightedly in the air like a beetle. Gravity, he cries. I have fallen. You hasten back to the ship with your haul of coral before it can do any further damage. Not the bones! Perverts, I know. I would try and insult you, but I fear you're as dense to criticism as a neutron star. Likely, yes. Y2K redeemed 100 squats. Nice try, Hook. We're kind of closing it. I don't think I'm gonna make it back to London. I think I'm gonna stop here. Actually, this is a good time to stop. There's like a whole quest line we have to do here now that this has been resolved. So I'm going to pop us up here. Hi everyone. How you doing? Wow, not even a blush? I need to up my passive dismissive insults. I think there was a lot of effort in it, and I really appreciate that. But it does show that you're putting effort into insulting me, and that you're seeking my approval. And that gives me the power in the dynamic, you know? So now that removes the dismissive side of it, you know? Bitch. Yeah, see? Exactly. Alright, everybody, let's see who we can raid. I think we might be able to raid. There should be somebody from the raid train, right? Let me see who's theoretically on right now. Should be in following. Go back to throwing money at Timothy Bottom. Who have I got? Let's see. I've got to find a raid target. Oh, Galaxy's still going, huh? Crazy. I should just look in the Discord for the raid train that I'm in and pull from the schedule. Schedule. 1 second. Sky's a million. Okay, cool. We're gonna raid Sky's a million. That makes sense. We're here. Cool. They are playing Sonic Adventure 2. This is somebody, there's a big raid train going on with a bunch of people. Do you know Hachi? I don't know if I do know Hachi. We wanna, I can check in on Hachi. I don't know. I'm gonna put people into the raid train. I'll check into Hachi later. This is the plan. This is the deal. I don't know any of the other people in the raid train super well. I've just kind of been chatting with them for a bit. They're going to be the ones, or eventually, it's gonna be who's coming in for the Sunday stream tomorrow. Like it's going all the way through until then. It's been going on for like 2 days now. So we're gonna drop in here. New people, smaller channel. Be nice, behave properly. Be a little unhinged. You know, just a little. Your normal, delightful selves. Okay. And as always, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for sticking around, for hanging out. Y'all are what make this possible, what allow me to keep doing this. And I don't know, that means a lot. So genuinely, thank you. Can't wait to see you again. Hopefully tomorrow. Gonna be doing Night Rain. Gonna play some Night Rain. Gonna be a little faster paced. And then I'm probably gonna go back to this next week because I'm thriving. Oh right, wait, we need a raid. Raid message. There's the normal one. Yeah, I'm on it. And then here's the one for subscribers with the fancy emotes and the raid flags and all that crazy bullshit. All right. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you on the other side. Catch you around. No, I should probably copy the raid message.